I'm not bad.
I really
Missed you too.
yeah.
Have you listened to the audio? The podcast?
Which one?
The one at the top.
Let me listen to it and then give feedback. Mkomazeta, how are you?
I'm good, Rosary. I'm wondering, you're coming without listening. You're losing your touch now, eh?
No, ndanga ndangofara kuti nhasi makachengeta queen wangu ndombomona akaunganirwa nema-unfocused uko, saka handinge ndichitotya ikoko because ma-unfocused vachiri neropa rinomhanya my right now, but kana nina akachengetwa nemi I'm safe.
Listen to the audio, guys. Listen to the audio.
I am there right now.
That's good. So, guys, everyone, go to the audio. Listen to the audio. It does not need an app, so that we can come and break it down and have questions that we are all waiting to be answered. Maybe on the next one on Thursday. But let's do that. Any comments from anyone who's listening to the audio, please, guys? If you're coming up, listen to the audio. Please.
Njabulo is quiet. I'm taking it. He's listening. Diamond is quiet. Lorenzo said he's listening. It's only 30 minutes.
Yeah. With me, I'm checking the arrest of Macmillan at this moment in time. So
that's the 98 arrest. Where was he arrested?
In Zim. So he's arrested in Zim. In the court case becomes in. He's arrested in 2003 with his father. Ian U. Macmillan.
And where do they serve?
Serving is what I'm trying to check out now. And is arrested with court smuggling of about 60. Let me see. What did they say? 60 million or 60,000? Give me a second.
So the pilot was also arrested, accused. So I'm reading this one. So it was 436 million rands back then.
Yes.
And so the pilot and the mining director, Colin Rose. So we need to know what was the company that he says I was a business, ED was my business partner.
Okay. I think we need to move with Ian and Ivan Macmillan, because his father is arrested as well. His father was known to be a gold dealer, smuggler kind of thing going on. So he takes over from his father's.
So even then it's the same thing. So the 4 forged documents showing that the gold had come from Zambia. So they made 65 trips to South Africa in a private aeroplane, and they are accused of smuggling almost 7,500 kilograms of gold. So back then, the Zimbabwean Reserve Bank and Finance Minister recently promised to crack down the independent what. So they were saying the gold comes from Zambia when the gold is Zimbabwean. What were they saying then?
How many kilos?
It was 7,000. Let me tell you that 7,500 kilograms.
That's 7 tons. That is 7 tons, Mas.
Yes, they made 65 trips to South Africa in a private aeroplane.
Okay, so what do you want me to check?
The company. So the syndicate was called IENC. Well, that's the syndicate. I don't know what the Zimbabwean standard documents show much of Zimbabwe's gold smuggling. Okay, they reported then in 2003 by saying that the independent So it's the Sunday Standard newspaper said this week it had documents showing that much of Zimbabwe's gold smuggling was being controlled by senior members of the ruling party. So even back then, there was already fingers pointing at senior members of the ruling party.
So even then, they were pointing at senior members of the ruling party.
And that's what it says. It says this Sunday Standard newspaper reported that the smuggling was being controlled by senior members of the ruling party. But what I'm shocked here is they are arrested in Zimbabwe for smuggling gold. Yet they are declaring the gold as coming from Zambia, but they're taking it to South Africa.
So they would have used the. Let me send you the court case papers that I found.
Which means this is just a repeat of what they did before.
Yes.
Just
why change a winning game?
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Also, gold is easy to cook again and sell it again and keep doing it. Blood mineral.
Turns out of all the minerals, it becomes the most easiest one. I birth certificate, you can change it so many times.
You can just cook and put some trace elements, Zimbabwe, throw in there, mix, cook, sell it again.
You can season it. You know, put a bit of what is that seasoning that we used to have at home? You know, the one, the yellow one that we never understood. I know.
Raja.
No,
Usabi mix.
Yeah.
No, not the wasabi mix. The one that we all have in our cupboards, but no one uses it now. It's yellow.
Powder.
No, it's not Raja. It's got salt like that. Sometimes we put it in meat when we're barbecuing.
The aromat.
Hey,
aromat.
You're aromating it. Yeah.
But citizen, to just this audio that has just been that I've been listening to it, I'll listen to it again to get more clarity and understanding. But remember, when we go back even to the episode that we watched, remember that Obet Mpofu is in that first episode as being one of the as being one of the what do they call them, one of the partners. I don't know, either is he the partner again of Macmillan Obet Mpofu. His name is shown there in one of those documents. So it shows you the depth of this whole thing, that it is rooted within our government. Because remember, Obet Mpofu is the one that who was the Minister of Mines in the time past, and he was pushing the diamonds. We made a lot of losses when it came to diamonds, and we need to look into that as a people and see how much we've made a loss, because I think the likes of Obet Mpofu are also involved when it comes to that.
Yes. Because remember, Obet Mpofu is connection in as a business is with the South African guy. He was Obet, the ex cabinet minister and SP Moore, the late. Then Obet is the one that turns around and buys the company. I have to go back to my notes and find out the connection with Obet.
I'm trying to see what here in this 2003 case, how this thing was framed.
So on diamonds, it shows a wrong thing, a crime.
On where?
Wrong mineral. A wrong mineral, diamonds. You can't cook diamonds, and so diamonds are at least some diamonds. You need gold.
Okay, so here are the charges.
Is anyone speaking?
No, we are reading.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Read.
So when he was arrested, he got arrested whilst he was already on bail for a similar thing.
He was already on bail for a similar thing again.
I think so. That's what it says.
Okay. So, guys, oh God. So, because some of you are not used.
So
who
is okay? Let's see who is the Y applicant. The third responded, he is hereby indicted from rearresting the applicant or similar as he appears in annexures S, B, C, and E. Where are the annexures?
So, guys, if you're looking for the court cases there, it's Macmillan's court case. Google it. You'll find it.
So the charges pertaining to contravening the Mines and Minerals Act, Gold Trade Act.
That's in South Africa, eh?
This is in Zimbabwe.
Yep, this is him.
So the arrested were Ian U. Macmillan, Ewan Alexander Macmillan, Colin Rose, Claire Lynn Bedet, this was in Zimbabwe.
Yep, so that's Zimbabwe.
They appeared at the High Court of Zimbabwe.
So, guys, you need to download the court case or look at the court case.
It's the podcast is really a commentary on the first one that you watched. And then it just gives you some added extras that I had not listened to in the first one. So the interesting one is the relationship between Macmillan and Edie. What is also interesting is the fact that not only are they actually bringing gold in to wash that gold and make it Zimbabwean gold and take it out.
And they use private planes.
Yeah, private planes is what they move with.
Bringing in, they don't want to risk. They use their own planes.
Even this explains the reason why Henrietta would have said, no, 5 million on RPZ, then you can bring your plane in.
Yeah. Well, that would be serious. Now we're talking of serious volumes.
Yes, because you won't be able to turn around and move with the bags and bags at the airport.
Because it's 50 kilo per person.
Yes.
The 10 of you, that's 500. How many can you fit in a small plane? How many tourists can you fit?
No. Let me double check. Someone said double check who the Minister of Justice was around that time. Let me see.
You know, Googling Macmillan arrest. How many times has he been arrested? It's like more than 5 times.
Who, Mark?
This Macmillan.
21.
Oh, yes.
Because in the podcast said it's around 98. He got arrested for 60 days, yeah?
Mm.
Yeah.
But he had been arrested earlier at 20. First arrest was at 21.
Yeah.
So you can start your kids early. I mean, his father got him in the business very early on. By the time he's 21, he's already, got his prison badges. And now at his age, he's friends with the president. And he's the number 2 in your country. Because the bloody Kenyan, according to him, is number 1. He's only number 2, not number 1. He's very humble.
Because the Kenyan is moving more than he.
Yeah.
Let me double check something. I'm coming. 1 second. Okay, I'm checking connection between Father Macmillan and E.T. I'm starting from the father. Seeing that
how old
the
is
son
this
is
young Macmillan?
How old is young Macmillan? Let me see.
Macmillan. Who was the person that is it the FBI said needs to be arrested and reintroduced to his sanctions?
Oh, that's the Indian guy.
That's the Kenyan.
Oh, that's the Kenyan guy.
Yes.
Is he already on sanctions and is circumnavigating sanctions, or he needs to be added?
He needs to be added because he's not on the sanctions. Because he's the one who's moving more than Macmillan. And his scheme seems to be more a guitar and guitar than the other guys.
So if you were to put 7.5 tons, how much can a truck carry?
It depends how big your truck is.
Like a lorry. How many lorries?
A lorry, you can have a lorry that carries 7 tons straight. Yeah, you can have a lorry that carries 7 tons straight. They can carry more than that. But the problem with putting a gold in a lorry becomes the roads. So anytime they can be hit by heists. So the best move becomes aeroplane. So anyone that want to do a heist, you have to turn around and then have wings to fly.
The only thing they didn't tell us is they are flying. What is the route?
For which one?
When they charter these flights, they are coming from. We know they are arriving in Zimbabwe and leaving Zimbabwe. Where are they
It did mention
I think it
Lesotho.
said.
It
Lesotho was mentioned,
Lesotho.
Zambia was mentioned.
So do they do like a dummy tourist route then or something?
Yes, because now you need, actually you get it in Zimbabwe, but to pump it through Zimbabwe every single time becomes risky. So what do? You jump it from Zimbabwe to Lesotho. Lesotho, it is marked as Lesotho code. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So you can jump it to Lesotho, you jump it to Zambia. It's marked as Zambian transit code. Same as what they did on the court cases where they turned around and said, "Oh no, this comes from Zambia." Yet the thing said, "No, this is Zimbabwe."
Yes.
I mean, I can't believe what I've just been hearing.
You can't believe it, Diamond.
I mean, I can't believe it, guys. I just can't believe it. I'm just waiting.
Even Mas was saying that we won't get it.
I think I must have said it, which it was a 70s for everybody else, and there's nowhere where we will hear it direct connection or like to anything. We will maybe insinuate what therefore this then means that. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
Therefore this means that, or therefore this then implies this. But guys,
I'm starting my equation now.
No.
You know where now the danger lies. It's we have to sit down and discuss the real issue of state capture, because I don't believe Zimbabwe or Mnangagwa or what we have seen and pointed as our government that we voted into is the one running the country at the end of the day. They seem to be people that are controlling, that are in the background. Because if Macmillan, they are moving so much, how much of the economy are they influencing? How much of the policies? Because guys, what we have been discussing everything except the policies. Remember, the minerals have to benefit the country where they are coming from. And as Zimbabweans, we have minerals that the country does not have a stake in. And the citizen, there is an issue where we have to look into. Remember the issue of the platinum. It has been left and no one wants to touch the issue of the platinum in Zimbabwe, which is being smuggled on a daily basis into South Africa. And they've said literally, we because they don't, what is this? They don't want to separate. They don't have the equipment to separate it. They haven't built a plant to separate our platinum, and it lives with other minerals on a daily basis, which includes gold and other minerals that come in with platinum. So these are some of the things, guys, we need to be discussing. Is the elected president really doing what he's supposed to do, or we have a captured system that has also captured our policy making at the end of the day? Because if we are looking at our mineral selling as a country, Zimbabwe is like you come in, you pay 200, you go underground, you pick as many as you want, you go out. No one is going to ask you anything. How do these minerals benefit the country at the end of the day? Besides the 15%, the taxes, how do they benefit the country? Is there any value addition? Is there very kwenzakalani Zimbabwe? This is just nonsensical, because it doesn't seem they are degrading the environment where they are. We saw a classroom falling inside, going inward, because they dug under a classroom. So who is going to go back, and where will be that money come from, where we have to go and repair the environment and close some pits that these guys have left behind after they have done their mining, and we try to recoup and rearrange it and reorganize the environment like they are doing right now in South Africa. They rehabilitated Iwenela, where we used to have gold mines. Now Guhambi Train, trying to seal off those old mines and repurpose them to other things. In Zimbabwe, do we have the money to repurpose after all this gold rush is done? Where will we get the money? Are we not supposed to be getting the money from the gold itself and from the miners to say, in 10 years' time, when you are done mining, we are going to come back with this money that we have made from this gold that is being mined, and we are going to clean the environment where you guys are. We are going to seal off, we are going to stabilize these mines when you are gone so that they don't fall in when we are building structures on top of them. Joburg is built on top of mines. Mine tunnels are going underneath, but they made sure that when mining was done, they cleaned and they prepared the environment for people to dwell in. These are some of the fundamental questions we need to go back and introspect and look at our policymakers and look at them and say, what is really happening? Are we a captured state that everyone is working towards the Macmillan, and these other guys we are just freely giving them because they bought something called the license? Where is the value addition? What are we getting as a country? So these citizens, I think they are fundamental questions we have to start interrogating and asking our leaders at the end of the day. Thank you.
I think maybe I don't think these guys are interested in minerals. I think to them it's not about me. I think we've been getting it wrong all along. I think we always talk of minerals. I don't think this has to do with minerals. I don't even think they're interested in minerals. I just said a fun fact, that podcast where they say all the gold that was ever mined will fit into 3 big size swimming pools, which means the rest of the gold that we see around is just being melted, cooked, seasoned, repackaged, etc., etc. So I don't think they're interested in minerals. It's just laundering. I think it's laundering, which is the main.
It's bloody money laundering. That's
Yeah,
what
it's got nothing to do with minerals. I think minerals are just a cover.
That's what I was saying when people kept saying, what are you complaining about? If they're buying the gold from Gorokozas at a fair price and then going off to sell it, what's your problem? Now we are seeing that that's not it. What did that woman on DNA show say? It's not it.
Yes, it's not it. That's not
It's
it.
not it.
That's not it. Guys, yeah.
This is just cleaning money. These people have made their money wherever that they've made it, and now they need to clean that money. We just offer them
the cleaning services.
the cleaning service. And when
Apparently, I think we're the best country because of a cash-based US dollar
that's
economy.
what they say. It's because
and that's what exactly what they. Yeah, that's what they say. This can only be done in Zimbabwe. Chai.
So this is why ALljazera spent a whole Black Panther time of a movie, 4 hours, because to them we become a very unique country. We are everything is cash. Everything is cash and US dollar cash, and we don't even question where the US dollars are coming from. We think we are sending them ourselves, but we are not even. There is no one going there with the US dollar bags of 20,000 in Harare airport or on ourselves. So this is why it becomes a lucrative. This is why it becomes, as they say it today with the lady. Oh, turns out she's an expert, by the way, a world class in money laundering. This is why she says, I've never seen anything this big.
We've broken another record.
And just to add, the weird thing about the whole thing, right, is the fact that they were moving money from Hong Kong. They say that the Chinese are their friends, and yet they were trying to move money from Hong Kong, which the Chinese are trying to manage and control. So the backstabbing and the selling out is just on a scale. Wow, I am in shock. I am in shock. This is our country, our washing basket. We are now a washing basket of a country, guys. For anyone, these Hong Kong guys are saying that they are trying to move Hong Kong so that the Chinese government does not interfere with their money because of the
No,
Chinese
not only with their money, ill-gotten. I mean, if you look at the whole trail of the money, guys, it's not a secret to Imali is ill-gotten. So it's just pathetic. If you listen to it, it's pretty much like the proper explanation as in breaking down of what exactly they are doing. And to hear Gutakona, this can only be done is the biggest scale of money laundering that experts have ever come across, and is happening in Zimbabwe.
We are known diamond out here now.
Yeah, that's exactly how she put it. It's the biggest worldwide, and it's only it can only happen in Zimbabwe. Mina melela ukuthi ngizwe ama explanation ukuthi kuzathwani this time, because laphana kwakuthiwa khona kathi, what is your problem? What is your problem nxa amakorokoza ethengisa igold labo?
Do you know Diamond? Do you know why when you go to a lawyer, and you are in crime, and the lawyer says, "Tell me everything," so that when I'm standing there and I'm saying, "No, that did not do this," no one turns around, it does not lift up their hand and say, "Hey, I've got a video of Zeti doing it." This is what they are caught in, defending something that they have no clue with. If they were actually serious and well-thinking people, they would have said, "Let me sit back, watch, and only react or not even react." Now, Macmillan says it. I was arrested working with my partner. Then they came to me and said, don't put your partner's name in. And I kept quiet and went in for 60 days. Now, my partner that I was arrested doing business with, that I was arrested with, is the president.
Uyakhuluma lakhe futhi uyaligagaza ethi manangakho ukuthi yeah guys, I know, come on guys, no we are unique. We are unique, guys.
Yeah, I listened to it. Oh yeah, amazing. You know, I've got a little to add. At some point way back, I think after the Nikov saga story 2013, 14, 15, I argued this with my father. I think there was something that was happening with the courts, but we weren't sure what was really happening. So Mugabe would be shocked to hear some of the things that were happening. So my father told me, Mnangagwa is in. He told me this statement. He was like, he's in. I forgot the phrase which he used, but he was like, he is a strong business guy, well connected with the white guys. And I was like, Mdara, what you're telling me about Mnangagwa doesn't really add up, because the guy you are telling me is a known gold smuggler, and like you really know he actually leads Midlands in a illegal gold panning. So it now actually makes sense with what this guy is saying, that Mnangagwa was my partner. Now coming to the whole story of this gold smuggling, I I have I have always said, as long as this gold is being sold somewhere and we go to that place where the gold is being sold to work and process that gold there and being code names, eh, there will never be any explanation that the current government can give to the masses that they are doing it legal. It remains illegal. It remains skeptical. What they should have been doing is to call those companies, come and do the gold, whatever they want to do with the gold in Zimbabwe, benefit the Zimbabweans, create employment in Zimbabwe. That way, it becomes answerable. Finish the product being sold out of the country. There is no problem with that. It would be, I mean, no one would even question it, because we cannot buy all the finished products out of gold, but we are actually boasting, kuona ana passion Java boasting kuti necklace yangu ndeye gold, akaitenga kupi kunze uko. And the funny part is, what these guys are saying, Dubai, inotaura of magod expo, magod, what to call it, remittances or whatever exports, where in is Zimbabwe doesn't have anything related to that, which then comes to actually ask, does Dubai have gold mines? What are the resources apart from oil that Dubai has? I mean, we cannot actually talk of African pride when we sell our resources away and go there to be slaves. Yeah. This is gonna be a long year, I tell you. It's gonna be a long year. Yeah, that's my submission. I leave it to others.
Notice, Tashinga?
You know, I just remember the brother was talking about Dubai. You know, there's this Yakabudis when the Arabs actually they sold at least 1 point something to the whole world in gold, worth of gold the previous year. Then now you look at Dubai's own statement, Rawakabudisa and official. It was over, I think it's 2 point something worth of gold from Zimbabwe. The difference between price yakataurwa neZimbabwe, the price yakataurwa Dubai is like 200 million. But here Zimbabwe is saying, no, this we sold to the world. And Dubai is saying, it's just takatenga this equivalent from Zimbabwe only. The rate yakatengwa Dubai from Zimbabwe is even higher than that which the Arab BZ is saying sold to the whole world. So you then wonder, is it Dubai or is it the Arab BZ? Because such things zvinovhundutsa umana. When you see these figures ndopaunobvunduka kuti because Dubai says it, vanozvibuditsa vozviisa, tinongozviverenga kunoko panews every day, they show it, tozviverenga pamatabulations because they actually send messages of whatever is happening, vanonga vachikotumira and stuff like that. So I was like, because Zimbabwe it sold this much to the world, then Dubai is saying it bought this much from Zimbabwe alone in worth of gold. So how come Dubai has got a higher figure that it bought of gold from Zimbabwe than the one that the Arab BZ is saying it sold to the world, not to Dubai, to the world? So it means kuti imwe yese vakatengesera Dubai, that was their own due, vakaisa mari yacho muhomwe, vakaita say it's not recorded in Zimbabwean books, but it's appearing in UAE government books. So yeah, tine mbavha wakomana dziri serious, and it's very, very, very appalling when you then check these things out. And I don't know, but the government is really, really failed us. I hope there's a way. We need to find a solution to deal with this very fast, because if they only sold that much to Dubai and it's not recorded, billions not recorded, then they go to record just a few, maybe a billion or so, saying we sold to the world. So Ravakatengesera Dubai, it goes rani, and why is it not recorded in Zimbabwean books? So it means that the Dubai probably thought they are buying from legit Zimbabwean coffers. All those people are just selling it on their own accord. Because if surely it was illegal, they wouldn't have recorded it in their own books. So here we have people who are selling, purporting to be representing the country as well. Once they're taking that money and putting it in their own pockets. Vasiri kutoudzawo vamwe vacho vari kudhila nawo kuti aiwa iri tasmagla iri tazodii iri tazodai. It's very absurd and it's very sad. I'll land there.
Anyone want to contribute, guys? You saw?
Yeah. I want to say
something.
Let me go. I'm driving. I just wanted to say that did I miss something? Am I missing some information? I came here late. Please help.
So you see the post I put up there on the Jumbotron?
Yes.
Just click it and press play and come out of the space, yeah, and come back in after it's only 30 minutes. Then you have something to say when you listen to that. Yeah.
Okay.
Just press the link and press play and come out from the space so that you can listen nicely.
Cheers, pal.
No, man. See, RCN.
Thank you, Zati. Hi, Mercy. Sister Diamond, how are you? Hey, anyway, zvinonyadzisa. And thank you, Zati, for the link on the press on the space. Zvinoda kuzvinzwira wega. Guys, idi imbavha. Macmillan kutotaura fair kuti partner the current president. It cannot be Mugabe. And that's where you see that pakataurwa naDixon Mafios paipa kunzi kuita korokoza, kuita mbavha, munhu anhingirikine kuba, kuita guys, nyika hakuna kweri kuenda. These people are only enriching themselves. Zvataurwa panhingirini iyoyi papodcast, and I don't know how we're going to be out of this, but let's be just as one Zimbabweans. Tingoshinga tiburise vana, and I don't know how. But zvinonyadzisa, I'm hurt. Ndapinda magubezi izvezvi. Ndapinda chando, guys. Thank you.
RCN. Did you, when you heard did you stop for a second? With me, I had to stop it and go and drink a couple of water.
I had to come back and repeat it because at my partner. So, and I wasn't expecting to hear the next one with the president. So I couldn't believe it. Like, really? It's sadful, guys. And we are out here in these other people's countries that we should be like, like Dubai itself. All those old buildings, but Zimbabwe is rich, guys. It pains.
There are some people who are saying that people are getting too excitable. All these sympathizers, whether they are sympathizers or they are the AMA explainers or defenders. They were saying at one point people are getting excitable about nothing because maybe this first part of the documentary covers everything about Zimbabwe. There's a likelihood that the next session is going to be about other countries, blah, blah, blah. And if you listen...
I'll give you the same explanation I was explaining to Mas. With me, we were robbed out here with the leper files, yeah? I think that was 2 or 3 episodes on thingy on Al Jazeera. Yeah, the depth that they went into those documentary was crazy. The documentation that they had was mental. Yeah. Now, when this one came in with me, when I had 4 episodes, guys, whether you are a praying person or you are not, there was no way that it was going to be 4 episodes of Zimbabwe, Mozambique, South Africa. No. These people were concentrating on these initial people that they show. Macmillan, Indian guy, and what's his name? Angel. This was home. Guys, the naysayers, they can naysay as much as they want now.
Plus, there are two. There's something that I also noticed. It being a 4-part series documentary about corruption means there is a lot deeper than we ever think. The documentary is about money laundering and corruption that I have ever known all my life. They're just one part, maybe 1 hour long, 1 hour 30 minutes long, and they are done. It then being divided into 4 parts, being that long, means a lot. And I think what the other guys were trying to defend this and rubbishing it, what they should be doing instead is to actually advocate for the people who actually admitted to be doing these things on camera, to be actually brought to book and clarify themselves. The fact that they are defending something that is already on camera means there is more that we know, or this is just a minute thing. Yeah. Regret Gumire Papapu. Thank you.
No worries, Rosie. Tashinga?
All right, all right. So mine, boys, guys, is more of a question or an alert. Kune vanga vachifara vaya vaya kuti hanzi Radland is now suing Al Jazeera or whatsoever. Al Jazeera is kudzora tsvimbo nokuti gudo rabata kumeso. Now they even gone to air the podcast. Zvavasina kukwanisa kuisa pakamera vakutobuditsa. It means they are saying, bring it on. Come on, we are ready for you. We are Tinemi. And if those people proceed with this stupidity, Al Jazeera ichazozobuditsa more than they are letting out on this expose. Vachazobuditsa a lot of other evidence kana vakazosvika kumakoti ikoko ekuti vakomana aka pachanyarwa. This is just, to me, I feel like this is just a poke, vangova poker so junga so that those people react. When they finally react, they're going to be dragged into the mud. Yekuti masentence ejera vachapiwa naHubert Angel kubva kuUK nekupika vanenge vachidiwa kwese, because there is no way Al Jazeera is not ready for them. Netuma vari kutaura iti iri kutobuditsa a podcast on top of the first episode yavathreatened with the lawsuit. They are in for it. Ndikutoshaya kuti vachadefenda sei. Right now they are busy ready to spin this podcast. Vari pamahwani vachazorora zvavo. I will end there.
Yeah, then RCN.
My belief also is, I think, looking back, that guy Doccumentary, when he unearthed something, allegedly, I think ED must have killed that guy. I'm telling you. Thank you.
Nyama.
Citizens, this is painful.
This is crazy, yeah?
I'm laughing, but I'm hurting, and I've been hurting for a week now.
That is how we started when we opened this space. Me and Masi started laughing for 5 minutes before we got to the serious bit.
You know, I never used to take ZANU-PF people seriously, but now I look back, like somebody had highlighted about the Dixon Mafios presentation at one of the star rallies. The man was on the money. The whole, I said this 2 weeks ago on someone, I think it was Finance Space, that in 2003, Ewan Macmillan walked into a First Bank branch and goes to the bank manager demanding money. Bank manager says, no, it's after hours. We can't give you this money. No, Minister Menengagwa sent me. I need that money. So it all now tallies. Now I'm looking at this and hearing this podcast and how he's affiliated. I'm like, oh, wow. It all makes sense.
Business partner. Partner in crime. I think that actually rings a bell now. English never made sense to me, but now I actually partner in crime. I understand it.
But Citizen, you know, I was listening to that one when Hubert Angel was prophesying and saying, no, Mnangagwa will die in power. Don't you think that this documentary will just kill him and he will just die in power? They will hear that he just said Al Jazeera, then he took his last breath. Then that was
That means Cooksman's short video makes sense now. When he was just turning around and saying, Papa Wafa in Ajaz.
He'll just be sitting in his living room, just going Al Jazeera.
Let me find Cooksman's thing. Where is Cooksman? He was here earlier on. Let me find Cooksman's link to that video. And I sent it to you guys. Cooksman put that video when Al Jazeera one announced that it was going to air on the 2nd. Yeah, that video now makes sense.
And you know, to make even issues worse, guys, something that is not very funny. It's the way the load shedding is happening in Zimbabwe. Guys are experiencing 18 hours of load shedding. It's very pathetic and very bad. And you know, they say they just commissioned the Wange power station, but now the load shedding is worse. 18 hours every day.
I also wanted to add, I just love how my Mkoma Soko is being left out in all this, and how is he going to discover this if in all the 4 parts he doesn't appear, and how it's going to end, since the only part we really know, the biggest part we really know, he was called a dunderhead. I'm actually waiting to see how it will end with him, because he was called a dunderhead in the part that.
Indeed, man, we'll see. Speak truth. Guys, when someone finishes, just come in, yeah? Just not to call names kind of thing going on. If you feel that someone is finished, just ask him. If finished, then you just jump in. We flow.
Yeah. No, I was just thinking about Mutisi and Matinyarare when they thought that they were having their scoring with that Al Jazeera director. Was it on Sunday? And they came out saying,
this is why he was calm.
He was calm and just smiling. Now I can understand why. The guy was just thinking, oh, you are a bunch of idiots. Huh? That's
Speak
why
truth.
he was just.
You never enter into a debate that you do not know full information about. You have to know what the other person is holding on their cards. You can't just turn around and say, yeah, I've won without the person showing you their card. Guys, wait.
Guys, can we do something, right? Can we go on all the Varakashi pages and just copy and paste this podcast on all the Varakashi pages? And please, like, let's just do this. Everyone on this space, if you know Murakashi, can you just go copy and paste and just pin it on their profile so that they watch this? Please, please, I beg you.
With me, I'm doing that. With me, I'm starting with Bandari. I'm doing it
I think
now.
we need to do this, please. I've been doing it now. That's why I couldn't respond to Citizen Z, but because I'm pinning, we need to do this as a whole Zimbabwe. And just even pa President Mnangagwa, nasi no block what they say, just to take. We have to.
But the saddest part about all these guys is, how do you stand and defend someone who's looting the future of your kids? Is looting your birthright, is looting everything.
Uyakwazi ukuthi Njabulo, this pretty much helps us to see the kind of people that we are dealing with. Ukuthi they will defend the undefendable. Even if you listen to, have you had a look at irresponse ka ambassador at large, number 2?
He starts to say, he says, oh no, I just gave them decoys. He forgets that Henrietta is already admitted that it was her.
It's so contradictory.
Then he preempts again that he mentioned my Mnangagwa. We had not seen that.
No, mina uyakwazi ukuthi mas. Mina ngathi khona, people were saying ukuthi khona don't get excitable about the future episodes that we have not seen because they are not going to be about Zimbabwe. And then number 2 comes and uses preempter telling us about my Mnangagwa. And Mnangagwa, where in the documentary have we had anything to do with Mnangagwa? So there we go, boom. We are hearing about Mnangagwa. Goes to show, guys, let's not just defend. Keep quiet. It's too late. No wonder why, though, in defending this whole gold situation, sanctions. And I was thinking, how are you marrying those two? Why? Can we not deal with it? Guys, no, this is pathetic.
Because they are suffering. There's a thing, guys, called the prisoner's dilemma. So 2 prisoners are arrested, and they are separated. And the story goes, they are interrogated. So the prisoners now have got a dilemma. That's why it's called a prisoner's dilemma. Whereby if one snitches on the other, the first one, prisoner A, will get off, without anything because he's given evidence, and the other one will go for 3 years. If the prisoner B snitches, prisoner A will go for 3 years, he gets off. If they both do not talk because you've got Angel there turning around and saying, no, it was nothing to do with this, it was a decoy, what, and chucks in people that we have not seen, right? Because he knows what he has said. You've got Henrietta turning around and saying, I do not care, a few people, whatever. You've got 50 people quiet, not knowing what to say. Yeah. You've got the 2 Indian, you've got the 1 Indian guy that we have not heard yet. You've got Macmillan that we're going to hear after. Guys, it is confusion. This is why the statements are not making sense, because we are looking at statements as if they are in a WhatsApp group. They are not. These people are covering themselves. and they're selling each other.
In Canary. He says, I didn't know I was being recorded. How many other people? Because this is ages ago. This is years ago when this was investigated.
2019.
Yeah, 2019.
They started 2019, yes.
Now people are going back into whatever deals that they were making and thinking, am I going to come out in a documentary? That deal that fell through. Am I one of the... No one knows what's going to come out in these next 3 episodes. That's the problem that they have. Who do you call?
Ghostbusters.
Ghostbusters was about to say that as well.
Oh, I just went out of the blues when Henrietta Urushkwaya was arrested, and it's within this period.
100%. But I think now you have to say you have to check in the aroma of arrogance. Yeah. Because normally, remember, here at this moment in time, they are dealing with criminals. That's what they think. Since 2018, until they were asked to comment on the thing, they thought they were dealing with criminals. Yeah. So you would not think a criminal will sell you out. Don't you? Both of you are criminals anyway. So to me, to my own analysis, the moment the Henrietta gets arrested, all the safety protocols of getting an
What the
Lord
Lord
of
of
the
the
Rings.
Rings.
Yes. We're Lord of the Rings episodes here. And Game of Thrones, all mixed in one. Guys, just come in. We give each other time to speak. So don't worry about raising it.
Mozi.
Thank you, Mercy, and the citizens and all the people in the space. I'm laughing because it's a problem when always you want to push propaganda. Well, there's no need for propaganda. And the other biggest mistake that is this ZANU-PF and the episode. You don't know what is coming. Why can they wait? You can just laugh. Well, you're fighting something that you don't know. Why can they wait? Now, this thing was happening for a long time. They were investigated for a long time. And they know that they've been in so many deals. The panic is they are asking themselves behind the corridors, hey, my friend, kupepa takaita uya anga aripera ere kuta uyu. Kupepa takaita Nigeria uya. So they even don't know. So that's they're panic now. They try to push propaganda and they're panicking. If I was me, I was going to say, guys, let's just stop everything and wait. yana rutendo nana mutize kubuda neku-SABC. Guys, you can't defend or protect something you don't know. What they are doing now is showing the world that they are being foolish, and even munozvachichatika kana tikaramba tichienda whatever zvachazotaura, no one will believe in them. Vanongonzi ava vekunyepa ava vekunyepa. So they were supposed to control propagandist avo. Guys, chimbomirai kubudisa statement, chimbomirai kutaura, because we don't know. We have been in so many deals, we don't know whether we've been recorded or not. Chimbomirai. But I don't know. I'm just laughing every day entire day. You know, we have been led by Dunderhead, and these are Dunderhead. They are now showing their Dunderhead.
There's a problem. There's a problem with defending. You know, defending, you come initially for the first time. Yeah, now you have to come for the all 4 episodes. After every 4 episodes to stay in your lane. Guys, we've got recordings that are coming in, phone call audio recordings of auxiliary code. Yeah, number 1 lady on the phone. No one knows what auxiliary code said. We've got the junior. No one knows what junior said. Yeah, we've got Mangunja. Maybe Mangunja is talking. No one knows. But the only thing we know is the people that were talking on the phone are telling people that they did not talk on the phone. Macmillan did not say, I bet you he did not say that, sorry, Mkoma, I checked your name in. Just kept quiet.
Yeah, looks like that. It looks like
I don't know.
I think it looks like the idea of name dropping, which is a good thing. Name dropping is good when you're trying to convince the customer to do business with you. But when you are name dropping and being recorded, that is the problem, because now you are mentioning people who had nothing to do with the deal that you are doing. So you just implicated all your friends all of a sudden. So yeah, these guys are seriously screwed. And I think one of the side effects from this also is going to be some of these people on social media who are speaking on behalf of the government and creating a whole nother narrative also. I think at some point, those people will be held accountable.
You are right. Today I see this this guy, the Seventh-day Adventist, the one who always support everything that comes in the way, by the name of Pan-Africanist. Who is this guy? I forget this Madala.
Dr.
Who was in South
Matanga.
Africa. Yeah, he's now criticizing this Hubert Angel.
Yes,
He was asking.
yes.
He was asking good questions. How can you say that you are taking out gold that was billions and billions of dollars, but we are not seeing anything that worth the billions of dollars in Zimbabwe? So can you if those are big questions that even a person who is now pushing this propaganda can ask himself, okay, we are protecting this thing, but where are we going with this thing? This is a shinging ship. Guys, let's get out of the shinging ship.
Yeah,
Thank you, guys.
So I was on a place with Matanga day before yesterday, and then I started the conversation about the smuggling because I sent him the documentary and he watched it. And when I brought it up, he was angry. He said, "Call, you send this recording to Mnangagwa now. You send it to him. Tell him he needs to get this guy arrested. Blah blah blah. Why is he hanging around with this thief and blah blah blah?" Right? And then the freaking people from ZANU all came on the space. And now Matanga's conversation switched around to where now he's agreeing with the ZANU PF people and he's only pointing a finger at Hubert Angel, right? So I'm like, you know what? These guys were Ziering Moto Mbava together. You can select one Mbava from the fire and say, I'll leave this one and take that one, right? They're fucking sitting at the fire together. So Matanga, I will guarantee you that guy, I was reading up on him yesterday. I find some articles, numerous articles saying he's a billionaire. That status that he has as a mouthpiece for these African juntas all over the place, and he becomes their spokesperson, and he is also traveling on that, what do they call it, diplomatic status. He became a diplomat. That's why he's always dropping names of very top officials, because he is the mouthpiece. So when he's visiting the country, they know that's Dr. Matanga is a diplomat. He's a billionaire from Europe. So Matanga, I guarantee you, has been also eating some of these dirty monies.
So, guys, we've got people that can't access the podcast. Is there anyone that can play that has 2 devices that can play here the podcast? Because some people they can't access the podcast. So anyone on the speakers that has 2 devices.
I think I can try. Let me see if I can try.
No worries, no. Thanks, bro. So guys,
Go on,
we are
Magneto.
trying to play. Magneto, go on.
Magneto has forgotten his name. He wants us to name drop him using his government name. Business partner Magneto.
Can I come in?
Go
Yes,
on,
go on.
Bonga.
Anyway, there is a saying that one who laughs last laughs louder. Today we are laughing. It's our turn. And I'm so excited at this news. Thanks to Al Jazeera for what the good work that they did. We knew about this, but we didn't have the evidence. Who are we anyway? And then what actually Al Jazeera did is to bring these things to our light, the nobodies, to know what's going on in our own country. Anyway, my advice to Ruramai, how are you going to spin when the partner is the president? How are you going to spin? This morning, Ruramai was saying, we are going to spin the whole document. There you are. Take it. We want to see how you are going to be spinning it. It's actually better for you, my advice, to keep quiet rather than until you get to the last episode, rather than saying whatever you're saying. Because your people whom you were supporting, they were caught. And to the Papa people, I'm very sorry. I understand what you are feeling. We felt the same when Bishop Nube was done. I am Catholic. I felt for him, and he was a good man, but he was caught pens down. But better for him, he resigned. He's no longer, anyway, the Archbishop of Bulawayo. I'm saying to Papa right now, what are you going to do? You were caught and you were saying it. But then again to Papa, if you know what's in someone's phone, if you know what someone is doing anyway, why can't you tell us what's in the 4 episodes before you even say anything? And then we can see. Or you create your own to say the whole story is this. Then we can know before the Al Jazeera will see. But anyway, we knew you were doing it. And sorry for the Java and all the runners and so forth. This is so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing, especially to my country, to us, the nobody. What you are doing, really, it has come in the open when everyone else is suffering. Guys, people home are suffering. And this comes not as a relief, but as a relief to know the truth. That's what was happening. We didn't know. We were told sanctions, whatever. But look at what these guys are doing. Would the country survive? Anyway, that's my take for this now.
Wangai, you remember that game that we used to play as children, where we go and spin 20 cents, and you spin it on the floor. Yeah, that is called spinning. But now, Wangai, there's a problem. You can't spin a roundabout. Yeah, it's too big. This is a roundabout. This cannot be spin. Only thing you have to do is just go around. You can't spin this. Move and Magneto.
Hey guys, pakaipa kutopisa chaipo. But then the question is like, ndakuvunza nini kuti vanhu vakafana naEd netimu yake, do they have any confidence or trust among each other? Because since the release of the first documentary, I don't think they've been talking. Because if that pastor, I don't know what, the prophet or angel, if he was talking to ED or if the group was talking, they will release the same statement, But it's like kana vari 10 vari 20 uyu angobuda nestatement yake uyu nestatement yake. Why are they not talking? Because no one is in prison now. They can still talk. So maybe that trust, it has been broken, or Angel is afraid to call ED, or ED is afraid to call Angel, or vice versa. Because why are they not talking? Then some, okay, can I put a statement? Ngaibude mndofunga kana 3-4 masi citizen maofuna Diamond. Tungoti kana statement ichibuda guys ngaibude namasi. And ndikuona maybe pane vanhu vakatowanda. Ndikuona ED paakatora chimuti anenge ane imwe timu yaaidhila nayo, timu yakabva aikanda pasi achibva ada kurecruita imwe timu nyowani. That's what I'm seeing. Because with that powers that he's got, why is he behaving like that? Right now, kana ndikati 2018 akachigwina, I don't think so. Haana ambochigwina. Ndikutoona kunge maybe mavhoti akapiwa chamisa 2.1 they are real, but ED handifunge kuti akasvika kana 800,000. I don't think so.
Do you know where you are so right, Mofu? Kuti, you have to imagine, Kuti, these people are not in prison. They are not in any police custody. There's no one who's holding them anywhere. They are actually free in their own countries, free to talk. But they seem unable. I think now they don't trust.
Yeah, I don't understand it, my sister. And kana madeals akadai sister, kana zvikanzi mofu ndo vapanyanga vari president. I'm not that stupid kuti maybe ndoita madhiri akadaro pasiri pahome ground. Dai vanhu vaida kutenga gold varivo vanotouya muZimbabwe, kwete kuti ndinoita madeals kunodiscussa kumba kwaDiamond kuti Diamond ndichakuigira 5 kg yembanje musi weFriday. I'm not that silly. Kana Diamond achidzira anouya kuzotora mba kwangu. But maybe kama madhiri acho achidzira madhiri akadaro, so I don't understand it. Not ungati iwewe masi ndigiro ndoda 1 kg yepowder ndokuti awo masi nozati handichabva kuLiverpool ndokuigira. Then you are so silly. Mofu yamutore mega kana muchida. Zvinokuwana in between there zvazvenyu. But kana vachinodiscussa kutengesa nyika, not on the home soil. I don't understand. Wangu, thank you.
Yeah, what could be the country, the worst case we expect out in the Chabuda per video? The worst that we can say this is the worst. We are not expecting it.
President.
What's your worst case scenario, Hilary?
No,
That the president
I'm asking you guys, what is the worst case? Not is the worst.
In my worst has already happened. 2 of my worst. Last week I said there is no way that we are even going to hear Mnangagwa's name mentioned. He's too big. He's the president. Why would anybody need to use his name? Vanoita deal maybe on his behalf, but I did not expect it. I did not expect anyone to just chuck his name like that as an associate. It's just bizarre. You would think that you would say, yeah, and I can do the deal between me, Knife, and Diamond. Even if me, Knife, and Diamond have got a bigger boss, we would leave the boss out. But Macmillan, I think it's because he is also a big boss. There's no point in mentioning smaller people than him. So for him to legitimize himself, he went to the top. And he wasn't even saying it as if this would make the entirety. He said it flippantly. But now it joins up. You know those missing links. Now we know why Henrietta is where Henrietta is. Now we understand why Macmillan is at the position he is as a white person. Now, so it's just flippant statements that they
But
say.
Masi, if it is an audio like me, Hilary saying, Chamisa, ndutaura naye every day. Chamisa, oh, picture yangu irindina Chamisa.
He didn't say that.
No. I'm saying something like that. It's just an audio, maybe me, Hilary recorded it.
No, but if you say you are now implicated in one of the biggest money laundering deals involving gold, then you mention Kuti, the last time I was also arrested, the partner that I did not mention in my case that I protected, my partner is Chamisa. What are we meant to say there? Because Rico, he did get arrested and he did come out in Zimbabwe.
And he spent 60 days, and he says the current president, it can't be, it cannot be Mugabe, unless I don't know. It cannot be Mugabe because it is the current president of this time that we are talking today. Yeah, and even if you listen to, if I had not spoken too soon.
The West case, because West case hapa, yandru kufungira kuti maybe vanhu muri kutarisira kaya munofanira kutarisa is ED recorded a video him saying something.
No,
unless
if there's nothing like that, then guys, I don't want to lie. Apana, because
no.
Yeah.
What do you mean? How do you mean?
This is why now I was so silent about it. Kushka lingering part for Buddha. Because Pagabuda video, that would be the worst case. Maybe I don't know what happened, then Maga record it. But as long as it is my audio is
it depends what you think the outcome of this would be.
That's exactly what I was going to ask him as well. Having said that, go ahead.
No, Zimbabwean is crazy enough to expect Kuti, the ZRP is now going to Gogota in ED's house and say, Mkuru, takuku sunga. That's not what Zimbabweans are talking about.
Right. And also, this is why I was saying, this is not shocking news to Zimbabweans. And even they say, ED is corrupt. Like it is. You have been talking about ED are corrupt since Menoma spaces Bakatanga. Could ED anima minds Gushurugui, ED Namuda, Vanima minds. You have been talking about this for many years. So
there's a difference between talking about something, because someone can always say, so what?
Exactly. This is why I'm saying, audios only are not enough. Audios not showing even gold.
Enough for what?
Let's play the podcast. I have the podcast ready to go.
Okay, let's listen to the podcast, guys. Let's close our mics and one person play the podcast, then we listen to it.
Okay, it's coming up. Tell me if the sound is good.
I'm in a helicopter speeding down the Zambezi River. The sun is low in the sky. And the green expanse of the Kalahari Basin looks like a forest fire. A thick cloud of white smoke rising hundreds of meters into the air. But as the chopper wheels around, it's clear this is no fire. Oh man, look at that. The mighty Zambezi roars over a cliff and disappears into a billowing cloud of mist. So it just drops off the face of the earth. The Lozi people call this place Mosi Oatonya, the smoke that thunders. But most people know it by its English name, Victoria Falls. Tucked away in the northwest corner of Zimbabwe, on the Zambian border, lies the largest waterfall on Earth. Twice as tall and twice as wide as Niagara. Now we're coming up on a big overlook. And from the ground, it's somehow even more impressive. And it's so green. I mean, there's vegetation hugging the base of the rock as water just rushes by, just gallons and gallons of white water. Some have been known to burst into tears upon seeing it for the first time. I mean, that is just this view. It's hard to put into words. Fortunately for us, the first white man to see these falls, Dr. David Livingston. Dr. Livingston, I presume. Yes, that Dr. David Livingston. Thankfully, he was not so tongue-tied. He said famously, "Scenes so lovely must have been gazed upon by angels in their flight." What he didn't say, nor has anyone save a small group who run Zimbabwe these days, is, you know what this place needs? A casino. The AJI unit has spent years undercover with the people who seem determined to strip this land of every last ounce of money and minerals.
As long as you grease the wheels in Africa, you grease the wheels. There's no issue.
A vast network of criminality made possible by this land's greatest gift and perhaps greatest curse, gold.
Gold is easy. We can do it right now. We can make the call right now and it's done.
By the end of this series, this gold mafia will open the books on one of the biggest money laundering operations in the world.
There is an opportunity, a hell of a big opportunity to wash money.
It is shocking how blatant the scheme is.
They will reveal the ruthless tactics they use to crush their opponents.
Do you live by the gun, you die by the gun.
And agree to a deal that would push the limits of their greed and selfishness to an almost absurd degree. A deal that would permanently deface this natural wonder of the world by turning Victoria Falls into a Zimbabwean version of Las Vegas, complete with a mega casino.
Let me just say to you, what you want to do is happening. You have got the president.
And by the end, the hard-learned lessons of dealing with gangsters and smugglers and the corrupt leaders who enable them is they're just like the falls. There is no bottom in sight.
I'm looking straight at it, and you can't see where it hits water because that's just all wet. I mean, it's really getting wet here.
This is a world where everything is for sale and everything has a price. And they mean everything. Even the smoke that thunders. This is Al Jazeera Investigates. I'm Kevin Herzog. Welcome to Gold Mafia, Episode 1, The Skeleton Key. It's early. The sun's not even up over Zimbabwe's capital, Harare. But signs of an economy in freefall line the streets. Hundreds of people are laid out on cardboard boxes, just waiting.
Sleeping outside the bank is the only way some Zimbabweans can get cash. There have been cash shortages for months because the government is broke. Some banks have limited withdrawals to $50 a day.
Our colleague, Haru Matasa, has been reporting on this subject for years.
3 days. We spent 3 days, let's just say 3 nights. We come and sleep out here. Maybe tomorrow I'll withdraw a little money.
It's painful. We leave our families at home. Sleep put here in the dark, in the cold, sleeping on cardboard boxes. We don't even remember what our beds feels like anymore. It is disgraceful.
Most of us take banking for granted. If you put your money in the bank, you're pretty confident you can get it out whenever you want. But in places like Zimbabwe, there simply isn't enough cash to go around. And what's worse is the money they do have is constantly losing value. Historically, Zimbabwe has suffered some of the worst inflation in the world.
Things are tight. Things are really tight.
The country has been under Western sanctions since 2002 because of election rigging and human rights abuses.
Now that Robert Mugabe has stepped down as Zimbabwe's president after 37 years in power, the focus shifts.
Zimbabwe's longtime ruler, Robert Mugabe, was ousted by a military coup in 2017. But the sanctions remain, and the people are still dealing with the fallout in the form of high unemployment, supply shortages, and continued hyperinflation. When the people don't trust the local currency, they turn to a currency they do trust. And in this case, it's US dollars. And those dollars are in high demand, both on the streets, where a black market economy dominates, and at the Reserve Bank, which is often desperately low on foreign currency reserves. The reason that's a problem is because the local currency has no international value, which means that all imports must be paid in dollars. So the Zimbabwean government hatched a plan to stockpile foreign currency by leveraging its most precious natural resource. And that resource is gold. Mountains. That's right, gold. The obsession of people throughout history, from old King Midas. Gold, gold, gold. I worship it. I closer, Lenny.
Oh, I know what it is. You're the biggest man in the world now. And you're covered in gold.
14-karat gold. Zimbabwe has a lot of gold, but not a lot of dollars. As a solution, the government engages licensed gold traders with enough cash to pay the gold miners on its behalf. I'm going to bring in one of the lead investigators on this story to help explain how the system works. Here's my iUnit colleague, Alexander James.
So they license gold buyers whose job it is to go out to the small-scale gold miners and buy up the gold. These gold traders can then export that gold and sell it for US dollars. The stipulation of doing that is that the returns of those sales, they need to come back to Zimbabwe. Therefore, bringing more hard currency, more US dollars into the country. So they are richly rewarded for their role in this.
Sounds like a pretty good plan. So why hasn't it alleviated Zimbabwe's financial pain? I mean, things are not going great. Inflation is rampant. 3/4 of the population lives on less than $5.50 a day. And people still have to line up in front of the bank in the morning. Well, what we discovered early on is that at every step of the way, the people tasked with executing this plan and fixing these problems are, in fact, making them worse. And rather than use Zimbabwe's great wealth of gold to help the people, many of the country's gold traders, civil servants, and political elites are scamming the system, laundering vast sums of money and enriching themselves. And the only way to expose it was to go undercover to see how they do it. That's after a quick break.
Hello, I'm Charles Dance, your narrator for Hindsight, an original podcast by Al Jazeera. We carry on exploring the lives of history's most notable figures, from Rosa Parks to Pol Pot. We meet the people who changed the way we think about our world and those who left it marked by their infamy. Hindsight from Al Jazeera, wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, let's explain how we approached this investigation. We dispatched undercover reporters to Zimbabwe back in 2019. They posed as representatives of wealthy Hong Kong criminals on the lookout for someone to help launder millions of dollars they've made through illegal activity. Remember, in those days, it was not a great time to have a ton of illicit money stashed in Hong Kong.
Police in Hong Kong are trying to break up more protests. It's the 24th straight weekend of unrest, and anger at security forces is growing.
The city was in crisis, with Beijing pushing to take control of the former autonomous region. So our undercovers pretended that they needed help getting their ill-gotten fortune out of Hong Kong quickly. And they wanted to find ways for their dirty cash to look legitimate in the process. Soon enough, they'd found just the man to help them do it.
Been in gold since I was 19. I went to jail first time for gold when I was 21, so that would be 91.
Ewan McMillan is one of Zimbabwe's most notorious gold smugglers. Despite being a lifetime criminal, he's actually one of those authorized gold buyers hired by the government.
And then I went to do a lot of prison, in the 90s.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
So how does a twice convicted gold smuggler land such a lucrative government gig? Well, in this undercover recording, he gives us a big hint.
And you won't believe this, my partner is the president. I did 60 days in prison. And my partner is the new president.
McMillan claims that he went to prison to protect his former partner. He says that former partner is the current president of Zimbabwe, Emerson Mnangagwa, who replaced Mugabe in 2017.
And he was my partner. So made on to camera. We're talking, what, 98, 2000? I got sent to very ginormous black guys. And they said, you know who your partner is. Don't mention it or your life will get so much worse.
Okay, Alexander James, let's dive into the details of the undercover operation.
So let me introduce you to our undercover team first. We have Mr. Stanley, who's the money.
That's the purpose of our visit. We have to know how you can facilitate us, so to move all the money, and how we can operate.
Mr. Stanley has made absolutely no secret that his cash is illicitly obtained. He represents a whole address book of shady businessmen in Hong Kong and Macau who have started to attract the unwanted attention of the Chinese government. Then we have his sidekick, Miss Sin, who's really the brains of the operation and kind of make sure Mr. Stanley stays on track.
Just to be honest, there's a lot of cash that we need to get out of Hong Kong and Macau because we want to leave it in.
And then we have Johnny, and he is a long-term business partner of Mr. Stanley's, and he's the money mover, moving finance across the world outside the banks.
So let to explain to him. You collect the money, cash from Hong Kong, bring it to Dubai.
Okay, so you know the team who we'll hear from periodically throughout this Gold Mafia series. You know the problem. They need to wash millions in dirty money, and they need it done quickly. And they found the perfect partner in Ewan McMillan, aka Mr. Gold.
It was a chance meeting at a bar. A certain element of chance, because we knew that would be the sort of place he would go to. He introduced himself as Mr. Gold, and the rest flowed from there.
McMillan's a large man with tousled hair and a ruddy complexion. He likes to drink and he likes to talk. And he's all charm when he greets our undercover team at a safari lodge in Zimbabwe.
Cheers, my dear friend. Cheers.
Yeah.
Thank you. There is an opportunity, a hell of a big opportunity to wash money here.
What McMillan says to our undercovers is that you can give me your dirty cash. You can arrange for your courier to come and meet my courier airside in Dubai airport with a bag of cash, and he will take that into Zimbabwe.
And I do 200 kilos a week. That's what we do, buy and sell.
Just to put that into perspective, 1 kilogram is worth about $60,000 US. 200 kilograms is $12 million a week.
Now, what would normally happen is we bank the gold, get the US dollars, and fly it home to Zimbabwe. If you want to bring $500,000 here, and you want some money in a bank account in Dubai, that you can do, because it's an export of gold.
Now, when Macmillan lands at Harare, he will declare that cash, but he will say that this cash is the proceeds from this gold export that we've just done. So in that moment, a customs form is signed, it's stamped, and that cash becomes clean because it has an origin.
And then when they come and they say, right, well, where did this money come from? There's a contract back to Dubai, back to Zimbabwe, and the profit is 3 million a week of gold, which is coming legitimately, paperwork and everything into Dubai.
The only place that you can do this scam, the only place that can work is Zimbabwe, because Zimbabwe is a cash US dollars economy.
Macmillan buys his gold from hundreds of small-scale miners in Zimbabwe. They call them artisanal miners, which sounds much fancier than it is. In reality, the miners work in brutal conditions, with small shovels in the hot summer sun and in the dark cold of winter. But the miners don't care about the origin of the funds. They just want to be paid for their labor, so cash works great.
See, the contract I have with the government is I don't have to produce paperwork. So when a person comes to sell me gold, I don't have to write his name down. I don't have to do anything.
The money laundering involves Macmillan selling gold in Dubai and placing the funds in an account that Mr. Stanley has set up.
That's your money. What we're doing is we're taking the legal gold, selling it in Dubai legally.
Mr. Stanley's dirty money is then taken back to Zimbabwe. Macmillan will pretend that it's the proceeds from the sale of gold.
The only legal thing is you giving me the US dollars out of Hong Kong. But they don't know that. So they just think that I'm depositing gold in Dubai, selling gold in Dubai, and I'm leaving it there.
So there it is. Gold is the skeleton key that unlocks this money laundering. 1, our undercovers give Macmillan dirty cash. 2, Macmillan uses that cash to buy gold from artisanal miners in Zimbabwe. And 3, he sells that gold in Dubai. In 3 easy steps, their dirty money turns into clean money sitting in a Dubai bank account. Rinse and repeat. Devilishly simple and completely illegal.
It is shocking how blatant the scheme is.
Lakshmi Kumar, Policy Director at Global Financial Integrity. She's an expert in anti-corruption and the global gold trade.
What you see here, the blatant attitude with which this criminal enterprise is being discussed, is the confidence they have that on either side of the equation, no one cares. Whether it's Zimbabwe, whether it's UAE, it gives you a sense of how few questions are asked on either side.
But if Macmillan's plan to use Zimbabwe gold to wash dirty money isn't bad enough, he has another trick up his sleeve. One he comes up with when we tell him just how much money we want to clean.
Mr. Stanley suggests he wants to launder 3 million a week. Zimbabwe doesn't actually have enough gold to do what the money launderers need for it to do.
This is where Macmillan's past as a gold smuggler really comes in handy.
If you're doing 300 kilos, 300, but then we'd have to fly the, because it's not 300, you can't buy 300 kilos of gold here. No, it's not. But you can buy it in the sun. So.
How do you buy in the gold? Through the airport?
No.
Yeah.
We have our own airplane.
And just in case you missed that, he said, we have our own airplanes.
Sorry. Sorry. No, we do it all the time. It doesn't come here legally. We make a plan. To South Africa, with South Africa to Lesotho, from there, light aircraft, in hidden compartments, in from there to another place, car pick it up, bring it in. It costs money.
But even after all the costs, it's a good margin, though. Amazing.
If you look at data produced by the United Nations that follows global trade, you will see that the UAE declares substantial amounts of gold for export. But Zimbabwe doesn't record any gold imports.
The gold can even be carried by couriers flying in business class. Smuggling seems so easy.
How much can you fly in one time?
50 kilos. That's per person.
50 kilos
Per person.
How many people?
We have as many as you want, okay? we fly in 150 used to a week. 150, 200 a week.
Just to be clear, he's talking about buying gold in Dubai and secretly flying the load back to Zimbabwe via a few other countries and passing it off as locally mined gold, only to then resell it again in Dubai.
Wow. What's amazing is that it is pure just a money laundering scheme.
Once again, anti-corruption expert Lakshmi Kumar.
What I find interesting, which I would have thought would have been the default way, is that they land in Zimbabwe, pay off the customs guy to look the other way, and they move the gold in. But they're choosing not to do that. It is much more secretive, much more cloak and dagger. They control the purchase of the gold. They control the transport of the gold. They control the refining of the gold. Nothing is left to chance. And it is an incredibly sophisticated operation, one I've not come across.
This is important for a number of reasons. Aside from the brazenness of it all, it's an excellent example of why gold is such a useful commodity for illicit actors. A skeleton key of criminality. That's because it's really easy to disguise where gold comes from. All you have to do is melt it down, tweak the composition of impurities, and it's untraceable. You know, there's a statistic that you often hear about when you start researching gold. All the gold ever mined can fit inside 3 Olympic-sized swimming pools. It's a mind-blowing image because it means your gold ring or your gold necklace could very plausibly date back to ancient Egypt or the Incas or King Solomon. Over the centuries, it's all just been melted down, blended together, and sold and resold and resold.
I think what is great from a criminal perspective is gold has the ability to erase its history and write itself a new story about where it comes from. There is no way to concretely establish an audit trail, if you're using the technical term.
McMillan explains how he can refine gold bought in Dubai to make it seem like gold mined in Zimbabwe.
So we take 2 kgs of 99.999 and we add it with 1 kg of Zimbabwe gold. Smelt it, and they know nothing. Because it still has the trace elements of Zimbabwe gold, but only a third. So when they check it, they say, oh, well, the trace elements are all there.
We put our findings to Mr. McMillan, but he did not respond to our inquiries.
I wonder why.
McMillan makes a pretty strong pitch to our undercovers. But even he admits he's not the only game in town. There's a rival gold mafia gang competing for his business.
I'm one of 2. I told you, I'm not the biggest. I'm number 2 in gold.
Who's the number 1?
He's a Kenyan, bloody Kenyan.
And it turns out the number 1 is a household name and the brains behind one of the biggest scandals in Kenyan history. And he spilled his secrets to our undercover team. Next time on Al Jazeera Investigates.
He moved to Zimbabwe and he's doing another money laundering operation with a tried and tested gold.
And wait till you hear what a retired FBI agent thinks about it after viewing our evidence.
Pastor Paul should be investigated for evading sanctions and go to jail. I mean, really.
Oh, yeah. And there's that casino they want to build on one of the 7 natural wonders of the world. It's all coming up on future episodes of Gold Mafia.
This is going to be beautiful. Wow. There you go, folks. Marinade.
Okay.
Conti, this casino thing that keeps coming up, are they planning another haste or something?
Yeah, it turns out. So it turns out
that.
Yeah, go on. Sorry.
No, go.
So on the casino, they proposed it.
Because I'm.
So what they did.
Going to hear.
Yeah, go on, sorry.
The casino.
Oh yeah. So they proposed it. Yeah. Remember, the first crew is trying to launder 1.2 billion. Yeah, that is the first amount. That's not the only amount. So the first amount of laundering that will go through a code. Then the second amount, then it will be proposed that the second amount, rather than to go through code, why don't you invest it in a casino? Yeah. Why a casino? A casino is a cash a company as well. Yeah. So it goes through a lot of cash. So now you can build your casino there in Victoria Falls. It will bring in a lot of cash. Then in the lot of cash you are going to put in, now you've got a base to launder through the casino now. Yeah. And where is the best place to build a casino? 7 wonders of the world. Why not Vegas City?
Yes. So that would be a mega deal. That would be an investment.
Make a deal.
Make a deal with Protect Casino. Okay.
Despite the aesthetic of the Victoria Falls, we don't care about that. F it. Why not? Yeah. What is trees and water? Magneto and
I don't want you to be cold, do we?
Thank you, everybody.
Please.
Guys, this is heartbreaking. But my take is, I think on the episodes to come, for me, on a hunch, 99.9% chances we are going to see Mnangagwa on camera. Because if we are to look what happened before, about 2 months ago or so, Passion Java brought this Nigerian musician. The moment they landed at Harare airport, they went straight to State House. Meaning to say, Mnangagwa is on speed dial of Passion Java. And if we see then people who have been to State House, definitely there is no way these people doing business for Mnangagwa wouldn't be invited for a meeting. 99.9% chance, I believe, at one point, these people were invited to State House. And you wouldn't be surprised to see Mnangagwa in one of those videos. Then the other thing, for me, I had an encounter, I think sometime in January, to do with smuggling. I was in Zimbabwe around the Rutenga area. So I was driving, it was during the night. I hit a cow. The car couldn't move. I had to leave the car at Rutenga Growth Point and jumped onto a bus. That was this last January. So when I got onto the bus was full, standing passengers. It was coming from South Africa. But when I got into the bus, I stood next to 3 police officers. They were in uniform, armed with their AK-47. So we just started talking with these guys. They told me they were coming from Bedbridge. Apparently, their duty was diplomatic escorts. They were escorting trucks loaded with minerals up until they got to the South African side. No searching, no nothing. And from the way they were talking, these guys, they were even talking amongst themselves. Or say, when is your next trip? Saying, this time I think I'm going to Plumtree. And the guy was saying, plum tree is better because the guys at plum tree, they give you food. And they were talking, police guys stationed at plum tree gives them food. And they were not happy always coming to Bedbridge because the others at Bedbridge don't give them food. So these trucks escorted by fully uniformed police officers, loaded with minerals. For who? They didn't disclose the owner of the trucks, but joining the dots, then definitely the trucks belongs to Mnangagwa. Then the last thing before I land, in the last hour, I received some audios that are just circulating around. It seems those who lost in the elections, they are now throwing Mnangagwa under the bus. There is one from, I wish I could play it. There is one from Temba Mliswa. He's actually saying, forget about Hubert Angel, forget about all these other guys. The problem with gold smuggling, Mnangagwa is the one who appoints Hubert Angel. Mnangagwa is the one who is giving permission to the Chinese. So whenever you're having problems with the Chinese, forget about the Chinese. The problem lies with the appointing authority, and the appointing authority is Mnangagwa. And it was clear you were saying Mnangagwa is the problem. And it's on audio, and that audio is circulating. It's falling apart. Anyway, thank you.
Hey, check this out, guys. So you know that the Belarusian president was in Zimbabwe a few weeks ago, sometime last month, right? Okay, so put the picture together. Belarus and Russia, they are pretty much one entity, right? Just have a border and they work together. So when immediately before the Belarusian guy came, Russia made a statement that right now they have a cryptocurrency which they have released, and that cryptocurrency is backed by gold, right? So now you'll start putting the connections between why Belarus is going to be sending you guys a bunch of tractors. If you really believe it's tractors, then there's something wrong with you. That's going to be a lot of weapons and armory that's going to be coming in these trucks, all going through the same process of this this method of washing money.
comment because kana yabatana soka iri kunetsa ona kuti tizonyatso break down to my pieces twese. Right now in apa andina side, please I know I'm ndo supporters on PF most of the times, but apa andina side kusvika 4 episodes zabuda because munozonzi maimboti.
So it won't work for us to keep breaking it down every 2 minutes for you who's waiting for 4 episodes.
Yeah, but
so
okay,
you
all
might as well
help me understand this part.
Listen, we are not here to convince you. That's not the intention. We are not here to represent your fears at all.
Yeah.
We are just here to represent what we have watched. If you are struggling in your 30 minutes of listening, now it's an hour of listening. It's okay.
No.
I'm
not arguing, Mas. I'm not arguing.
Yeah, so
arguing.
Listen to what others are finding. They don't need to break it to 2-minute sections, right? They are okay with it in the chunk of 30 minutes. Where you wait for the 4 episodes, because now you are commenting before 4 episodes, but you are saying you are waiting for 4 episodes. Can you see how counterproductive that is?
This is why I'll be just pausing.
So be a listener. Be a listener.
Yeah.
It's okay to be a listener.
All right, it's okay,
it's fine.
Masi, you have made your point. This is why I'm posing more questions than commenting.
Wait for 4 episodes.
All right. Yes,
because
to Citizen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Citizen.
Don't be late. Just wait for your 4 episodes.
It's fine.
It will
fine,
be your 4-hour
resource. It's okay, Masi.
Same with me, Hillary. Same with me. Guys, the days of COVID, you know, sometimes with me, I don't mind the ones that say this is fake. I don't mind. That's very good. Guys, we've got 4 hours. It's not like at the end, the main actors are going, hold on. It's not like at the end, the main actors are going to come out and say, oh, sorry, we did not do anything and we did not die. No, the movie is going to end. The main actor, we will see which main actor is surviving, which one is going to die. So it's not like the Al Jazeera is going to come at the episode 4 and say, sorry guys, we just joke, April Fool's Day. No.
All right.
No,
April
Fool's
this is
Day.
why I'm saying I'll be posing more questions, like question to understand, not to argue. All right. And this part,
Hillary.
Can you wait, Mercy, one moment.
I'm the co-host.
Mercy is the co-host.
I'm the co-host, not you. Now, this is how me and Citizen function. This disrupt tactic that you have. I have debated, argued, and fought with people in ZANU-PF who are better than you at this style. If you go back to your team, they'll tell you, I don't have that tolerance at all. Now, I do not waste...
Of what? Am I arguing?
No, listen.
No, listen.
Okay,
and I'm not arguing. I'm not asking that.
You from listener.
Just a debate.
Okay.
It's not a debate.
I'll talk to you from listener. I'll talk to you from listener.
Hey, Mkoma, if you want, you can click the link.
Let me tell him. In other platforms where people indulge you, because I don't know, for whatever reason, in I don't indulge you. This platform was started by me and Citizen Z after listening to a podcast that he used his time to find. And we're here to indulge what we watched. We have an interest in that. No one is forced to come and listen to it with us. No one. You can leave. It's okay. It's not like we need you to become a speaker. No, we are not scared of our own analysis being wrong. Don't get it twisted that we need to be right. No, we can analyze and be wrong and come back next week and say no, now I get it. So if you are waiting for 4 episodes, guess what? This is episode number 1. Wait for 4 episodes. Don't come here and tell us you are waiting for 4 episodes. The people who are on speaker are interested in episode 1 and podcast number 1. It's as simple as that. Yenda kumba kwako, waste your own 30 minutes and your own Wi-Fi. Don't come here and tell us what you are not interested in, or what your fears after this will be, or what you may not achieve, because you don't know what we want to achieve from this. So today we are not doing what you've experienced in other platforms, where they let you wawata, disrupt, and then you indulge your nonsense. I don't pay you your 10 pounds, and you don't share your 10 pounds with me. So, Inini, I am saying to you, fuck off. If you've never been told that in any Zimbabwean platform before, fuck off. There are 174 people here, and you have ZBC to go and analyze it, lie to Anagogo, spin it how you want. But Pano, I think it's Citizen Z's Wi-Fi as host. It's actually a very good Wi-Fi. It's green energy, sponsored by people who like environmental issues. Inini Yangu is housewife sponsored. Yako is 10 pounds sponsored by ZANU-PF. Go waste it on ZBC, or go and talk in a newspaper of your liking. Pano, we don't indulge ZANU-PF, and we don't make any attempt to pretend that we are not partial. We are impartial. We are not fucking impartial. We hate ZANU-PF. I think, Citizen, you will agree. Have you ever lied to them before?
No, don't lie.
100%
Come
haters of ZANU-PF.
come
Take
out
that to
straight.
your master and feed it to you. Won't get impartiality here. We do not babysit you. Yendai muno kuthiwa ikwenzani ukumunyisa ngesishona. Go and yamwa kumba kwenyu. Pano, you will not be suckling from us. Go to platform kwenyu. Don't even request the mic and come and want to tell us what you are not interested in. Wait for episode 4, open a platform and discuss it there. Apa, we are here, haters of ZANU-PF, enjoying what is in the and we will do that every day. So I hope we understand each other. There's no impartiality, Pano. It's strictly ED matter type of platform. So let's continue.
Hey, good evening, beautiful people. Good morning, afternoon. Yeah, I was also following when I joined in, following a nice submission. Yeah, we're talking about gold. So when he was talking about the Russia and Belarus, I wanted to also to divert from the gold a little bit, Kuti. Do we also know, Kuti, you know, the barrier pipeline, if you will, it's also run by Russia, together with Kuda, Tagwire, and so there's Sakunda, and then the Zuba company, which was BP, and it's owned by this so-called President ED. So they're just running everything. Russia people, together with whatever the gold thing. So it's not just the gold. So yeah, so Russia is heavily involved. That's what I wanted to say, just adding to what Knife was submitting.
Marcy, can I jump in? I just want people to retweet this space. And I need that terror and the guy. Guys, my head is spinning. I'll just drop for now. I'm not okay right now because of this.
You're going to lie it out. Hold on. It's how you're going to lie it out.
I don't want to lie to you. We have put a criminal for a president. It's a serious problem. A pure criminal is president right now. If the guy you are thinking is the chief thief. I've said this before. Emerson Mnangagwa is the chief thief. They lied to us and said that we are getting rid of the criminals around the presidency. I think I've said before, today, it's the presidency around the criminals. Guys, and I don't want to lie to you. I may not, after 4 episodes, what's going to happen, but I'm flawed, like just to the last.
Go on.
Okay. I think for the government within that because that because the problem that they've got is that simply say just and that already had the president and taking place in this podcast. Find so they for him to see embarrassing was and this yeah
this was not to know. I don't think anything you can effect to that nature. It's just for you to know. But I also think you are right. At this stage, there is no reason for him to. They've already enjoyed whatever bounty he allowed them. Now, send them to Chikurupi. Pretend you're doing the right thing. Leave one or two of them to suffer there for 3-4 years. Some for 6 months, others clandestinely make escape. But to just sit and keep defending this nonsense without us knowing what else will come out is stupid.
yeah
It's stupid because they'll panic and they'll start to say more. Nilta.
I just wanted to say, for me, I suppose, yeah, I know there isn't going to be any arrest of his co-president, but in order to hold on to the bits that I have left, I would just find a way to exit that chair and go be something else, somewhere else, and whatever, and away from public space. Because unfortunately, there is a lot more attention going to be paid, not just to him, but to all those people, especially his family. And some of these things might not come to roost now, but the future has its own way of judging the past, which we may not be able to predict. Like we have seen, like if we were to dedicate to fixing this whole thing into the future for the whatever longest time we want to, we could equally just have the determination of the of the Holocaust survivors who decided to go after the Nazis and are still going after them today. That's a possibility. But at the same time, like listening to this, I was also thinking they mentioned Kuti they went into Zimbabwe in 2019. Sakadai COVID isina kuitika. This thing could have come out sooner. And it's interesting to see Kuti, if it had come out sooner, what are the things that could have changed or happened? Because Zimbabwe started saying we're open for business. And 2019, hakusi kure kure since 2017. And we are looking at that, Kuti, at that point, they were already quite well established. This thing had been going for quite a good while. And all the other like little squabbles that we thought were little that were happening in ZANU that were not quite clear had Marut Sachona in some of this stuff. And we are just looking at gold at the moment. We're not looking at all the other minerals. And this is on the back of, say, America building its army base in Zambia. And for me, it's like Cold War that never ended. It's now closer to our home than it was before. And how much of ourselves are going to be sacrificed. I don't know have another word. It's also just sacrifice for the pockets of some people in whatever way, because we are pawns, we are the nobodies, the poor, the undeserving, who don't get anything, even vanochera gold vachona utombo vaone life dzavo kuti dzaotiwa zvakadii. And in all this, people are coming out to defend and say, it doesn't say anything, it doesn't mean anything, as if it's not costing some people their lives, because most people are being forced to go and dig for gold because there's no other way of survival. And when Varukufa, the numbers are not recorded, nobody talks about it. They are non-entities, but the cost is very, very high. And we have opened doors to people who are non-criminals to say, come and do business in the state house with the president. Even if akabuda akati handizvisivi, anotadza kuziva sei muzukuru wake ari kurana zvinhu izvi ari akaappointiwa. Those are the questions for me that I have. But to say Feska, I hope, because I'm thinking, even if the president is not in this, but if his wife is in one of the videos, that's him. How do you then come out of that? Because you asked earlier, what's the worst case scenario? I think if it's not his face there, we are going to find someone much closer that then you can't say deny kuti he can't not have known what was going on. Saka achiti mari iri kuuya iri kubvepi? Because zvakangofanana kuti if your wife is coming in bringing thousands, which is what basa rake ndere cleaning, you have to ask yourself kuti 1,000 per day inobvepi if the job is cleaning. What exactly are they cleaning? And the not knowing part then becomes doubtful, especially if you're a president and you're anti-corruption and you're anti all those things that are going to bleed the country dry. So I think we have seen the worst case scenario. The only thing is evidence will come up and we'll get to see. But if they are not in the video, I think that will be like the luck of the Irish, as they say. They were just fortunate. But right now, I think everyone is on the screen. That's why this thing is coming up. And some of the statements being made now, well, it was not whose voice, it was not that voice, we knew whatever, when we haven't seen the rest of the videos, and now the audios are coming to with another narrative. We're not done yet. Yeah. Anyway, I guess the best thing is to see what's going to happen, but I would say step away from presidency and let the next election run with different people and all those people around him. Yeah, name each other. Right now, I'm so glad they are not making a statement as a group, because everyone is talking on their own, which means whatever they are going to try to do together is not going to hold water, because they've already started contradicting each other at the very beginning, because I guess they are afraid to be seen together, because if they are seen together, it will mean they are planning to say something against what's being said. So unless one phone is registered, right now to be seen together, to be heard talking about each other is now dangerous. So each man for himself, and a man of Adzimu for us all, made all for us. Thank you.
Hey, I have a question for you guys all there who are the brilliant politicians and political scientists. This is an impeachable offense. If it's found to be that there is some kind of actual criminal network which does lead to the presidency, this is something impeachable, right? Why wouldn't the oppositions kind of maybe look at it in that approach and weigh it out and see how, if this is an impeachable offense? You know what I mean? Just saying.
The opposition doesn't have enough votes in parliament to impeach the president.
Oh boy.
But you're also assuming that all of them are not involved in that whole thing.
Oh, you mean some of the opposition involved in smuggling too?
Let's not assume what we have not seen. Let's deal with what we have seen, because we do this all the time. We try and displace. We try and say, let's finger people when we don't want to talk about what is being fingered. Why do we do that? Why do we look for ghosts when we have real actors? What are we looking for ghosts for? Konzanani, you've been trying, and then Mupender.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask a question. How does our law work in our constitution? Because as far as I can remember, that panorama investigations. The Iceland Prime Minister, they managed to force him out of power because of that. So I'm like, how does our constitution and law work if such a thing happens, and then in a place like Iceland they manage to force a prime minister out of power? Even the Pakistan prime minister was also implicated. How do we how do we manage to evade such situation? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer or whatsoever. I'm just a scientist. Because this is just too much. For me, I think personally, as Zimbabweans, we just need to get rid of ZANU-PF. They just need to go. Anyway, yeah, give me an answer, people.
Okay, guys. Sorry, we've got people waiting. So if we can talk and give other people chances, then we come back and recycle. That would be amazing. Yeah. So yeah, go on, Oted.
Okay. Yeah, let me go down myself.
Yeah, I was saying that it's to the discretion of those politicians.
You need to add another co-host as well to create more space.
Oh yeah. Just done that.
Mupendero.
Yeah, thanks. I think that I heard someone. I heard someone. I don't know about it. I heard someone saying that our constitution doesn't allow even prosecution of a sitting president. We have to come through the party. I think that's why it's been difficult, even in the parliament, to have a vote of no confidence, because the parliament has more power. I think that's what I think, and that's what I heard also from someone else who was saying it. So maybe those who know can come to correct it. But the parliament will have to vote and have to endorse if to remove him or not, something like that. If to implicate him, otherwise you cannot drag him to court. You cannot, like what I mean is, you cannot prosecute him to say the president has been found guilty or has been found maybe this allegation, so he has to step down. You don't have the provision to enforce that. Then, but if that could happen, and if anyone knows how that can happen, I think this is the time, and this is the chance for us to execute that. Then the other thing is what I think about. I heard someone saying that the American army setting what in Zambia. How does that have to do with our gold in Zimbabwe? How does that have to do with our country? even if the South African army do whatever they do in any other country, how does that have to do with the smuggling of gold? Is the gold being smuggled through their base in Zambia or what? I don't know. Why do people try to bring such contradictions into our spaces? I don't know, but our problems are our own. To drag America into our problems, I don't think it will bring anything positive to it, and will bring anything good to our own problems. What we have to do is our own Zimbabwean problems that we see. What we see is smuggling of gold, smuggling of minerals out of our country, and it doesn't have to do with any other country. Maybe Britain. We could implicate Britain because it has several citizens who have been so far implicated in that, and our own sitting president has been implicated. Otherwise, to try and bring other countries who are also struggling to settle their own, I don't really think that is valid enough. Thanks.
Is there any gold being smuggled out? What is gold smuggled?
Yeah.
Because there's no
the
gold
gold.
smuggling.
There is. I'll
Yeah,
explain
yeah.
a bit. But I would ask. I want to ask you guys a question, right? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. What if these are rumblings of a madman from the podcast that we've seen with this Macmillan guy talking? One, the mentioning of his partner being the president. What if that's a validation status to the people he's trying to drum business for? I say that because in the same podcast, he states that they have no idea that I'm doing this. They don't need to know as long as I bring back the money saying it's for the gold that I've sold, which the license gives them the permission to do that. Those two things are contradicting. So what if these are rumblings of a madman who's trying to authenticate their position themselves to say, actually, I'm connected right to the top, so let's do this business.
That's a good point. People
so on
do
that
have
one,
bravado.
yeah. So on that one, he's not talking about Zimbabwe not knowing. He's talking about Dubai not knowing.
No,
Because
he's talking
remember,
about Zimbabwe. He's
no,
talking
no, no.
about, yeah.
Go back to you go back to it again.
Yeah.
You see, is the origin of money is problematic in Dubai, not problematic in Zimbabwe. Yeah, that's why the money laundering is not done in Dubai. The money laundering is done in Zimbabwe because in Dubai is problematic. Yeah, so the bringing into to Zimbabwe becomes not a problem. So the knowing about it, hence why it's a similar question is put on Hubert. Yeah, what will happen? Would we not get into trouble? They are speaking to Zimbabwe. Yeah, Hubert replies, no, we are not going to get in power because our guy is going to be in power. He's going to die there. So there's no one in Zimbabwe who's above ED. It's only a piece of paper called the Constitution is above it. But in terms of people, there's no one. So you are secured on that one. That's why it is asked again. Yeah?
Citizens.
It is asked again to say, what about... Yes, Con? Sorry?
So you're saying that the washing machines are actually in Zimbabwe?
Yes, they're not in Dubai.
Okay.
So in Dubai, what you are doing is you are putting the gold, yeah? That is the gold market for Africa. Then the money itself, the one that is getting washed, it's getting washed in Zimbabwe. In Dubai, you are given the clean money. Yeah? And they take the washed money in bags and come to it. And the question is asked again, because the question is asked about 4 times. Then the question is asked again when Hubert is sitting down, and Hubert, when he gets a bit stressed, and says, no, we just do this while he's doing phone call signs, . You guys remember that scene? when Hubert uses the fingers to do like a phone call, then he looks at his white friend and says, "See, we talk. Don't worry." Who is he talking about there?
Uhtred can be right too. That it's a way out for ED, where he can say, "I'm open for business. I'm allowing people to trade. I'm giving you a license to trade to all those." What he then does behind my back, and he says, "I don't know. How will I know where money is coming from? I'm dealing with him legitimately as a person who brings in money." He is lying to say the source of his money. Because remember what he says is, the clean money that comes back after the sale is the one he banks. The one he brings in to buy the gold in Zimbabwe is the dirty money. Clean money remains in Dubai, dirty money comes through Zimbabwe.
Yes. Then there's an aspect where now you have to turn around and say,
Zimbabwean government can say, "I don't know where you are getting your money. As far as I'm concerned, I'm looking at this company that is buying from me."
Okay, here's now where we have to turn around and stretch, maybe use a little bit of imagination. Yeah, these guys have got 4 hours. Yeah, and they say they've got thousands of documents. Yeah, they have released documents that you think they will not find. They released the RPZ receipts. Yeah, they released the company receipts in-house bookkeepings, in-house contracts that me and you and Uhtred have written by ourselves. You've got one, I've got one, Uhtred has got one. They've got one of those ones. Yeah. Now we look at where it is standing. Yeah. So obviously we're not going to see it being recorded. That one, very me, I don't even dream about. Yeah. Now we look at the ground of where he's standing. Hubert is chucked him in, yeah, there through Henrietta. Macmillan has chucked him in, yeah. We are waiting to see what the Indian guy chucks in. But remember, from Hubert's own statement, we are going to hear First Lady. What is the First Lady going to say? We've got no clue. We're going to hear First Child, Junior. What Junior is going to say, we've got no clue. The question is, after 4 episodes, what ground will be it standing on? Because it's chipping. That's where the problem, the implication becomes tricky for him, in my own seeing.
Zeddy, can you clarify for me on episode 1? There was this scene where they were showing us 2 people in different countries. There's a name, Awawala or something like that. Can you describe, is 2 people wiring money to each other? But I didn't understand, where is the money coming from? Where is the clean money? Where is the injection of the money? You remember that scene?
Oh yes, actually, it's something that we do as well. We do. We get the concept from it. So you're in Canada, I'm in England. Yeah.
Yeah.
You are running a business in Canada, I'm running a business in England, but we're family. Mas wants to send money. Mas is in England, wants to send money to Canada. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I will take the money, and let's say Neutra wants to receive it in Canada. Yeah? I'll tell you, Maziwa, give Neta 10,000 Canadian dollars. You give Neta 10,000 Canadian dollars. We keep on doing this process ourselves. Then later on in life, we are going to balance our books. You're going to open your books and say that out of all the monies that we've done for 1 year or a period of time, this is what you owe me. Then I'll turn around and say, this is what I owe you, you owe me. Then it cancels out. Yeah. Then the rest that is left behind, the balance is what we move.
Okay, so which means, okay, so me and you in UK, me in Canada. So we're busy wiring. Oh, so I'm busy. The 2 of us are the ones that are wiring money back and forth to each other.
No. We're not wiring money. We are giving money. So we are giving it to Neutra. Yeah. And you are recording on your books as that you owe me 10,000. Sometimes you turn around and say, I must give to Morph in England. Yeah. Say I will move and move with Morph with 9,000. That means I owe you 10. I owe you 1,000 now. Right? We've cancelled each other. Then we keep doing that thing. Then after some time, we can transfer the balance that is left behind.
Okay. So in this scene, so okay. So these two people that are wiring, those two people are not in Zimbabwe, right?
No. The first one, the one that is wired, the 100 billion, the 1 billion point 1.2 is wired from Hong Kong to Dubai. Yeah. Then when it gets to Dubai, it moves again through what? Through other side. Remember, he put the Kuala thing as the what? As the next level of what they
the way he explained it was, now they've gone with let's say 1.3. He sold the gold in Dubai. He's supposed to remit back to Zimbabwe, let's say what he's supposed, from the gold he took out, is remitting back 1.2 million. When he comes in via the airport, he declares that he has brought the 1.2 million, but he hasn't. He's brought 99,000. Now he needs to make up the difference, the shortfall from 1.2 when he only has 99. Remember, in Zimbabwe, he has to buy gold to sell. So now what he does now, he does wahala in Zimbabwe. The Zimbabweans in Zimbabwe want to send money to Dubai, now transact with him in proper US dollars. He has the money in Dubai to disperse. Now he needs to do what? He needs to take your money and square you in Dubai. But he's taking the Zim dollars now in Zimbabwe. Remember, the Zimbabwean issue is about currency. You are supposed to bring in currency, Forex, not take out Forex. So he does wahala. Anybody who wants to send money in Dubai now sends via him. You go to his office, you say, I need to send someone in Dubai 10,000. You give him the 10,000. He squares for your person in Dubai with money he has in Dubai. But now he's taking the Zimbabwean US dollars from Zimbabwe. That's the money he will now use to go and buy the gold in Zimbabwe to sell to Fidelity. Then buy it back from Fidelity, because he's a seller. He's a buyer on the ground, seller to Fidelity, and a buyer from Fidelity to also export for sale. But now instead of him bringing US dollars to Zimbabwe, he's taking US dollars in Zimbabwe and taking them out. When he comes back, he can bring in another bag of money, which is the dirty money. So that's why it says it's in two parts.
Uncle Sky, so anyway, another question I had. Citizens, whenever there's a scandal, we always we used to tabulate it, like list it down. What is this is so much? Remember when Priska stole money, we were listing down. When the Merimbai scandal came out, we listed down all the monies that whatever. Can we do that in this case? Do we know exactly how much money?
No, you can't, because you don't know how much he's buying and selling.
And you know what? The reason why I'm bringing this up, this is the reason why. Yes, for an ordinary person like me, that I'm not that much, I'm not an expert in politics, and I'm just told there is money laundered. So I'm trying to find out how much money is it? Is it $100? $100, then you know what? I don't care. But if it's $1 billion, then I'm like,
Okay, Maziwa, let's do this. We can go with the figures that what's his name? Macmillan checks out. Yeah. Macmillan says he moves 200 kgs a week. Yeah.
Which is 12 million US dollars.
Yeah, that is 12 million US dollars. Now, 12 million US dollars a week times 52. We're looking about 620 something million a year. Then you're looking about 10 tons a year.
Where's my calculator?
I know. See, we can't do that, Maziwa. You're
Maziwa, come on.
no.
No.
I've done the calculators already.
No. Go ahead.
Check my profile. Go on my profile, Peter. Go on my profile. I've already posted it.
Oh, you did. Okay.
You guys should not forget that. You guys should not forget that we already have that one. The Henrietta Rushwaya core, direct core. That direct core is different and independent from what the audio is saying. I think the audio is talking about a different individual, a different deal, maybe. But we should not forget the Henrietta Rushwaya core. It talks about a different. It's different. It's a different one. You have to remember that and keep that one solid as it is. And how many of that deal is existing? How many of that type is existing right now and is still ongoing? You don't have to forget that,
So the
because
other thing we have to always bear in mind, remember the Al Jazeera, no deal was done. This was to expose what can happen in a deal. There's no point adding up pretend money.
Yes, but
so these people, it's a sting. So there's no money that is exchanged. It's merely a discussion of a possible deal. So we can't add up what was promised.
Look now, the podcast is real now. The podcast is talking about something that happened when I was not even born, and somewhere around the 1990s. It has happened. The podcast is real. The audio is not real, but is something that can happen, and that is happening. Because someone said, mentioning figures in such a comfortable environment, it doesn't mean that that you don't have to undermine that statement, which he said that how much do you want? Then he just mentioned 10 million a month, a week, and it's fine just like that. It's possible just like that. She said 5 million will go to Fidelity, and we remain with the other 5 million, which you will be using, right, to buy gold. So you don't have to. That is an imaginary. But the podcast exposed what has been happening. What has been happening in the podcast, it is real. Okay, you can use that as evidence to say this has happened.
No, to be objective, I'm saying, listen to what the prophet says. When the amount that the cleaners want, he says we've never done that amount before. So we know that to the prophet and Henrietta, between the two of them, they've never done a deal that big. This would have been their first. So they are working on previous ones that they've done. How much she has had capacity to do. This one would have stretched their capacity.
For the Henrietta Rushwa, let's put it a possibility. For the podcast, let's consider it something that has happened, because he is saying something that everything that he has done, and not someone else did, but he himself has done, and he has included his friends, his business colleagues, and so on. So you don't have to worry much about the Henrietta Rushwaya when you want to say this is not possible. Just go to what he said, and that has happened.
Another question is,
hold on, guys. Let's let the other speakers, because they are dropping, because we are not giving them a chance.
Okay.
Nduna, you haven't spoken yet. Nduna. Nduna. Jim, we are going to hear you being kissed by your wife.
We've got Mofu, I think. Then Nduna is not speaking.
It's like Ndakubatsira my sister what Maziwa. My sister, what they do in Zimbabwe nowadays. Hello?
Nyapila.
Yeah, how are you? What
Good.
they do in Zimbabwe nowadays, there's a speaker that is on making a bit of noise, no?
Yeah, you can carry on now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think my sister, what they do in Zimbabwe right now, if you have got something that, let's say you are selling a property in Zimbabwe and you are given hard cash, that money is not going through the bank. It means Sister Matengesa, your property, but you are here, or maybe you are, let's say you are in UK or you are in the States. That money is not gonna go through the bank. Because if it goes through the bank, it might not even reach here in
Good.
UK. So it's a
Okay.
bit risky
Thank you.
what people will do in Zimbabwe. There are certain people that are there on
Thanks.
the ground. They will come and collect that money. I've done it so many times. Like if you sell a car, let's say you've sold a car for 12,000, you collect it, your guys. Guys, here is the cash. Vanhu vacho vanotozviita vanhu vacho vatorimo in the system. Wovapa mari yako iyaya.
You understand?
Mosainirana. Does she get what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, even in the documentary, guys, Hawala is explained in the documentary how it works.
So it's like you find like in your banking system, mari yako kana yako yewewe, it can be coming from Australia.
No, I was
Then
move on from that.
you are out. Okay, my money is what
Yeah,
15,000
Mofu,
US dollars.
hold on. Let's get
Yeah.
finals because that one was exhausted last time.
No, I'm good with that one.
Yeah, finals. Go on.
Good afternoon, guys. Good evening. I hope you're okay. Thanks for the space. The reason in the I'm sorry is two things. The first one, it was to do with impeachment, President. Since it has been explained already, Kuti, you cannot impeach a sitting president unless if recalled by his own party. So it's a non-starter for our citizens. The second part for me will be the course of action. I think say this is where it comes in. Say about everything that's coming out. Right now, they are busy. Mofu, I think your mic is on. Right now, what these people are doing, they are busy with their primary elections, whatever shenanigans they're going through, whether they are reforming or restructuring, whatever the case is. Chichasara and Chikuti announced a date, the same fugitive, Aripakati at the end of all this. He will announce a date for elections, and people will be frog marched to elections again. Isusuma Zimbabwean citizens Taita. So the question that I need to leave with all of you guys is what's going to be the course of action? Because this might die a natural death before we know it. So it's just to know from the citizens your suggestions as well as we go along with the discussion. So I'll leave it there for now, the course of action. Are we going to be frog marched to elections and business as usual? Thank you.
What's your immediate thought if it was you and the citizens said, we are going to listen to our leader. Finals, you are the leader. We are frog marching you to leadership. Tell us what we must do. What would be your immediate knee-jerk reaction?
For me, I shall don't pins under the bus, no opposition here. No, you know what? You're throwing me under the bus. I've already got enemies. The thing is, I think no, I'll leave it. I'll leave it.
Okay, leave the opposition.
Right? Okay,
let me reframe. What would be the citizens' response? Never mind waiting for action from political parties. You, as a citizen, you are the one who is disturbed by what you are hearing.
Right.
Don't cause disturbance to someone else, because political parties may have their own political responses. What is a citizen response to this?
Okay, one thing that I'll tell you is, particularly in Zimbabwean political discourse or dispensation, problem at one, our political system is not like any other part of the world. So problem at even if you try and petition, if you try and do so pragmatic, we cannot. I will give you a typical example. Manawa Hubert Angel will be in South Africa, I think this weekend, or this coming weekend, or in a few days' time. Is having a concert. The thing is, we are not pragmatic. Atina, those foot soldiers, we are not organized. It's not Tese, let's go and shut down that place. Even my churches, I can't remember UK, we haven't actioned it. Last Sunday, it was business as normal. We can't do literally nothing because I think from an organizational side of things as Zimbabweans, I don't think we are organized. Tiende pamwe chete. I don't think kuti muna ega ega nanga chingotwa ndinoendere ku London spend time in London shift ndenda so that's probably our handicap. So I don't think there's much we can do as citizens from what I see apart from the ballot which I'm against.
But why I'm not saying
What I wanted to say,
I'm
what I
trying
wanted
to
to
get
say.
us back on the things we have seen and the people who have seen. There is a man sitting next to Hubert Angel, who is a counselor in the United Kingdom, who's sitting with Hubert Angel whilst he negotiates a dirty deal for Zimbabwe, where that same person would never be seen anywhere in the world, sitting negotiating dirty deals for his local authority. Yet Zimbabweans have not done anything to that person. Why is it that we are circumnavigating this man, the blonde-haired man? In the United Kingdom, you think his counsel would want to know that behind their back is on flights to and fro, attending to Hubert Angel's business of money laundering? Is that what his counsel employed him to do? But we are not doing anything.
Exactly. That's why I'm sort of course of action. I think that's what we need to be doing and looking at such things. If he's based in the UK and these council, obviously he's going to bring his council into disrepute because he's involved in illicit deals. It's also as citizens, I don't know how we can lead this particular group to take course of action, who's going to do what. That's where the problem is for me personally. That move in Dian.
But guys, where you are missing citizens, what about all these 4 cities ikapera zita raChiwenga risina kumentionwa? Don't you think they're gonna start to be a fight there? What I'm gonna ask myself, Chiwenga pangari China.
Masi, unaona.
This is where I don't understand. Why are we touching things that are not there? Why are we not dealing with things that are there? Now we are looking for Chiwenga. If it's there, if it's not there, now we are wanting to do what? Why can't we deal with it? Okay, Macmillan, what are you going to do about him? What are you going to do about the Asian guy? Now we are looking for Chiwenga.
Okay, Masi. Okay, a quick one. Sorry, Masi. A quick one, Masi. Have you got the name and details of the guy and send me to the DM? Then we can start the action. The guy or video.
Can you name him? Can you name that guy again? Because I think.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Sorry, I to mute you. So here is the problem. Action does not start from action. Fun enough. I've always said it. You gather, you talk. Yeah? You do little simple things first. Why are you doing that? You are wanting to create a ritual. Yeah? So that when we say, let's go to venue 1, everyone goes to venue 1. Why? Because you have been doing all the actions all along. Yeah? Remember, this is not an easy thing. As much as people think it's easy, it's not. You have to calculate the pushback, but still you have to do it. So let's not jump to the what are we supposed to do with A, B, C, D? Because that will put you in a very difficult position. Action, gather, talk, do simple things. Yeah. When we come to a point of saying, oh, all of us, we are changing our profile pictures to black. Yeah. We all change our profile pictures to black. All of us were going with the hashtag, they stole our nika or stole our gold. All of us were doing that. What are we doing? We're testing here that we are going to use. So that when we say, let's go to embassy or let's go and do this, it's not going to be a one-day thing. It has to be a constant thing. If it's every day, that means it has to be an everyday thing. If it's a sit down, that means it has to be an everyday sit down. It's not a one day a week thing. The pressure has to be a daily pressure because all of them here know what is coming. What we're falling into is to do the same thing as what Marrakesh are doing. React without an objective to what you are reacting to. So let's gather. Let's talk. Let's understand. Yeah. The impact of this, what is being laundered, is anything being laundered? How much are we losing? Here we're just teaching each other so that we know when we're going to go to the action bit. That is going to be very soon. We know what we are doing. It's church. That's how you do these things. Sorry for meeting.
Citizens, can I ask? Can I remind you of
Must
something?
wait, Bagiti. They are raised. No, give others a chance. This is not Blackpool. Okay. Tashing, Nduna hasn't spoken. Nduna, go on.
Okay. Hello, guys.
I'll look for that name for you, Finals.
Okay, I'm trying to get it now. I don't know if you can all hear me, but I was listening when my brother man Mupendero was talking. I was going through all the content and script and everything that he was saying. And there is a time when he came to mention Henrietta Rushwaya. He talked two things, content evidence about Henrietta Rushwaya. The other one is the part that was mentioned in the documentary that you all saw, and the other part is about the audio. Can Mupendero clarify a little bit further about that audio? Which audio was done by Henrietta Rushwaya? I need to understand that part because I can then maybe further ask a question based on that or explain about that audio if need be. Thank you.
Okay, let me understand. You are asking Mupendero if there is audio by Henrietta.
He mentioned something about the audio.
Okay.
He mentioned something about the audio done by Henrietta Rushwaya.
Let me finish.
So should I go ahead?
Hold on, Mupendero. You are asking Mupendero if
yes,
there's
yes, ma'am.
Hold on. Let me
Yes,
finish
ma'am.
what I'm saying. You're asking Mupendero if there is an audio by Rushwaya. Then you are asking Mupendero to tell you what is in the audio by Henrietta so that you can comment on the audio by Rushwaya. Without details of what you are already ready to comment on the audio by how does that work?
He mentioned the two instances about Rushwaya, the one in the documentary.
So there's
and the one
no
about
information you've had. You are ready to respond to an audio by Henrietta. Why are you ready to respond to something that you have not heard? I'm trying to understand how you are already ready to
maybe probably you didn't read me quite well. Probably I did put it in a way that you did not comprehend.
So what do you mean?
But I just needed Mupendero to highlight those two, to separate the two, and put me into
Okay.
picture and try to identify which one is he referring to.
Hear
Yeah.
me. Which
I beg yours?
which things from Henrietta's audio are you ready to respond to?
I'm not going to respond about anything from Henrietta. I need to know what Mupendero was referring to, which two content evidence that he was talking about per se, because he didn't mention the content of either the
So
audio.
the first episode included the prophet on the phone discussing.
Yes, he phoned.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
So there is what Henrietta said. The 5 million stays with the reserve, and then the other 5 million, that's what he referred to. Then there's a response by Henrietta. So comment on that.
There is a response by Henrietta.
Okay. Yes. So comment on that.
I actually, I'm not sure about the response that you're talking
comment
about.
On the first episode, the conversation between Mfundisi and Henrietta. Comment on that.
Okay, that one, everyone, I mean, we all know what.
So what did you want to comment on?
Okay, let's Mupendero relate to his.
What he referred to. He referred to the 5 million stays here, the other 5 million there. That is the audio in the first episode. So
okay, and then
in that one, what did you want to respond to?
No, not in the. I'm not going to talk about what we all saw in the documentary.
So what did you want to talk about? That is what he referred to.
He said there is another audio which Henrietta was commenting about what was in the documentary.
That's a response that she made public.
Okay, okay, it's a response that she made public.
Yes. So what do you want to comment on that about?
Okay.
My brother, you are now embarrassing yourself, my brother. You might have to just relax
No,
and
I'm
follow
trying to get his
pace. Then you get.
Let me finish.
Yeah.
Let me finish. The idea behind is the response that everyone is publicly talking about. It is not the voice of Henrietta Rushwa. It is another UK best lady. Her name is Shihera. She posted the audio in our public group. It's a WhatsApp group. And then all of a sudden, she's a Marrakesh, I think. It's a political debate which entails every political party, but then there's CCC, there's HANU-PF, there's all parties, UZA and ZUD and all. So she was trying to defend what she doesn't know about the documentary. And then I think somebody took that audio and then they did the video shopping and started spreading it. But it is Shihera, a UK-based lady.
My brother, you are embarrassing yourself. You could have just seen these red flags a little bit earlier and just kept quiet. The audio you are referring to is not the audio we are talking about here. We have never talked about that audio and we will never talk about it. We have something new. So you might have to just listen, and we know that you are ready to defend whatever is happening, but this is not the time, my brother. Stop embarrassing yourself. I'm just warning you. Otherwise, you are digging deeper.
No, I didn't know of the latest. If there's a latest, I was asking for it only.
Hold on. So
I didn't know of the latest.
Hold on. That's why I said, what did you want? You already knew what you wanted to respond to.
No, I was responding to the Chiera issue. No, this latest one, I don't know. I'm sorry for that. I don't know about the latest one.
Mentioned that you are the first ones to tell us about this audio. We were listening to the ALljazera podcast that is pinned at the top. That's the audio that everyone is referring to.
Okay,
a podcast
I'm sorry for that.
By ALljazera.
Okay, I'm sorry for that. Thank you.
Okay, you are welcome.
All right.
This is
Sesingaqhubekela phambili.
I ask away Maziwa and then Nelta.
On the call to action, that's where I want to go. There's something that citizens mentioned a long time ago. I want him.
Can I go ahead?
There's something that he mentioned a long time ago. I want to see if my memory still serves me correct since he's here. He said that if we boycott the elections, then the government will not be legit. Is that true? True. Am I correct?
Yes.
So why is that our opposition, CCC, why is that they're not understanding that?
You are moving to a different topic now.
No.
That is called to
no, guys.
Man, I'm going somewhere with
Maziwa, no. This is where we always fall to the wrong thing. The discussion is an audio about money laundering, gold, whatever. This idea could be everything that must be discussed in Zimbabwe now needs to be placed on CCC's head. Guys,
I'm not placing...
Questions are being asked about what could be done to Mnangagwa. No, let's not do that.
I am not doing that.
So what has they got to do with this issue?
No, can I start over? I said the call to action is something that citizens mentioned a long time ago when we were talking about the call to action. That's why I said, correct me if I'm wrong.
We are not discussing elections.
No,
but that's where we are going now. Let's stick to the audio that we watched. What are your observations? What are your thoughts? This whole every time mixing politics, my elections, we are now on uncharted grounds. Let's leave that alone. There is a 30-minute audio.
No, we did.
No, that's why people get in trouble with CCC. They've got a platform called Call to Action. Now we're discussing them here. Why?
I didn't know about that platform. I was just saying call to action. What are we about this?
Let's talk about this podcast.
What are we going to do about this?
Yeah, so let's discuss that.
Sizahlala khonapha sihlale khonapha ku keyboard whatever and be so, and me, I'm pissed off. I don't want to lie to you. I'm really, really pissed off about this whole money laundering, men of gold and all that stuff. I'm really, really pissed off. I'm not even joking. So what are we going to do? What am I going to do about it? What can I do?
But you remember the rules, Maziwa, when it comes to things like this, yeah? First, yes, you're pissed off and everything else understandable. But understand what is going on, yeah? So that you could be really, really pissed off. We were pissed off last week, yeah? When we saw this. But we did not know that now, Maziwa, listen, we did not know that we were pissed off that people were even making a mistake that I know it's just called going through. No, we did not know that they are going to buy gold in Dubai, bring it into Zimbabwe, yeah? Sprinkle it with Amarot gold of home so that you can have the characteristics and then ship it out. So what we are trying to do here now as a collective is to understand, one, the depth, two, the consequences, three, read between the lines what is going on so that we can be really, really pissed off. And then we can start to plan the action. But you can't plan the action without understanding. Because they understand what is facing them. They understand that. ED understands that this can be his downfall. ZANU understands that this can be its downfall. It can find itself not in power for the first time in 43 years. That it fully understands. The question now becomes, we do not fully understand what we have in front of us. So let's fully understand it and not make the same mistakes as Barakash. So that when we take steps, we understand the steps that we'll be taking as a Zimbabwean people. Thank you.
And this idea, Kuti, we cannot stay within the box of what we are analyzing, guys. It's frustrating. We can't do platform after platform. Everybody wants to represent everything else that isn't in the topic. Like we are running away from the thing we need to understand to try and understand something else. Why can't we stay in the box? We have 30 minutes of content, which is an audio, pinned at the top. For you to exit for 30 minutes, watch it, come back and say, actually, to me, it doesn't change anything. I haven't learned anything new, or this doesn't present for me a problem. Or, okay, I've seen another angle that I didn't see, or I understand. Doesn't have to be, you have to come up with action. What do you now understand about your Zimbabwean situation, about your lack of forex, about the idea that now you cannot go and put your money in a bank because everybody else prefers to put it in some Mr. So-and-so who then transacts on your behalf and not the official channels. Whatever you've understood in the 30 minutes plus the one episode, this podcast is the audio version of the first episode with just few extra bits that you didn't hear in that one. It also tells you what you would look forward into the other episodes. I don't think it's a complex thing to ask as a discussion. I don't think so. This is like school, grade 3, comprehension. You are given a passage to read, then discuss within the framework that you are given. Don't use this platform to come and settle scores or to throw messages to other people or to start to want to see people that are not there and then speak about them. Their characters you have seen in that. Their voices you have heard about that. Let's not look for people who are not there for this time. Otherwise, to me, citizen, it's pointless. I would rather take you, Utrecht, and the other people. We go discuss on our own. We can't be discussing CCC here. This is not a rally for CCC. This is not your disgruntlement platform for what you think CCC should do. You are a citizen with citizen responsibilities yourself. Come and tell us when you have watched. What is your idea? Passing the buck all the time, bore.
Inzwazve masi I think kana ukambotaura taura ukaonesa munhu ka unobva waita kuti tiende kumberi because handikona kuti nehasa
we are repeating this from the beginning with citizen. We are repeating it all the time. Let's not do it. So I end up explaining a lot because we can't keep telling people, come up, you've watched the episode. Come and discuss. You are not forced to say this is bigger than what you thought. You can come and say, actually, it's not. Utrecht came and represented and said, listen to me, apart from an embarrassment factor, there's nothing you can do to the president. It's embarrassing, but he has a way out. He can simply tell his people, throw someone under the bus. Oh,
nyaya iripo ndeyekudai so vanhu ava vanouya vaida kudistracta because you spend more time waakuita sei waakutofocusa navo handivasaka munotopedzera
between me and you inini ndinonzi co-host iwewe unonzi speaker. So if you are also tired,
you just have to mute them.
You are talking. I'm repeating this because now this is like the 10th time we are having to tell people something, right? So if I want to spend 10 minutes reiterating for someone who could be new on the platform, let me do that. Some people were not there to know that there's a pinned podcast at the top. Iwewe kupembereka kwako telling me how to run this, I will end up telling you also. Open a platform, kana waneta. Because inini ndaneta. Let's discuss the podcast. Not your other issues. Podcast, please. Nelta, you're next.
Okay, thanks. I actually wasn't aware that the other guy, I had forgotten actually, because the other guy is a British guy, the one who was sitting in the room. Because in terms of action, this one is an easy one for me. Because there's also a documentary that is already led by Donkey. about MPs being asked to work for a fake company. It's coming out in UK, and there are a few of them, and they are going to get quite a lot of money. So that one can be tied into that because there's already outreach that's going to come out of that. So you can tie those two together and be done. The rest of it, I suppose this thing of taking time and just analyzing Kuti, what has been going on and just understanding, because one of the biggest questions I've always said is kana chitumira mari nemhaka yazvinzi mari inoshaikwa, because usually handiti ukatumira mari vanhu vachienda kunotora, let's say you use Western Union, World Remit, whatever you use, vanenge vachifanira kunge vanayo vakaistowa vavanoshanda navo vacho. Saka how come mari iyoyo inopera? Because isusu every time we send money, it means kuti mari inozoflyawo in certain whatever amounts of kuti inoita catch up for that. But at the same time, ivo vane capacity yekuholda mari from all those places dzekuti tikatumira mari handinonzi in 10 minutes inenge yasvika, munosvika mopuwa hamuzotendereri too many places. But hearing this has explained why kuchizoita mashortage. Vamwe tino vabereki vedu vatisingadi kuti vaswera vakamira mumaqueue vachimirira mari kana izvozvo, kuti vanhu vanorarama pamakadbox vakamirira cash isingawanikwi, though mari ichitumirwa in large amounts like in billions per year by people in diaspora, tisingatomboverengi hedu zvemabusinesses, but fully understanding kuti tiri kudhila nemafia at the highest level of the state, and mafia doesn't care about human life. So whatever response we are going to come up with, we have to be prepared. But if we step up, we are stepping up for real. Zvokungotaipa nekutaura nyaya nekudidi, because if you want real change, and we are saying kuti this is the space that we found, the thing that motivates us all to just jump up and do things, we have to actually stand up and go for it, and not give it a timeline kuti in 2 weeks zvofanira kunge zvapera. And I also want to say, kune vanhu vanoti maZimbabweans hatina chichi, I think we underestimate what we have done before. And some of the reasons why maybe we've lost momentum is izvozvo zvokuti the people who before used to lead these things, tiri vana vadiki, taizviita before our responsibilities got bigger. But I think it's in supporting those young people variko kuti vave neawareness, because iye zvinoizvi kuno kudiaspora vana vari kuno vakazvarwa kuno, so their connection to Zimbabwe is not the same as ours. So the people we have to support vanokwanisa kubuilda momentum yacho ndo vari kuZimbabwe, but also understanding kuti we are asking people to do things that can be very dangerous for them. And are we willing, and are we able to be able to support them fully in the way that action, that whatever action needs to be taken, be it my sit-in, be it my demonstration, need to be taken. Even the questioning and the talking publicly and whatnot, because we all know kuti tereni yekuZimbabwe yakamira sei. So I would say kuti zvangu inini personally, not to ask people to do things that I am hesitant to do, or I'm not willing to take to do because of my fears. It's one thing to want change. It's quite another to actually do something to do it. Because this video, if you hear the language, if you watch even the blaseness and the well, whatever, we own this country, tisu tiripo takaholda, vana havasombofi vakaita willing to let go of that power because they've tasted it. Unless something drastic happens, they will have to be forcibly removed from the power they are holding. And it's going to take a long time to clean it all out, because hazvingotangiri kumusoro zvinoreva kuti even mafoot soldiers vanenge vanoitwa vota vari kuita kuzasuku tiri kuvasustain maintaining this thing. So it's an intricate thing, and then trust becomes a part of it. Who can you trust to say, even if Vasim Gold, they are not in something else, and we can trust them enough, because we are unraveling and trying to clean up space. And the patience that need to be found there is big. So as an individual, I have to examine myself and see how much of that do I have in myself. But we are not just dealing with government, we are dealing with foreigners that have connections to Mangwema Mafia. And I don't know how far reaching that is, but yeah, those are things to consider. But yeah, and maybe even starting by saying, Kuti, the Western countries need to start taking charge of their people and start arresting them because they've been identified, and from there we can build something. Thanks.
What about the argument that Rutendo always makes? Just the fact that someone fingered someone, you cannot now start treating the accused as a criminal. Which court of law have you put them through to find them guilty of that which you are accusing? How will we circumnavigate that? Okay, these are rumblings of a greedy, egocentric man who's trying to convince prospective business partners that he's got connections that he may or may not have. What course of action are we doing to actually make it a formal relationship? These people are attached here, there. They are in business together because we have looked at a registered company, this one, which is trading for this person. And this is the director of, has anyone done that forensic analysis to make relationships formal rather than I know this one, I know that one? Because they can come out guns blazing. Just because someone says I know Nelta, how does that prove that I know Nelta?
Good point.
And that's there is the biggest problem, because all we have is a documentary and an audio and a podcast, but atina evidence yatakabata maoko ekuti we can use for anything. In the case of wanting to do real change, and I don't know kuti if is ALljazera willing or able to give you the information, because obviously vachada kuprotect ma interests avo nema their sources of information, which means kuti we have to start from ground zero. Do we have that capacity? Do we have the people? Even if we're given the documents, do we have people who can forensically look at those documents and connect them and make them make sense and build a case on that? So many questions. Like, we have a film, definitely. We have an audio, definitely. But in our hands, we really don't have anything.
Oh, with me, Nelta, I will disagree with that. For one reason, what we have in our hands becomes something that is valuable, that was manifested in 2017. That is your voice and your feet. That is the only thing that you have. Because remember, you're dealing with money laundering, you're dealing with corruption. So definitely ALljazera it has that paperwork. Now the question is, even if it gives you that paperwork, you can't take the paperwork to the Zimbabwean courts. Zimbabwean courts are captured. Case in point, Macmillan. Now, what do you have to do with it? Is the outcry, a child experience where you have to fall on the floor and scream. Yeah, that's the only thing. I'll give you one reason why I say that's the only thing. The lady that was speaking on the expert on money laundering done a presentation in America today. Yeah, today. And touched on Zimbabwe. Yeah. And in the it turns out in the aspect of institutions that are looking at money laundering and safeguards and everything else, that they are moving with that already. Yeah. So even if you do not react, but those that can react are reacting, the question becomes, what is your problem? If your problem is not ZANU-PF, don't react. But if your problem is ZANU-PF, you take it, you use it. Yeah. What are you using it for? Okay, you are removing criminals. You're asking for the removal of criminals. You're asking for the prosecution of or investigation of criminals. You're asking for a prosecution of criminals. Yeah. Who are the criminals? With a person like ED, you do not actually need ED at all. Same as they did not need Mugabe at all. They needed criminals around him. You need criminals around him. You chip up the ground around him, and before you know it, there will not be enough ground for you to stand on. But how do you do that? You can't do it without fully understanding what you're dealing with and fully voicing it out. Where here on Twitter first, then on the ground. Why do you have to start off on Twitter? You have to say to yourself, everyone is to ask themselves this question. When was the last time you went on the streets? Physically went on the streets? Yeah? If you have not gone physically on the streets since 2019, yeah? You have to understand that you are a little bit rusty. So what you do, you gather in numbers in safety. You start to do streets, going on the streets on Twitter. Yeah? You start to do Twitter streets so that you can physically do the physical streets. Yeah? When it's called upon, and now and someone says, come on, Zetelu, we are going. I am not going to have an excuse. I'm going to be a 1+1. And I'm going to have the constitution or the foundation to see this through. Because remember, you can do a demonstration one day. Yeah? The people you are demonstrating for, you've got the foundation to take 1 day demonstration. They've got the foundation to take 2-day demonstration. They've got the foundation to take 1 week demonstration. Now, what they don't have the foundation for is the mass is maybe 1 month. Constantly calling for one thing. But if the numbers reduce, we're going to experience like what we've experienced when people turn around and we've been going on the streets for the past 23 years. Yeah. So the mass turns around and reduces the time. You understand what I'm trying to say? You do not need the evidence ALljazera is giving you. ALljazera is not lying. If ALljazera was lying, let the Marakashi advise the people that are named to take them to court. The reason why the people that are named are just putting out statements to say, I am going to take you to court, is because the moment you come into a court of law, without knowing what ALljazera has on its hand, whatever evidence that is given there and you are found to be guilty or you're agreeing with the evidence that is there, that evidence can be used in other court cases. Yeah. So let's say Hubert Angel takes ALljazera to court. ALljazera turns around and pushes out not the videos that were shown, but everything, the raw videos, yeah, and the raw paperwork. That will be the end of him. You won't do that. You only take someone to court when you fully know you were not there, you did not say that, you did not do anything of that kind. But if you did, you'd be stupid to take that person to court. So what we have to do ourselves as people here on Twitter, as Zimbabweans, understand depth, workings, how it's done, so that we can explain it to our family members, so that we can explain it to other people, so that we can have arguments here, so that we can explain it to people that do not know. Yeah? What are we explaining them for? We're explaining them for one objective and one objective only. Criminals have to be investigated. Those that are found guilty have to be arrested. Then we move with that simple basis. Sometimes, guys, the most complex thing is the most simplest. Put your head down and go for the criminals.
Zet, is the Reserve of Zimbabwe, are they sanctioned? Are they allowed to sell the gold properly in the international market?
Yes, they said yes, they are. They said that. They said yes, they are. Properly, without any hindrance. They do not need sanctions or bypass anything. That's what they said themselves.
Well, I was gonna say in their defense, but now saying in their defense, if they are sanctioned and they have to feed us, what else can you expect them to do? They will sell drugs. I mean, if you're in a house here and I don't have a job, I'm not employable, I can sell drugs to feed my children, you know. That's the defense I was gonna run with, but well, I don't know.
I think it goes with the question asked by Utrecht, that has there ever been a Reserve Bank sanctioned? It says he's never seen one. But for the Zimbabwean, that's not a situation we want anyway. It will be, for me at least, this is not a situation of saying let's strangle another institution, because who suffers? It's you. This whole thing is so that, to me, what was most burdensome, the people who defended it earlier said, what is the thing that is being stolen? Okay, it's being bought by stolen money, but it gives an opportunity for people to buy our gold. If they want to buy it with their stolen money and we make money, it's a defense. I mean, it may not be ethical, but that was their defense. But what bothered me now was, okay, we are trying to sanction past, as they say. We are bringing in forex, but from these audios, these people are not bringing in forex. They are cheating us out of forex. On top of that, they are not even buying the gold from most of the gold. They are also now bringing in gold from elsewhere. I didn't expect Zimbabwe to be importing gold or clandestinely bringing in gold when Zimbabwe has lots of gold. That pisses me off. So why is our government not getting involved to sort that thing out? So if they're not sanctioned, another question, if they're not sanctioned, the price, what are the price difference between the one that whatever Swan and his son? No, we sell gold at the right market price, Marcio.
Well, it's a chain, Mazio. It's a chain. Wherever you're selling it to, if they're dealing, they have to also make a profit. So just because maybe ours might be lower than the market share, it's also to entice those that deal in it to then go and make other amounts. But I just wanna say something. One second, Mazio. 1 second. WM, you here? I wanna announce I have Chimuti here, so you're isolated and you've come on some ground where I can kwanzura you without any defense. Are you sure you wanna be here? Kwanzura, me and Citizen are in charge here. We are in charge.
No,
So,
I saw a conversation
sure?
of Citizens Z, Marcy, and Utrecht, and I said, okay, let me take off my head and go in there.
No, it's okay. Go ahead. You might give a different perspective, but we're ready.
No,
hold on. Let's go through the ones who are.
No, because he will run away, Marcy.
Yeah, if he runs away, he takes his opinion. But if he wants to share the opinion, he sits. If it was ED, I would give ED a chance, but not more for jumping queues. KK, Tashinga, Makasela, Mupendo, and then we'll do the back and forth with Mof. KK.
Thank you, Marcy. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. So I listened to the discussion, and I always find our discussions ending exactly where we would have begun, because then we become angry and we can't process our anger and all that. So yes, there are issues for which this expose demands some attention from government, and I haven't heard anything sufficient so far from them. But at the same time, I've also been going back to understand, issues that really brought investigative journalism to the forefront. Issues like the Watergate scandal. I'm still yet to come to a place where this particular piece of work meets the mantle of investigative journalism, because I still don't have any real evidence that is prosecutable, that can be picked up by our prosecuting arms and feathered into a proper investigation that can be channeled through our legal systems. I'm still to come to that. But however, there's some outlandish things that have been said by individuals in there that demands proper care from government officials to show us that they are still accountable to the people, and that they are protecting those offices that we have elected them into and for the purpose of who we are as Zimbabweans. But also, I need to point out that the best way, I've never seen ourselves tripping over ourselves. I've never seen people who trip over themselves to tarnish their image as us Africans, because nothing yet has been substantiated here. And yet we are up to here with our anger. And we are not demanding or even testing our own institutions to say how responsive are they to situations like this. Should they occur? How do they bring this thing? And I think this comes from even the notion of the new dispensation, where it says
Hey,
it came in.
Can you give an example of evidence that in this
Like, for
scenario
example,
I was going to say that's the reason why I cannot co-host, because KK, you think that by people commenting on something they did not take part in tarnishes the image of the country. Conversations or stands that we did not take part in. We're simply commenting on a sting that was run by people who actually have positions. So them getting themselves tangled in that is nothing. So do you think it will be a better way to protect the image of the nation if we all pretend this does not exist? This international channel that's put something in the world, let's all keep quiet. I mean, let's change this. Me, I'm an Arsenal fan. Let's talk about maybe Arsenal might win the league. Let's protect the image of the country by simply not speaking about this. We didn't take part in this. None of us were producers in this. We didn't do anything to do with this. But the best thing that we can do is simply ignore it. Let's hope it goes away. Never mind that it's done by an international board or anything else. Let's protect the image of the country and let's not comment, because we might tarnish the image of the country. I mean, I follow that. I respect that. But do carry on. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. So, well, maybe that's your opinion, but mine would be to say that people, I've got people that are already discussing issues to do with sanctioning of the Reserve Bank, and things of that nature. And at the same time, those are things that will come back to hurt us. And over what, really? So my question would be, have we put enough or have we built enough infrastructure that allows us to, for example, we've got our parliamentary committees, all those things. Are they responsive enough to issues of this nature? And they can actually take the executive to task on this issue. And if we have built a structure that is not responsive, that can be biased in terms of its responsiveness, then we have to go back to the drawing board. The ones we should be blaming ourselves to say, why have we built a system that is virtually useless, like our parliamentary structure? Where either way, you look at opposition, you look at even the ruling party, we still run into the same issues where we build men and women into these strong figures that we cannot hold accountable at any given point, because the people that are supposed to hold them accountable owe their political lives to the same people that we've built up that way. So those are the things that we need to be really asking ourselves. I have faith in what I have seen just recently, even in ZANU-PF primary elections, that people are beginning to actually take this thing forward further than we, the people that are supposed to perhaps be leading in terms of discussing this issue and it filtering into the ground. Because people are electing individuals that they feel will respond to them. So that this is a key element that we have to address structurally in the structures of our country. Otherwise, we'll continue getting frustrated and continue digging ourselves deeper into holes. Right now, if we have Reserve Bank sanctioned, who do you think is going to be affected by that?
Well, can I ask you, has there ever been a petition that led to Zimbabwe being sanctioned done by citizens? Has there ever been an opinion by Zimbabwean citizens that has led to a sanctioning? Has there ever been a class action by Zimbabwean citizens that has led to institutions or entities being sanctioned? Is there any evidence of a discussion by Zimbabweans that has led to anything being sanctioned? Point me to that. When you say our discussions tarnish the image and the discussion will lead to a sanctioning, show me evidence of Zimbabweans gathering to talk about something that has led to a foreign entity sanctioning an institution, a ministry, or an entity, even an individual.
I also want to
show me precedents where that has happened. So we know that your fear is founded in some fact.
KK, in your can you also give an example in this scenario that we have of Goldmark? What you would say is tangible evidence? We have the documentary episode 1. That's where we know. But you're saying that is not enough. So what would be enough for you to say this is actually happening?
Okay.
So I think mostly words KK, to be fair, because it might end up being a lot of back and forth. If you sort of bring it back in a minute, I'll give you a minute to land, and then we'll go on to other people, because I keep getting messages that people are dropping before they speak. So to move it along. So I'll give you a minute to bring it home, and then we'll carry on with the queue that Masi said.
Okay, all right. Firstly, to respond to what Masi says, it's our discussions. It's what we talk about that actually eventually filters into our body politic, and then it. I suppose perhaps you could also level it on irresponsibleness on the part of our politicians, that they then take it forward. We have seen this with the sanctions that we're currently battling. And mind you, I also wanted to further say that the fact that Zimbabwe is under sanctions, the OFAC sanctions, does not necessarily have to be the actual sanctions that are, but just the word that we are under sanctions of one kind or the other might prohibit certain multi-international players to do in business with us.
No, you're not answering me. You are now just answering something else. You are accusing us of tarnishing the image and the discussion leading to.
No, I said.
No, listen. I asked you a specific question. Show me precedents where the actions of Zimbabwean citizens through discussion have led to sanctions to an institution, a ministry, an entity, or an individual. Or it has been the actions of the players, the impact on the citizen that has led to sanctions. So which one are you saying is the cause?
I see where you're coming from. So we have a difference of approach to the issue of sanctions. From why
no, it's not an approach. I'm asking you to show me precedents.
The sanctions that are currently existing,
I believe, on the opinions of Zimbabwean citizens.
No, are based on what I think to be foolish actions on the part of politicians that thought that what they were pursuing spoke to the demands or the needs of a section of I'll call it a section, but they thought it plays into what Zimbabweans want. It's just a section of what Zimbabweans were talking about and were pursuing. And then they turned it into a political weapon. They politicized and weaponized the issue and brought the sanctions that we have today, right? This is where I'm coming from.
So the
And to ask,
disgruntlement by the citizen on the action that the government had done to them, to you, is inconsequential.
it is consequential, and we have systems of our own that are supposed to respond to that. My focus is to build our infrastructure, our systems in Zimbabwe to attend
So what
to issues
action
that
will you be
arise.
calling those institutions to do?
So firstly, I want a parliament that works. That is what I'm looking at. I
So
want a
you're painting
parliament.
a bad image of Zimbabwe right now, telling the world that our parliament does not work.
How am I? I am inward looking. I'm not outward looking. I'm not
So you
outward
are
looking. And
selective
then
about
to
no,
answer
we
Neota,
are going to move on. You are selective about who must talk about what doesn't work in Zimbabwe to the world. You have just told us that we have an incompetent
so how is it going to help us? How is
So
it
you are
going to
giving
help
yourself,
Zimbabwe?
we are
The
moving
whole
on.
of Zimbabwe.
So consider yourself part of the same behavior
My
of
question,
Zimbabweans, of speaking
my
negative
question to you,
about Zimbabweans' institutions. You have spoken
you
negatively
have
about the institution of Zimbabwe publicly to the internet. You are part of us. You have the same traits. So let's move on. Nelta, then Mupend. Because you are exactly how we are.
Masi, you're
Nelta,
pushing
next.
your own words
No,
onto
I've
me.
just pointed out the negativity that you painted.
No,
on
you haven't pointed anything. You have blocked
We are
me
moving
from
on.
saying what I want to
Nelta,
say.
next.
But
next.
He didn't respond to my question.
He is not a government official. He's gonna give us negative thoughts. We don't want to paint a bad image of Zimbabwe. Nelta, next.
The Shinonzidare has always been in existence in our cultures. People sit down, discuss whatever is happening. The only difference is now we have Wi-Fi, we have social media, we have all these things, and we can talk to people we've never met about what is troubling us, about our country, about our economy, about our home, about what we need, our death of dreams and expectations. This like if we look at the education system in Zimbabwe right now, it's like there's a law that says it's illegal for children not to go to school up to a certain age. I can't remember if it's 16 you have to go to school, otherwise your parents will be arrested. But there are no supplies, no whatever. So if we are looking at the most basic of the most basic, this gold that was being sold, if it was doing what it was said to do on paper, it should have been bringing in a lot of money and would have seen a lot of things happening, like building of infrastructure, schools, healthcare, whatever. But everything has been falling apart further and further and further and further and further. And the wonderment, like for me, what I like about this document is it has answered the question that where is the money going? We have so many big companies that dig so much out of our soil, that send so much out, and yet we don't see the results. Now, is it from what you said in terms of response to what people can do? And that's one of the thoughts that I had, that we need to. That's why I said we shouldn't put a deadline to when whatever action we take, that we can't say, oh, we give it a timeline that it should be finished by this time. That we need to pursue it to the end. But at the same time, understanding that the legal route is also not a path for us, because our legal system is in tatters. And I will take that because I hadn't considered that. So really, we don't have, even if we had all the documentation in front of us, we really can't take anything in front of the courts in Zimbabwe and hope something will happen. Or we just end up maybe with two people that are going to go to prison for 2-3 months, and we never get to hear they're out of prison until they come out of prison. Right now, the silence for me that I see is happening is because people don't know who are going to be the whistleblowers to their conversations, who's going to reveal what to who. So I can't send Marcy a text message. I can't phone Marcy because Marcy might be recording the conversation, then sends to Zeti. Zeti is best friends with Tadini, and Tadini and Morph drink together. So everybody then ends up sharing this stuff that is supposed to be confidential between the two of us. Because while I fully grasp that I have a very close relationship with Marcy, I have to understand that Mercy and her husband are tight, and Mercy has also best friend. So it's complicated. Hence the silence that you are why you are not, because we should have seen something. But also, I'll say probably they're also doing what other people are saying. Let's wait what comes up next before we say anything. Because if I say I didn't do that, then next time my face will be right there in the front, in the middle of it. And even if people come out and say such and such didn't say this, whoever said that on their behalf, the reason why they are not saying a lot themselves is because they are not sure which part of the conversations they have had have been captured and put somewhere, and that it might actually not be an audio next time, it might be a video. And for us, like listening to the fact that that lady was in America talking about this, I also think if we start taking little steps, we might be able to circumvent uh, what the Western world might decide. Because if I don't know if it's possible to sanction the central bank, but say if it is, that's the worst thing that can ever happen to us Zimbabweans. The rest of it we probably can deal with. But if that happens, then we're in serious trouble. We have been talking about sanctions and whatnot, and but the thing that was actually disabling us in the country was not the sanctions. The thing that was disabling us was the response to the so-called sanctions, because other countries have heavy sanctions, but they've thrived in those because people have been allowed to think and to be proactive and to be creative and produce things. We, on the other end, every time someone tries to take something, in order for you to move forward, you need 20 million people to allow you to proceed to the next step, to the next step. And all because people want to pocket money today and be rich today. And I actually don't think people are even thinking of their children or their grandchildren, because you are better off having 5% here interest, 5% interest over there, which is accruing over time, and then you have something to live instead of cash that you could or you could you can't take it to bank because now you can't even explain how you have money that is that ruined. So I think what for me, even in talking like this, is like I'm saying that there is a clear path in responding, but we now need to respond the way you respond to a mafia, but also not becoming like them. So the level of intelligence that we need to apply here is one that even vamwe mpangoma katozvona cartoon, sit down and start mapping what is possible and how we can respond to the worst case scenarios, so that we come out of this better than where we are right now. It is possible to change this. I think we just need to start believing that we have the ability to do that. And in Njangu, I've reached a point where I am tired of everyone saying Zimbabweans, we are not good, we are not. I have met so many amazing people. The only thing that these amazing people haven't done is come together and say, let's respond to this problem like a unit and actually do this properly in a way that will surprise everyone. Because if we were not good people, if we were not interested in fixing the country, we wouldn't be all sitting here having this conversation saying we are pissed off at this. So let's stop, because kana tikatanga tisingabelieve kuti we have the capacity to change this, what then is the point of having the conversation? And I think vose vari kufunga kuti there is no hope in this should just stop talking, because some of us want to fix this and don't have the time to listen to how bad we are and how incapable we are, because I personally don't have think that's going to solve anything going forward.
Thanks, Nelta. Mupendo Tashinga, and then I think it will be back.
They spoke with, they spoke, Mercy. I think the person who hasn't spoken is Shingai and Mof in original submissions, because Mupendo was there before arguing with you. When you guys had your back.
Okay. Yeah, let me speak after Doctor.
Yeah. So I can't remember if Tashinga spoke, but it's Tashinga, Morph, and Shingai. Go ahead, Tashinga. Oh, and Dr. Tadinia.
No,
after
you
Morph.
know why I was leaving more, because I thought you and Zeti want to then finish off what's on the table and then have that discussion back and forth. That is not stopping anyone
Okay,
talking.
that's fine. To be fair, things change. Morph might have seen the light. He might be here to sing Kumbaya.
Okay, guys, let's do the guys. Let's leave Mofu to fix and presume what Utrecht and Citizen want to say to him in the back and forth. But he has his own submission. Let's do the guys who haven't spoken and then clear the table for us to have the back and forth. Who should we start with? Tashinga or Shingai?
Tashinga and Shingai. Go ahead, Tashinga.
All right. Thank you. Yeah, well, it is indeed quite a very top-heavy situation for all of us, and quite disheartening in so many ways. Who took my lighter here? Fuck. Okay. So, anyways, can I have lighter? So, like I was saying, guys, sorry, it's quite disheartening. We have this documentation that's at our disposal. We have the podcast at our disposal. We have got all the ammunition that Zimbabwe may ever need. In as much as we gotta talk about this here on Twitter and talk about it in on all these places, we need to get the people on the ground educated and aware of all these happenings around them. We might assume, yes, the people know, the people are tired of ZANU-PF and all that, but we need to give them this information. We owe it to our grandparents, to our parents back home in the villages, wherever they are, to share with them this candid information before wrong information reaches their ears. I've come to a point where I believe even when they are voting down there, vanotoudzwa kunzi masi atora kuti kuharare kunogoro kuuk atora kuti voterai pana vamunangagwa chete. So we have to be able to communicate this document regold mafia. Vabereki, you're the ones who fought this war. Onai hondo yamakarwa zviri kuitwa nevamakati avachava vatungamiriri. This is what they are doing. They are stealing from you. They are stealing from us. This is why vachiuya vachikupai kapu yembeu nekapu yefertilizer. Is that what you deserve when they are busy looting millions that can buy so many cartons of fertilizer, so many bags of fertilizer, so many bags of seed to come and give you here? Varikuya vachikupai kapu yesimbi, John P. When they are looting millions and living in luxurious villas abroad, kunana UK, kunana Dubai, kupi. So the duty now, the mandate is to spread this document like a wildfire. Huh? Spread it to the villages, spread it to the people, spread it to the youth. We might assume that everybody is aware of this document, but there are so many other people who are not even knowledgeable of what's happening today, who are not knowledgeable of what's happening or what does it mean. Vasingatozive prediction zviri kurevei. Vanenge vakuudzwa kunzi aiwa tiri kutengesa gold, we are doing ABCD. I'm wondering how somebody says we go and buy gold from Dubai and bring it back to Zimbabwe for whatever reason. Then we have Dubai on the other hand saying, look, we bought this much quantity of gold from Zimbabwe this year alone. Then Zimbabwe goes and says, we sold this much quantity to the world. Quantity out of vakatengesa to the world, and the quantity that Dubai is saying bought from Zimbabwe is millions apart. You look at it and you wonder, so who's lying? Who's playing with our minds? One thing can only allude to certainty. The government, our government, the Reserve Bank, whoever is in power is definitely playing with our minds. Vakutoona kunge vari Nickelodeon channel making cartoons for kids. They started treating every Zimbabwean like an illiterate, like we're children who want to watch SpongeBob and just enjoy. So this is the time. This is the weapon that we need to shoot ZANU-PF. This is the opportunity to shoot a bullseye. Shoot them directly. Kana kuri cricket, to hit the wicket. Auza. This is what we need to do to hit that wicket and take them out. So I'm very happy we are here. We're strategizing on what actions we're gonna take after we have watched the last of this documentation. And whatever the counter they have, ALljazera is here, and ALljazera said we have got thousands of documents that can allude to exposing of these people. So they know it themselves, and they are very much aware. All these things of lawsuit, they are just hogwash. They have got nothing that they're going to do to Al Jazeera because they know vabatwa panonaka. So we as the people we also need to be able to give our own ultimatum, lead our own freedom, lead our own liberation. This is the time. We cannot afford to have them in power again. If we let them escape the fire of this documentation, we are never gonna get them any other way, guys. This is the time we act. This is the time we free ourselves for the future of our children. It's no longer about us, but it's about the legacy of our children. The generations to come will hold us accountable if we don't do something today. So, in ending, in conclusion, let me just say, iweneni tinebasa. Thank you.
Asante sana. Go smoke your ganja. I hate you asking for a light. Shingai.
She's taking my lighters and hiding them. Yeah, I don't even know.
Good evening. How are you guys?
Hey, Shingi, you good?
Shingi, you only come out in corruptions. How are you, man? Long time.
I looked for you on the normal streets and avenues. So where is it? You need to reconvene. I think you see my profile picture there. It's been like that for a while, and you know I've stainedly spoken against corruption, and I've always said my order is corruption first, sanctions second, because if somebody is sitting at their premise somewhere in the world and decides to sanction you, they are particularly saying to their kids, I don't want you to play with the kids next door. There is nothing much you can do about that. But I think what you can do is to take control of your resources, take control of what God has blessed you with. Try by all possible means to make full use of that for the betterment of your own people's life. But I haven't seen that. And if there have been rumors that have been circulating that there's corruption in Zimbabwe, the latest documentary actually sheds more light into the tunnel. But I'd like to touch what Nelta said about people being neatly close together. I've always said that Zimbabwe is a nation of people that are very close to each other. Even our social structures, our family trees are very close to each other. So it's a fallacy to try and say that people don't have access or ear to things that happen in Zimbabwe. Madiri, Majeti, Mbinga, all that stuff. People know, they're not stupid. So people have lived experiences. They don't need, they didn't even need Al Jazeera to tell them that there's shenanigans that are happening in their backyards. After all, people work in these companies that some of these corrupt people, as seen in the documentary, actually run. I've had my own lived experience. 2013, catching a flight at Robert Mugabe Airport. An entourage walks in, sits opposite us. Lo and behold, it's miracle money, because at that time, the hot gospel for these so-called men of God was miracle money. So I actually joked to the person who was next to me, I said, that's Hubert Angel. Today we're flying with miracle money. Hopefully by the time we land where we're going, our bags will be full of money. So we get up, we walk towards the detectors where you'll be searched. And as you know, the international requirements, you have to strip bare. If you're a man, you remove your belts, your shoes, your wallets, your chains, your watches, you put them on a tray, push them through the detector and catch them the other side. I'm standing the other side, I see this. In fact, before that, the aviation authorities, the guys that will be wearing these lanyards, blue lanyards with badges on there, sat with Hubert Angel for a while, almost 30 or so minutes talking to him. When it was time to check in, he didn't go through the detectors. And it's only stitching up now, today, to say, oh my goodness, this thing has probably been happening since before he was even appointed ambassador or whatever the office he holds. So now it's stitching up. Why? Because I've always asked myself, why was this guy, his bags and his entourage and his wife were not searched? Why didn't they go through the same process that every other ordinary citizen goes through? So don't come here and say, oh, you know what, this documentary has not given substantial admissible evidence before a court of law, because we have our own lived experiences. Remember, we are the number one citizen. Government is actually an institution that works to serve us. So we are the number one first line of defense for that state and country called Zimbabwe. And nobody from Norway should come here and tell us that there's no substantial evidence, because we've got our own lived experiences. We are human beings. We have logic. We can think for ourselves. And so now for me, you come and tell me with my little lived experience that this is bogus and it is not true. But the things that I've experienced are actually in the documentary. Moving on. Many speeches by the president, many speeches by the Minister of Finance, not even the current one, even before that, governors have said Zimbabwe has got a problem with illicit gold trade. In their speeches, go back, read them. You find in there acknowledgement by government that there's a problem of leakages as far as gold is concerned. Zimbabwe loses gold through its borders. And then now there's a documentary that comes out, not with pseudo characters, but with characters that we all know, characters that are genuine, that are there sitting. Macmillan saying that this is smuggling. He was asked, what is this? He says, this is smuggling. And then when stuff hits the fan, the Reserve Bank is the first one to say, we distance ourselves from this. We don't know these individuals. How did they get licensed? What background checks were carried out to ensure that the people that are being licensed do not have criminal records? Because gold is a precious metal. So you cannot distance yourself away from it totally when you're the authority that actually issues the go-ahead for people to trade in gold. How is it that we've got one person shipping out 200 kgs of gold a week when there are people that have been harassed and probably been jailed for carrying 50 grams? We all know Makorokozas run around and get chased around for carrying 50 grams. But there are people who are shipping out 200 kgs and tell me that our intelligence, I refuse for anyone to tell me that the Zimbabwean intelligence has slipped their hands. Absolutely not. We've got one of the best intelligence in Southern Africa, if not in Africa. No, now today they are porous. Now today we can say, our intelligence is not. No, I absolutely would not accept that as being selective application. I think state has got a part to play in that it lost oversight over such an important asset for the nation. So those that are advocating to exonerate the state because there is no implication, the state needs not to be implicated. The state needs to just know that there's 2 billion or 1.5 billion worth of gold slipping through, not under the Limpopo as such, now that we know the majority of it is going through the airport. A national key point where we all come and brag that, there was a time when this political stuff was happening, and then, the intelligence war dust codes called the written national hand carrier, and they did this and they executed this person and whisked them away. That same intelligence is failing to detect 200 kgs of gold. Please give us a break. And then my final point is that you make conclusion that there is no implicating evidence when you know that there are 4 episodes. Today's trail shows that somebody was actually saying you need to pay $200,000 as access fee to see the president. It's coming. We'll see episode 2 on the 30th until we see episode 4. Then after that, we can draw our conclusion to say, is there admissible evidence? And then you cannot come around to us and say, oh, you're tarnishing the nation's name. We are not Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera found what it found and put it out there for the consumption of the world, not for Zimbabwe, for the world to see. And the world will judge. This time, It's not a justice system that you can manipulate. This one is the court of public opinion, and no one can manipulate the court of public opinion, and there's nothing you can do about the court of public opinion. It will give its verdict, and the verdict so far is that Zimbabwe is very close to being listed as a gray area for illicit trade and gold trafficking. So whether you like it or you don't like it, the African Development Bank today can write the Reserve Bank and the government to say we can no longer deal with you. The little money, the little avenue that we used to get as in credit lines can write the government without even question and say, for now we are taking a back step until this has been clarified. What does that mean to us as a nation? We're sinking further into the upside of problems.
Right. Thanks. Thanks. Yeah. I think it's the right time for you to come in, Morpho, come in, and then Tadin, you can respond to what Morpho says first. Triway, triple way, Tadini, Utrade, and Citizen. Don't bring Padare up, don't bring anyone else. Just isolate Morpheus, hit him with everything we got.
Are we
Go
doing
ahead,
state
Morpheus.
capture?
Yeah. Go ahead, Morpheus.
Hey, how are you doing? Greetings to Mercy, Citizen, and you, Fred, and everybody else on the panel. So what I want to talk to is speaks to the issue Maziwa was asking. So just a technical response, nothing to do with all the discussions going on. Maziwa asked the specific question, is the central bank sanctioned? So I wanted to say that the central bank is not sanctioned. It can operate counterparty accounts with foreign institutions. But that doesn't quite address the issues related to the gold trading issue. In the past, banks in Zim used to get dollars from South African banks. And then the South African banks closed the taps because of the sanctions. But if you take a quick step back, you'll notice that in the past, the central bank used to buy gold from artisanal miners, partly using dollars and partly using local currency. And then the artisanal miners wanted US dollars, so they would go and buy and sell the gold to, let's call them parallel routes. So eventually, the central bank decided that all trade should be done in US dollars. Look at this as general dollarization of those transactions. So the issue is the central bank and its licensed party or subsidiary, which is FBL, does not have adequate cash to buy all the gold. So if you look at the trend of gold production in Zimbabwe, it has gone up significantly. I think the latest number was over 35 tons per annum. The list was round about, I think the lowest number was in 2017-18. It was 10 tons. And now it's gone up 300% plus. So they don't have enough cash to buy the gold, right, to fulfill the monopoly of purchasing gold. So what they do is they buy some of the gold, and then they license people with cash to buy the gold. So I'm just saying this because it speaks to a question, is the central bank sanctioned? But because the central bank doesn't have, or FPR doesn't have cash to go to these miners and say, your gold is $56 an ounce, I'm giving you $56 here for it, and then collecting all of the gold. They then come in and say, we're going to license Njabulo or Utrade or CZNZ to buy. So this is where the foreigners that get licensed one way or the other come in, because they have the cash to buy the gold. So that's the first point. The second point is, if you bring into Zim your cash to buy the gold, you have actually purchased the gold, so it becomes yours. There's been issues discussed elsewhere about declarations and so on and so forth. So if you're a foreign player and you've got your local subsidiary that you set up and you do counterparty transactions, you bring your cash and then this cash is used to pay the miners and the gold is taken to Fidelity where it's refined and certificates are issued and then you take it out. It's your gold. So when you take it out, there should be no expectation that you're going to repatriate any funds because you paid for it. Let me give you an analogy so that's clearer. If you go to South Africa and you buy, say, a Nissan truck from Nissan, you take your truck out to Zimbabwe. There's no expectation that you're going to repatriate any funds to South Africa after that because you bought the truck. It's unlike Nissan exporting cars to Zimbabwe and expecting the funds to be paid back to them. So this is just a technical response to what Maziwa was asking about, whether the central bank is sanctioned or it's not sanctioned and so forth. There are some banks in Zimbabwe that are actually typically sanctioned, just to give you a clearer consequence of what happens when they're sanctioned. One specific bank, as an example, was ZB Bank. It basically meant that all their correspondent relationships were terminated. So they would have to, if they wanted to do any international transaction, they would have to go to a third-party bank, negotiate with it, so they do transactions for them. In the case of ZB, I think if you go and read the penalties given on CBZ to the tune of 386, I think it started off as 386 billion.
It was reduced, yeah.
Yeah, and then it was 300. CBZ was fined 386 billion, which was reduced to around about 300 million, if I'm not mistaken. Part of the one of the reasons was they were being used by ZB to do transactions. This is one of the reasons. So ZB Agribank were actually sanctioned, and it meant that all their counterparty corresponding relationships were terminated, which is not the case with RBZ. The issue with RBZ is they don't have sufficient cash because you need adequate capital to pay for the gold, right? And in real US dollars. So if you don't have that, then you cannot buy the gold, which means that you create side transactions. So you license parties with cash to buy the gold. This is where if Maziwa, you are in Dubai, you can get a license to buy the gold because you have the money. So I just wanted to just share that. That's just my contribution to the discussion.
No, you explained normal operation and why that solution was found. I don't know whether you've been exposed to a bit of this documentary or anything else. In what you've seen, what do you think has gone wrong with that process, which is in normal operation, is what you explained? Where do you think the loopholes have been?
So, understanding that process, I haven't seen the loopholes.
You've not seen the loopholes?
Yes. So what I see in the documentary is, I think there are two sides to the documentary. They mention issues to do with smuggling, and then there's people connected with politicians, and then there's the money laundering. To me, the documentary is a lot more to do with money laundering than smuggling. This is my understanding of what the documentary is about. Now, when I look at the money laundering aspects, right, there are explanations that come out in this documentary. For example, there's one guy who says, I do 40 million in Ghana and so forth. I think he is a key fixer in a lot of the transactions. And he specifically explains that if you're an investor who's going to take money via Dubai and take it elsewhere, you must open bank accounts in Dubai and issue you licenses to import gold. Because gold doesn't just land in Dubai, right? You have to have licenses. So you open bank accounts there, blah, blah, blah. There's a process that he explained. So I'm just thinking of the logic. Let's say Hubert was talking to this Hong Kong investor. The Hong Kong investor who claims that the money is not clean takes the money to Dubai, right, to get all these licenses. And then if the money then happens to come to Zimbabwe, the laundering actually didn't happen in Zimbabwe. The money landed in bank accounts in Dubai. Because when you come to buy gold
No.
here, you need to bring
No.
USD cash. Hold on.
No. Hold on. Hold on. So the money that comes to Zimbabwe is not from the bank in Dubai. It's the money that's going to Zimbabwe to then buy the commodity in Zimbabwe, which comes with the paperwork, which is co-signed by the Reserve Bank, whoever. That then goes back to Dubai to then produce something which is legitimate, to then put the proceedings of that transaction in Dubai into the bank account. The dirty money, which goes via Dubai, it might just go there for fresh air, but it doesn't actually intervene or touch any of their monetary system. Might still stay in the suitcase under the bed. That's the money that actually then comes to Zimbabwe to then purchase the gold, which then returns to Dubai to then create a legitimate transaction to then allow that money to then go into a bank account.
So yeah, so let's say our understanding on that is very different.
No.
It's not your understanding, it's what's on the documentary.
Let's have correct understanding.
Let's look at it this way. Okay. You watched the documentary, I watched it, and I made my own conclusions on it. Right. The way I understood it is what I'm explaining to say. Whoever has money from anywhere, what I understood is that you open bank accounts in Dubai, you get a license so that when the gold gets into Dubai, it's licensed. That was my understanding. So you open bank accounts. What you bring to Zimbabwe is USD cash. Unless you are saying wherever this money was coming from, let's say it was coming from China, they put this $1 billion cash on a plane in China and fly it to Zimbabwe. I don't see that being possible, but that was your understanding. My understanding was transactions are done to move funds into the UAE, which is where accounts are opened, right? And then you take the cash, you buy your gold. This was my understanding, which seems to be very different.
Can I ask you something? And I won't hug the mic. I promise I'll stop here. If that's your understanding and your understanding is correct, why would the money have to come out of a legitimate bank account in Dubai and then go and buy gold in Zimbabwe? The money is already legitimate in Dubai.
Let's not do this, guys. It's clear that
let me finish. I think you have a chance after this. I'll drop off and you can continue. Right.
We cannot run on a hypothesis. We cannot run on a hypothesis when we know what is exactly being described. If the man does not understand, let him go and rewatch the documentary, then joins everyone when he actually understands. Because we cannot argue to say 1 + 1. Let's assume that 1 + 1 is 3. Then we go on a tangent and start having a discussion on that basis. He clearly does not understand what is in the documentary. Let him not waste everyone's time up here. He's a very intelligent man. We have had conversations. He can go
Tadini, stop patronizing me. No, stop patronizing me. I think this is where we start.
This guy is
no,
just
we
messing us
cannot
around.
do this. Yes, he's trying to make.
Sorry, guys. So that it goes okay. Let Moff not feel like he's patronized. But what I also like is that Moff is educated me in many subjects where I've thought, okay, he knows his stuff. And I would like to take this opportunity to be able to educate Moff, because he did say that he might have come to the different conclusion with it. So Moff, I'll return the favor on this subject.
So when I came, I specifically said I want to address an issue related to the presentation
with Maziro,
Right. So the reason I say that is I don't want the nonsense from Tadini where he starts patronizing me. I don't want to be patronized by him or anybody else. That's why I said I want to address.
You are patronizing yourself by saying rubbish.
No. This whole thing of
patronizing yourself by
don't
saying
patronize
rubbish.
me.
Everyone
If
here
you have
understands
listen,
the clear
Tadini,
process that has been explained.
if you have your opinion
and you
about the
continue
documentary,
to play
share
an idiot by pretending not to know what is clear. And
No. What is clear to you is not clear to me, and what is clear to me is not clear
You
to
are
you. Don't patronize
yourself,
me.
Mofu. No one is patronizing you.
Young,
It
you
is
cannot
you who have
patronize me.
confessed
You
your
can't patronize
ignorance.
me.
No, guys, the idea is for us to get to a point where we're all on the same page. And let's try and get to that point.
Why are
And
you
I
killing my fun, though, Utrecht? Why are you
no,
killing
because Mofu is gonna leave.
No,
We don't
listen,
want Mofu
Utrecht.
leaving.
No,
Huh?
Utrecht, this
Mofu.
man is wasting our time, man.
Hold
No,
on.
no, 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 no,
Hold
guys.
on, guys. Hold
No,
on.
no.
Utrecht, to be fair, though,
Yeah.
ALljazera's documentary has been out since I don't know how long. Mofo has sat on many platforms where this issue has been discussed. Then for him to then claim ignorance, I think you have to also understand
Mercy,
the
I
outrage.
did not claim ignorance. This is why I don't want to talk about those other issues.
Okay, let me
Right.
withdraw
Okay.
ignorance.
Let's put limits to this discussion. Okay. Let's do
Let me
this.
withdraw ignorance.
I just wanna address the issue that
Don't
Maziwa.
withdraw. Don't withdraw.
Baba
Right.
Murkunyepa.
Don't withdraw.
No, guys,
Mas-
no.
Imi
So,
Baba
so let's do
Murkunyepa.
this.
This is not what citizen wants.
Right.
No, guys, carry on, Mofu.
Right.
Guys,
So
let's
I'm
not
going to
degenerate.
I'm going to put a boundary to my comments and limit them to the issue that Maziwa raised. This is why I said I want to address that specific issue. To avoid all this yada, but I don't want to be patronized by Tadini or anybody else. Right. So I'm addressing a specific issue to do with is the central bank sanctioned? You saw the documentary of your opinion. Everybody has an opinion here, right? And people are discussing those opinions.
Okay.
No,
yes.
You see where I had an issue a bit or attempted to correct. Hence why I'd asked that in your understanding, in your submission, what you're given.
So I don't want us to get all tied down and everything.
No, you see
this
me,
is why
let
I
me
made
tell-
my response technical.
It was,
my
but
comment was
let
very
me-
technical to address a process because I know that people will not agree on a lot of things.
Something why I was quite keen to find out your how you understood the documentary or where you thought the wrong was in that process. Because I genuinely believe that
I can tell you where I think there's some wrong from what based on what the
Guys,
documentary
can I say
explains.
something? Can I say something? Just
Hold on,
one
Kozan.
second.
Kozan.
1 second, guys.
All right, go on.
1 second. You see, with Zimbabweans, at times there's this, state. I'm not directing it to everyone, to anyone in particular, everyone. There's a state of drunkenness in us, illusion of minds. The most educated, and this is Zimbabwe, they are the most stupid. Whilst our country is going down.
Don't insult people. Don't insult people.
Allow him to insult us. Allow
No,
him.
don't
Allow him
insult
to
people. It's
insult
not
us.
right.
No, we want to be insulted. We want to
If
be
you want to be
insulted.
insulted, that's you. But I
Allow
don't want to be
him
insulted by
to
anyone.
insult us. Please.
Guys, hold on. Citizen, why are you? This is your platform. Why are you running a house? It's on fire. Citizen, their house is on
Okay.
fire.
With me, guys, I've got one rule.
Yeah, no
And one rule
insult.
only.
No
No,
insult.
maybe two rules.
That's what Citizen has always said.
So, if you've got nothing, yeah, to say to what the person is saying, please mute your mic and put down sounds, yeah, like thumb down. But if you want to say, Utrecht, you're a chicken, no, that is not what we are here for, yeah. That do that with the signs. Let's utilize the signs, yeah. But if you want to respond on what the person is saying specifically, respond to that. If you like what the person has said, 100, there's no point of turning around and me putting the mic and saying, Utrecht, you're right. No, thank you very much.
I
Yeah,
want to say something.
let's do the signs.
I want to
Because there are people recording, yeah. So that now we are seeing as if you are recording. But if you are talking, you are just going to, you know what I mean, yeah. I like violence, by the way. I like it without a condom. So let's do that. But what if we are doing that without a condom and you are busy clapping and touching my palm and saying that, come on, come on. No, it's a bit touchy. Don't do that. So thank you.
Right.
There you go, Uche.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I think we actually have an issue. What I'll say is that we find it very difficult to have conversations with people who are not convinced to our line of thinking, right? So if you then go in a conversation, let's say you're all of same political alignment, and spend the whole day conversating with things you already agree, you're actually not winning anyone, right? So if the gentleman has come in, maybe let's say he's misaligned with his information, you have an opportunity to change his mind, and he can then spread the mind to someone else. And
No, I think
you
there
know,
you are no, there you are motivationally interviewing yourself. There's
no,
a
no, but
no. In one arm, you cannot say someone is a person able to look at facts and interpret. It's just interpreted for Maziwa, something very complex, right? Now there's a documentary with someone who's saying something. You don't have to interpret what the person is saying. You are saying from what you've watched, what could be the anomaly, not from what you think, what is the anomaly, from what the person expresses. Now, he can then say, from what he's saying, this is where is the wrong, but that is impossible in this system. So either that person is lying about saying, but to completely distort what was said, I think even you are stretching our patience by saying
isn't
this is an
comprehension though
educating Mofu.
subjective?
No, Mofu is not
Isn't
going to be educated here, Utrecht. That's actually patronizing him.
No, what I'm saying is that isn't comprehension subjective. If he says this is what I took from this, and I say you're lying, then it ends the conversation rather than me
Yes,
saying,
we should
yeah,
be allowed to say that, like we have said to the other gentleman before. And I said, listen, you are not going to ask us to break down a 30-minute audio for 2-minute sound bites for you to understand it. You
to then
either can
comment,
go and
yeah.
so there's nothing special about Mofu that certain things cannot be said to him. As the audience, this is what we feel. If Mofu sees no anomaly, it's fine too. Let's take that and move on. To say we are now going to sit here and educate Mofu, no, we don't. Their hands raised.
I take your point. I agree. So Boff was about to explain what he thought was wrong. So failure to do that, we'll just move on. Go ahead. Yeah, carry on and explain what you thought could be wrong, and then we'll move to Tadin.
Right. So yeah. So what I thought was problematic, having looked at the process, is the issue of declarations. I saw that as problematic, especially the issue of declarations as well as the issue of the hawala. So it wasn't very clear how the hawala would work, and also how the declarations work in a case where the gold was purchased. So that aspect is very unclear from the documentary. Just for clarity of why I see that as problematic. When you buy the gold and you export and you take it out, right, there is no expectation on your part to do any repatriation. If you're going to bring money on your second round, you're simply bringing money to actually do a second round of the purchases. So you do declare. Any declaration that doesn't match the cash you're carrying is, to the extent that is money flowing in, just a misdemeanor on somebody who says, "Oh, I was supposed to bring 1 million and I brought 500,000." Right? A lot of people do it on an individual level. When you come into Zim, each time you fly into Zim, you're given a declaration form, the blue form that they're talking about. They give you a form and then they say, right, how much cash you have? Are you carrying any alcohol? Are you carrying any blah, 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 right? And then some people say, oh, I have $500 instead of $1,000. So my understanding of what the guy was explaining was related to those declarations, which are not necessarily export repatriations. So that's the part that I find problematic, that we might need to get more details on.
Sorry, Mofu, can I ask
Can
you?
I further that question?
Sorry,
I understand what you are saying when Zimbabweans do that often, the wrongful declaration.
Mm-hmm.
What is your suspicion when someone over declares? Because to me, I've never seen a case like that. Normally, I can admit it's most likely that I would under declare and hope to smuggle something in. But to cause myself to, I don't know whether these people have zero exemption on taxing, I don't know. What is to you suspicious? Why would a person over declare?
Yeah, I haven't quite applied my mind to why an over declaration would happen. The reason I haven't applied my mind is because, remember, I said when you export, when you do an export, there are two parties, an exporter and an importer. So when you export by purchasing from your local unit, you actually buy the commodity and you take it outside. So when you come back again to do the same cycle, I don't see a reason for under declaring or over declaring. So that's the part that's not very clear to me. Even if they went further and said, "Oh, there's a hawala aspect to the funds that go around," I still don't see the sense in the declarations. But
these guys
just to close that issue, right? On my end, just to close that issue. Why?
Something what Moff is saying, please, when you get a chance.
All right. So why that aspect is problematic? You see, when you come through the airport and you write that I'm carrying so much money, it's a form you dump at immigration. You say, "Oh, I have that data for anything." Right? It's just data that immigration collects for statistical purposes. So
no,
even if I say that,
that's not correct. That's not it.
Hold on.
Absolutely.
So even if I said I have $500 and then I happen to be carrying $1 million, right? I've probably violated a law somewhere, but the usefulness of that data for what you was explaining is I don't find much sense in it. So that's why I'm saying to your question, Mercy, I don't see why somebody would actually do that, because when you export a product, right, in the normal sense, if you're not dealing with precious metals, in the normal sense, the central bank will give you all documentation to say you're exporting a product valued this much, and you go through an acquittal process. The acquittal process has nothing to do with immigration or any declarations. It's a banking transaction.
The acquittal, the immigration,
hold on.
It does. Because
Shingi?
when you get
Yeah,
to
if
do
you
your
could-
acquittal process, you take your documentation stamped at entry point to your bank so that you can do your checks and balances with that stamp.
Right. The reason.
Hold on. Let me explain to you why I think there's over declaration.
So just to keep my point, right? When you export and you do the CD1 process, your CD1 process is actually not done by you. It's done by your bank.
It sits at the bank. Yes.
Right.
Then
it's done by your
submit
bank.
it to RBZ.
Exactly. You actually yourself don't go to RBZ, right? Your bank does
that for you.
Yes. It handles that process. This is why This is why I'm saying, even even when you do acquittals, right? When you do acquittals, it's not you doing the acquittal.
Guys,
Even when
marketing my point as I wonder.
Hold on. Even when
guys, marketing my point as I wonder. Co-hosts, I think guys, you are now
all
just
right. Tadini wants to speak, so I'll just end here.
Guys,
all right, go on, Tadini. Guys, hold on, Shingi. Go on, Tadini, because Tadini, to be fair, he's been waiting for a while. So go Tadini Shingi and then Zimbabwe at Sep and Jawula. But I'll have to give the cue again if you guys forget. So Tadini Shingi, Sep and Jawula. Go ahead, Tadini.
Yeah, what I actually wanted to contribute to the conversation actually has been lost in some madness. You used an example of our interpretation of a composition. The interpretation can differ, but we should not differ how we read what is written about the composition, the story itself, like what is the sentence actually saying. And here is where the submission that is being made by my brother here is faulty. The sentence is saying tsuro akarowa mbama kuna gudo. That's what the sentence is saying. So if you start from a premise where someone then spins it and says, Aiwa, gudu akarowa tsuro mbama, we're already somewhere wrong. So as a conductor, we're not supposed to continue arguing the wrong set premise, but to correct the premise. And the only way to correct the premise is to ask the reader who wants to contribute to the conversation, rather than for us to go for 30 minutes arguing the wrong premise. Guys, that is just abusing us. That is just blatantly abusing us and abusing our intelligence. That's not the page that we're arguing. Then we start from the correct premise. That's the first thing. That's what we're pushing back at Utrecht. And this is intentional from some gentlemen and ladies. It's not that they are dafted or dumb. They are very respectable intellectually, but there is an objective and an incentive for them to do such. And then we let them derail the conversation. It is not to say let them not participate, but when we actually see that this is a manufactured downness and manufactured impotence, let us not play along with it. Let's tell the truth. Kuti our page arisiri 1 + 1 = 2. To argue about how we get to that premise of it being 2 and whether you like the theory or not. But at least we have set the correct premise. And it so ipapo motiregererawo ngoma idzokoro dzaikuona yenyu ningiri documentary. Then now to the submission, I wanted to actually speak to what KK was talking about in terms of institutions. To say, no, we shouldn't talk about this because it is making our, we're putting our country in a dark painting, or we're speaking ill of our country and it will cost us. No, if we don't speak about this and actually highlight that there's a character that has been participating or has been accused of participating in dodgy businesses, then we actually do bad for our country, because the question becomes, do the Zimbabweans actually all behave in this manner? Because remember, this person is supposedly the ambassador for Zimbabweans, a brand ambassador, keyword brand ambassador. This person represents what we are in terms of conducting businesses, and that is why they've been put in that position. So when a brand ambassador stops to represent our brand and what our brand is about, we should come out straight, right, and say, good, I know a brand represent when arasika. Pane pataimbofunga kuti yes, the person represents our brand, but no longer. You see, whether there is substantial evidence at the time or not, but there is accusation, and then there is evidence to start or at least ignite an actual investigation being done by our institutions in Zimbabwe. And we have sufficient institutions. We don't have to do what you are saying, to need to go back to parliament, restructure parliament. No, we have the police, we have the justice system. It's all functional. What we simply need to do as citizens right now is to put pressure on it, to say, hey, the ambassador at large has been caught on camera saying the following things. It calls for investigation. The arm that should be leading this investigation, if it is true to its name and task, is the Anti-Corruption Commission, which is in the president's office. And we are still yet to hear a statement from the Anti-Corruption Commission, which is in the president's office. All we need to do now is to speak about it, Sema citizens, and then say, no, this person doesn't represent us. The way he's doing big deals, whether he's pretending or not, we don't do that. And we don't deal with people who have professed to be thieves or who are trying to hide money. We don't do that, right? So I think the ambassador really needs to be thrown out there in the political investigation. I repeat, this is our brand ambassador. He represents what it is to be a Zimbabwean and how we conduct businesses at the highest level. And if he is misrepresenting us, we should say it. Failure to do that then puts us in then paints our country wrong. Kuti aiwa tiri vanhu vanoaccepta mabribes, tiri vanhu vari willing to kutora dirty money tichiisa our system. He was talking about the sanctioning of the Reserve Bank. I think we can protect our Reserve Bank from being sanctioned and our country from being sanctioned by ensuring that we distance ourselves from the individuals that have been put forward, and making sure that those individuals go through the due processes, right? Not by trying to pretend that it did not happen. Then we hide away and say, no, we're not going to say it because, Zimbabwe will be put on spotlight. No, let us do what the Mexican drug lords did when 4 citizens of the United States were taken. They took 5 of their own and said, our 5 America, deal with them. Then they kept quiet and the war has stopped. We have not heard that America is trying to rush into Mexico to find those the cartel. Why? Because the cartel cut off what was costly to it. And I think in this point, we need to do the same. These men have been identified as criminals, and we need the process to be taken to show that they are not or they are. You see, and the office that...
Okay, whilst you are ranting there, Tadin, this
Yes.
new one tells us not only are they washing money now, they are flooding the market with gold stamped as Zimbabwe, when all they have done is added 1/3 of Zimbabweans' gold to 2/3 of gold coming from elsewhere.
Now we are out in the world borrowing money to increase our capacity. But on paper, they are making us look like we have reached capacity by bringing in gold and relabeling it. What's your statement to that? That new revelation? Not only are they bringing in illicit money, they are actually bringing in gold.
Yeah, exactly. That's where that's why I was actually going to say, when we then come back and look at the numbers, such that the artisanal miners are providing over 50% for those that go for the the higher end of the estimate, 66% of our gold, it becomes questionable to say, should we be celebrating this, or this is gold that is being taken in from elsewhere, then being injected, or at least our actual production is way lower than that, or at least we might be celebrating to say our people are somewhat employed. That is not true when we actually look at what is describing there. Our people are maybe just providing a third of that 66%, or at least the rest is being smuggled in, then being mixed with our own. That affects the quality of life of our people, because it's affecting their employment. It's affecting, like you said, the investment. The companies that should maybe be receiving, my gold miners, my companies that mine gold, now are questionable. Guys, are you mining very legit? Are you producing effort? These are people that actually build infrastructure. Then these people are being told that you're being outdone by someone and a foreshore and a peak, right? You have land movers, and you have chemical processes, and you're being outdone by someone and a foreshore and a peak. That's where it actually becomes questionable. We have been accusing these companies of themselves being smugglers, smuggling our gold out through other channels, because they're being outdone by artisanal miners. Yet now there's a revelation that there's a possibility that the artisanal miners are not producing as much, but rather are just being used to taint what has been smuggled into the country. So the new revelation actually raises a lot of questions. I want to land on this so that people documentary speaks to the illness within the institutions, which is allowing smuggling. Documentary. Pane smuggling is clear. Pane food money laundering is clear. And the worst thing is that we have government officials that have incriminated themselves, that are participating in this, and who have also thrown in big names, such as the name of the president himself. If the president is self-respecting and deserving of the office, I think he should come out front and say, no, avanhu vari kundidrega in the mud. Tovabudisa panze, vanyasoyanikwe, and let's see the due process. If he does not do that, he's defending the criminals. These people have name-dropped him. And if he is clear of the accusations, he should come out. The office of the president should distance itself from this. Wait a cut out, but no, Pandagaisa ambassador through the training, maybe Angasingaterema notes, because he did mention it, my prophet anonetsa kunigrina, kukudzidzisa. So we will not hold him to account. We'll say, Magaedza, my prophet anonetsa. And now we have the other guys who have also spoken about how when they started dealing with him at an earlier age and even taking jail time for him. You see, he has to come out. Because
Hold on, Mazur. To be fair, guys, I'm not imposing a 2-minute limit. Sorry, Zep, you'll be my guinea pig, but there's like 5 people waiting to speak. Waiting for the mic. So Zep 2 minutes, Njabula 2 minutes, Zimbabwe 2 minutes, Shinge 2 minutes, Konzani 2 minutes. I'll time it. So Zep, go ahead from 4 minutes past to 6 minutes past. Go ahead.
Okay, Tunyanzinjalo.
Okay, Seppi. All right.
No, it's fine, it's fine. Okay. Hi, Nasi. Hi, Zeti. Today, I'm also contributing in this space. Last time I had electricity challenges. But nonetheless, the good thing about this documentary is that it provides us with a platform to reflect. In one of the events that was held, I think 2 years ago, mining in Daba, Lady Naishome spoke at great length about how porous our ports of entry are, speaking to the issues of us not even having a simple scanner. That surprised us all that had attended that conference to say, "But how can we fail as a country to buy a scanner? What's going on?" Of course, we anticipated it to corruption, but now that we have this revelation, it's now clear that some things that are done deliberately to facilitate the money laundering that we have all seen. But also commenting on the issue of us tainting the image of the country in a bad way. That's not true. The duty of a true patriot is to protect the citizens against its government. That's one of my favorite quotes. So we are actually exercising our duty by convening in this platform, discussing these issues, ensuring that those who are not enlightened or who seem not to be able to comprehend what is in the documentary and what is in the podcast eventually understand the nitty-gritties. So we are exercising our civic duties. So, what is a country without the people? We are already embarrassed by what has happened, by what has actually been shared with the whole world. So why then should we be worried to say they are continuing to converge and discuss, share ideas, look into the nitty-gritties of it all? We are further embarrassing ourselves when it's out in the public domain. So that is trying to suppress and buttress the views and aspirations of the people. But over and above, as I learned, I think my okay, thank you, Otred.
All right, thank you. Right on time, Seb. Njabulo, 2 minutes as well. Zimbabwe, 2 minutes.
Okay.
Njabulo, you still there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Njabulo.
Yes.
You can't
You
hear,
guys
but
hear
I
me?
can hear. No, Njabulo is speaking,
Oh,
Utred.
yeah, so go ahead, Njabulo.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I wanted to address first the issue of OKK saying we are tainting the image of the country. Guys, the unfairness is that this documentary, since it was released, I think here in South Africa, every TV station has discussed it. And I'm talking ETV has 1 million viewership, more than 1 million viewership on a daily basis. SAPC has more than 2 million viewership. I'm not even counting DSTV, how many times it has been aired and discussed by those services. Then you want to come to a space with 300 people when you couldn't even go to ETV and tell them don't air this documentary because you have 1 million or 2 million people that are going to watch and is going to taint the image. CNN, BBC, everyone, half of Asia has discussed this, except us. We shouldn't discuss it because we are Zimbabweans. We shouldn't. Are we being serious, guys? And the second thing, to answer to we have slow learners, guys, so we need to also be patient and be gentle. Number one, to those that didn't understand the documentary, I'll be very quick because of my time. Number one, the documentary speaks to money laundering, bringing in illicit money. They explain that there is money that is obtained illegally that they want to bring in, but our brand ambassador agrees to accept that money, illicit money. So there is money laundering. Number two, there is mineral smuggling. Some of you that haven't watched the documentary, go and watch the testimony of this guy called Moses. He says he smuggles, he even mentions the airplane that he uses to smuggle. He says, I have smuggled minerals. He doesn't say, no, they would have paid for the minerals, they would have declared it's their minerals. He says, I smuggle minerals. There is no better interpretation, Mof. You as an adult, you should understand what the word I smuggle minerals, what it means. if they've bought the minerals in a proper way, they should have gone through the whole process of processing and declaring the minerals so that they are not smuggled out of the country. Moses tells them, we use that airplane, we have runners, we don't declare, we smuggle these things out of the country. And the third thing that is criminal that happens in the documentary is the issue of Hubert Angel, where he accepts, that illicit money, he is able to transport illicit money. He himself representing the Bread Zimbabwe. And here you are, a grown-ass man coming to defend someone who has implicated himself. Yet he said, no, I can do this for you. It's easy. Guys, let's be mature, Mof. You are a grown adult. Don't make this field to construct Zimbabwe become a child's play, as if Zimbabweans were always ranting things that don't take us anywhere. Anyway, thank you, because of my time.
Thank you, and thanks for that, Masi.
But
Zimbabwe.
the noise is you with the timer.
No, it's co-hosting and co-hosting. It's teamwork. Yeah. Go ahead, Zimbabwe. Your time is
Yeah, thank you very much for the space. Thank you very much, host, citizen. Thank you very much to the two co-hosts, Utrest and Marcy. Everybody speaking and everybody listening. No, one of the things that I found is that sometimes people like to conflate the difference between subjective and objective opinions and facts. When someone comes here and they start giving opinions, sometimes opinions can be from the honest. It can be a total hogwash. You need to know the difference. And when someone is dealing with things that are objective, they are dealing with things that are facts. 1 + 1 is 2. So when you hear someone coming and telling you that you must just accept my opinion, I don't have to accept anyone's opinion. If someone's opinion I know is bullshit, I'll just tell the person straight up that, man, look, what you're telling me is absolute hogwash. When the Minister of Finance comes and says, this is what is happening, this is what it is, or the governor of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe stands up in front of the world's media and say, this is what is happening, this is what it is, that person, if they are starting to give false narratives and they're starting to lie, it's money that you're talking about. Money knows no color, doesn't care about religion. Money doesn't care if you're on your deathbed. It acts the way that it acts. It is brutal. And if you want to start messing around with the laws of physics, there's only one way you're going to go, and that's down. Because the last time I checked, we're not up in space. We are here on Earth and there's gravity. I'll end there for now and just say, please remember, facts are facts, opinions are opinions. Know the difference. Thank you.
Thanks, Zimbabwe. Yeah, Konzanani, 2 minutes. Then Mo Bendero next, and then we'll go Tapia, then Maziwa. Sorry, we'll go Tapia, then Bechekov, because sorry, I couldn't see you. Then Maziwa. Yeah, your time starts now, Konzani. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Zeti. Sorry, Masi. Earlier on, I wasn't insulting, individual. I was trying to highlight the fact that as Zimbabweans, sometimes, I don't know, we just complicate things and we waste our time. Yet we know what is going on with our country, So that's what I was trying to highlight. Because we all know, because of this, documentary, I don't want to go into it because a lot of people have explained what is exactly going on in this document: money laundering, smuggling of resources and stuff and all that. So what he's telling me is that in our country, there's bad governance, which is very harmful to us as a country. And what this thing is telling me is that us as a people, we're nominating hyenas to lead us. Where will hyenas lead us to? They will just take our resources. That's what they're doing, this very documentary is showing us that this is exactly what they are doing. They sucking from the breast of corruption. We know it. And this thing is tangible. Thanks to Al Jazeera. You know? And now what they're doing on space is they're just fighting, trying to manipulate us because they're surviving on it. So for me, as Zimbabweans, it's time for us to act, guys, and do something about this. We can't let our country burn. So my last minute, I think there are Zimbabweans that are going to the embassy on the 18th. I think on the 1st of April as well, they are doing the same thing. But I think the major one is on the 18th. So they were advertising it yesterday. So if people can go to the dashboard and just retweet the, is it ZHRO thing, flyer. That was, yeah, I posted it up there. If you can help us to just retweet it so you can, go to a lot of people. And then especially those that are in London, please guys, help them, join them, and then go and make some noise and really make some noise against this thing that is going on. So that's another practical thing that we can do as Zimbabweans here in a foreign land, because we're not in Zimbabwe. So all those that are able to go there on the 18th, please do join these guys and retweet, please, retweet. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. What was it?
Can I
Next?
drop you? You can come back later, so we open up space for others.
Well, oh, it was which of?
Yeah, it was me.
All right, thank you. Yeah, that's what I've been
Yes,
doing. So
I'll
anyone who
also
finishes speaking, I'm so yeah. Oh, it was
Yeah. Can I go ahead?
Yeah.
Hello, can I go ahead? Yeah, okay, thanks. I think this is my last words.
Yeah, your time starts now. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I think this is my last words. I wanted to comment. Someone said that Zimbabweans are not really doing anything across what. So we have a demonstrations called across the world, or the citizens outside Zimbabwe, and those in Zimbabwe can also do something. But we have a flyer already circulating. We also had demonstrations that we saw submitting petitions in the UK and some other places. We have these other people who come here to say people are not doing anything, but they are only here on social media. When we have physical actions, we have South Africans down there doing their things sometime last week. We don't see these people saying anything, but it look, when they speak, it looks like there's nothing at all that is being done. Then maybe the other thing is on the issue of someone who was saying sanctions. What type of sanction do you want that can override, or that can be more than losing at least 30 million every month? We saw a phone call, someone confirming that they can do it, 30 million, 10 million a week. And what other sanctions do you want? And to say we sold just 30 million of gold, just 10 million of gold in that month, in that week, and what of value of 10 million can you say Zimbabwe did this even in 5 years? The Bedbridge border post is just something far much cheap than the gold they are smuggling, even through that just a border post. So people, we have to value what we have. These minerals are ours as citizens of a country. So if you start saying it's for the miner because he is the one who has it, but the Reserve Bank is there, it has set up this fidelity to make sure that the transactions on those minerals benefit the local citizen, the poor citizen. But now everywhere you go, we don't have roads. Everywhere you go, the transport system is broken. Everywhere you go, load shedding is now normal. No one is complaining, not because it's now okay, but 18 hours. Someone just say electricity came when we were sleeping and we did not see anything. It's gone by 5 a.m. So, but we have all those minerals. Thanks so much. Yeah, thanks so much.
All right, thank you. Bechakov, go ahead.
I thank you very much for giving me that platform to talk. I just want to clarify two things. Okay, I think everyone is really waked up with this, including myself. But there were two questions which I wanted probably maybe to try to clarify. Okay, the first one being the ownership of the gold. We need to establish who owns the gold that is being exported or that is being laundered. That is the first question. The second question is the Reserve Bank through Fidelity. Okay, what is their role? If we can clarify these two questions, we can definitely make some headway in understanding what is happening. I agree, personally, 100%. There's a lot of corruption which is taking place during this process. But in terms, I think the last speaker was saying our gold, okay, which a statement which I don't really agree with, because there is somebody who owns the gold, who's working for it and who's buying it. But is the process that is supposed to be followed being followed during the export process? Because if someone buys the gold from the artisanal miners, what is actually happening? These people that are bringing money, they are there to make profit. They are buying gold at a cheap price and then laundering it out of Zimbabwe without paying tax and making more profit. This is my understanding from all this situation. I don't know if other speakers agree with me, because basically the people that are mining the gold, selling to the agents who are bringing in money, buying it at a cheap price, and then instead of paying tax to the Reserve Bank, they are laundering it out of the country, and the country is left without any tax or anything, but not benefiting anything from that. That's my contribution.
Thank you. And whoever wants to touch on what you said, do so when you get your chance in your submission. But thank you. It's Shingi, Revolutionary T, Maziwa, Shaka, and Buster. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy that we're out of the confusion that people set out deliberately. They panel beat points and create a perception that suits their narrative. And I'm happy that the ordinary citizen no longer takes that BS anymore. And we must not allow people who benefit. And I'm starting to label people. I'm strongly believe that if somebody comes here blatantly trying to pull the wool over our eyes, that they actually benefit from the system. But let me just quickly address the our gold thing. I think there's two sides to it. Number one, it's the ownership that the ordinary patriotic citizen has on brand Zimbabwe. And when a team goes out to play representing that flag, we always say our team. It's the same thing with anybody who does business under the Company Act of Zimbabwe, under the laws within the jurisdiction of our state, that they also carry a part of our brand, and whatever is associated with their dealings reflects on the brand. And therefore people start to take ownership, especially when the state that is tasked by the ordinary citizens to actually play a part on their behalf fails to actually have oversight over systems and processes, then you find that the real state that is within the ordinary patriotic citizen begins to rise up on its own to actually play that role and actually flag that state and say, this is wrong. As a country, we don't believe in this. Case in point is what Uganda is facing currently with the bill on LGBTQ plus, whatever you call it. Take whatever you want. The state, in terms of the ordinary citizen, is saying we are with the bill. We believe in the bill, and this is what we stand for. And so this is the same thing that Zimbabweans are just currently doing. We're saying we cannot be associated with this kind of barbaric gangsterism and mafia style of running state. My question is, how does How Mine, how does Rio Zim, and all these other major players export their gold? Should we investigate them also and see if they're running around with bags of cash in the name of sanction busting? I don't think so. Caledonian Mine, we always talk about those companies and say they are a role model of successful, especially Caledonian Mine, of successful new partnership with government. So if there are templates that are working, why do we choose to defend the one that is barbaric? What are you benefiting from there?
Thank you, Shingi. It was Maziwa, 2 minutes, Revolutionary, Big T, and then Buster, and then we'll go from there.
What made me raise my hand?
You left me out, Utred.
Oh, it named you in after Buster Shaka.
Who's speaking now? Yimi.
Yeah, unless you don't have something to,
Oh, no,
if
no.
you want to remember.
No. I wrote it down actually. That's why
All right.
So I wrote it.
Go ahead.
Okay, when Messiah was speaking, I don't know if he's still here. One thing that that I'm trying to shake off, but I'm struggling not to shake it off. But I haven't had people address it. The Man of Gold mentioned that he is the government of Zimbabwe. He can sign treaties. You can, if I'm quoting him wrong, you can correct me. He can sign treaties with no questions asked, and that sentence is bothering me a lot. Is there something else that we should be worried other than gold? Is there something else that this Man of Gold is doing? What treaty is he signing on behalf of Zimbabwe with no questions asked? That's what I wanted to Messiah to speak on. Does he know? He said it, and I'm struggling to shake that off my brain. I don't know why. And then other thing too, somebody mentioned Beitbridge border. I'm telling you, we as citizens, we are using this Beitbridge border to smuggle food into the country to feed our families when they are busy playing around with gold. Tina, we're using the Beitbridge border through Omalaicha to bring food to feed our families through that border. And they give us a lot of hell there when we're trying to bring in food to feed our families. That's one thing we should not forget. They give us a lot of problems when we're bringing in food. Yet the Man of Gold brings in a lot of money, and as long as he has that ribbon around the suitcase that says he is a whatever, there's no questions asked. But when I am smuggling in food, I'm given hell through my life. So, but anyway, if people remember that sentence, that's what I'm trying to shake off. What exactly is this Man of Gold doing? That's what I wanted to say.
All right, Mazu, I think Tsep might have an answer for you, but I'll come back to Tsep when the queue is finished, because Tsep put his end up when you were speaking. So Big T, Pastor, then Shaka. I think that finishes everyone. And then we'll circle back. Go ahead.
I think he not requested to give some clarity over the demo. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, go on.
And sorry.
Oh, sorry,
But
not
Tino can come.
it was radio. Change radio.
All right. So after Shaka, we'll call Tino, then change radio. Go ahead, Big T.
Thank you. Can you hear me clearly? Because I've got a right. So I think one of the biggest things that we are seeing from these people of Anonzo Arakash is the lack of shame, and this is something that's actually engrossed most of our government officials. These people are coming on social media and telling people to stop embarrassing the nation. You have embarrassed the nation, and now you're telling people to stop talking about an action that you have taken. And you're trying to guilt trip people into not talking about something that you have actually done. These people have actually stolen. They are part of an organization that is stealing, that is cleaning money, that is doing all sorts of illegal things. And now you're forcing people to not speak about the things that you're doing. Guys, these are the people, the same people. Your citizens are out there. Zimbabweans are everywhere, seeking asylum, doing all sorts of things, doing all crazy jobs. Our graduates are out there doing also, but you're embarrassed because we're speaking of your ill. Guys, these guys are with the I wish Mofu was still here. I don't think as a nation we can carry on the bandwidth that we are on now. Without any hostilities, because right now we've gotten to a point where these guys are actually doing what they're doing, knowing the citizens of Zimbabwe are dumb. The citizens of Zimbabwe will allow them to do anything. Next thing, these guys will be coming into our houses and taking our properties. If this carries on, many thanks.
Thank you, Big T. Pastor, then Dr. Shaka's gone.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry, yeah. It's unfortunate, the person I wanted to talk to is just disappeared like they always do anyway. Dr. Chaka as well. I wanted to speak after him, but anyways, that's what they do. Guys, we are not doing justice. I totally agree with the last speaker, and should I say last two speakers. When we have these platforms, it's either you're on our side as the powerful, or you're our enemy. But what is happening now? I think we are losing it, and we are entertaining these people who are inflicting pain. People who are not even bothered, because in the same Kwasirek Pataramov, it's made me. I didn't want to pick the mic, to be honest, but I just said I have to this time, and I put the put Moff straight. He needs to stop if he can. Moff is on record, yeah. If you didn't know, this Moff guy is not true patriotic ZANU-PF. He's on record. This guy is the same guy we had the fight, if you remember very well, with Rutendo Martinyarare, when he was being accused of they were trying to plot could visa ED. I don't want to mention his name, but this is the Moff we are talking about. This guy used to be with Norma Nika, same as Badari. So this guy, what he's doing now, is paying for the crime he did, so that he protocol son is trying to make up with ZANU-PF, in short. So when they come here, because what he did here, we guys, we couldn't do it kuchumurenga or general chat. So we shouldn't entertain these people, because Tadini said straight up, this guy, he knows what he's doing. So in short, we shouldn't entertain these people. It's either they're on our side. These people are not on our side. We shouldn't waste. These guys will never repent. Baba Shona is on record trying to spin the whole thing. Yeah, this is what Akashori we are talking about. So, guys, where we are now, it's either you're on our side or you're not. And we shouldn't give an inch of the platform to these cowards. They are cowards, more than cowards anyway. How could you dare say, in short, what you're trying to say is the documentary, you see nothing wrong with the documentary. everything was done according to the law. There was no, in short. But is that true? Why would we entertain such people? So going forward,
Yeah,
platform.
Pastor, if you can bring it in 2 minutes is up.
Yeah, but please, guys, please, Patave Nenika we can't afford. Thanks a lot.
All right, thanks, Pastor. Go ahead, Shaka, because you had dropped, but you're coming straight after Pastor anyway. So go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you, host, my co-hosts, Masi, and everyone here. I hope I think I hear what Pastor is saying, but I think people should still be allowed to voice out what they feel and not trigger my emotions just like that. Because I think if we want to try and shut down my opposite views, then I mean there will be no point in these kinds of discussions. Going back to the topic on there, it says this is bigger than what we thought. Biggest money laundering. It is very clear kuti the people that I interview were admitted to money laundering. That money laundering actually, for me, in my view, like in nitty-gritty detail. Say, for example, if you were to prosecute someone, where are you going to do that? This money laundering, according to these guys, is happening in Dubai. And according to them, the government of Zimbabwe and Fidelity Printers have no idea that that is what they are doing in Dubai. They say that, unless if you say it, I didn't hear properly. So the crime is being committed in the jurisdiction of Dubai by these criminals. If we were to criticize Zimbabwe or the government of Zimbabwe and Fidelity Printers, in the first instance, is how these people ended up getting these sort of licenses in the first place. Were they really properly vetted? Some of them are known to have a previous criminal records, that sort of thing. But according to our law, can that stop someone getting a license? So I think with the laundering bit, according to this first episode, to me, I said to myself, ALljazera are saying they've done this investigation and they've established that there's money laundering happening. That first episode already exonerated the government of Zimbabwe in terms of the actual money laundering bit. Secondly, issue raised who owns the gold? Is it only these few guys who are buying the gold, or it's a lot of people, including maybe other Zimbabweans who have licenses to buy the gold? Then what is the procedure? Procedure is, according to these people like I interview, they would take the gold to Fidelity Printers. Then Fidelity Printers would refine it to 99 whatever percent, because when they take it there, it's not refined to the standard. And then they'll then go, because of the way they pay their royalties and whatever, they take the gold, go and sell it. They're supposed to be selling it maybe at an auction or in a legitimate kind of way. They go there, they do their own things, they clean people's money. They actually deposit the money into a Dubai bank account. And once laundered money enters a bank system, it's already clean. Then they just withdraw it from there. And then when they withdraw it from a Dubai account, it's traceable to that bank account. It's clean. And then it comes to Zimbabwe. I think the main issue would be, for me, which I raised in a previous space. This guy said that they accounted.
1 minute, Shaka. But
1 minute, yeah, sure.
I'll give you an extra 30 seconds if you respond to my question, right? The bit you just said now, do you think if the money was clean, if it went to the banking system in Dubai, what would be the need to wash it in Zimbabwe with the
So that's what I'm saying. The documentary did not say there was any washing in Zimbabwe. The documentary spoke about money laundering in Dubai. If you are bringing in an element of money laundering in Zimbabwe, I didn't get it from that.
Okay, why?
And you can point it to me. No,
What did
no,
Macmillan
it's
say?
okay.
Hold on,
What did
Wilfred.
Macmillan say?
What did?
Yeah,
what
that's
did,
what they said. In Zimbabwe,
Hold
they are not cleaning money in Zimbabwe. They're just
Ah,
bringing
Hold
money.
on, hold on. We can't listen to things selectively. Why is Ubet Angel accepting to carry money in a briefcase to bring it into Zimbabwe? Picking up a briefcase, why would someone with legitimate money take it out of their account and start?
Okay, here is my view. So you said I'll have 30 seconds after I answer this question, because I needed just 30 seconds to say the last thing I wanted to say.
Yeah, that's okay.
But
Go
to
ahead.
answer the question, yeah, you bet. First and foremost, and there's a lot of Arakash who may not agree with me, but I think specifically you bet, I think he really showed that he doesn't have the characteristic to be ambassador at large for a country like ours. I really agree with that. But when you say you're picking up, that's when people are coming up with the mention Yema sanctions. Kuti. Even though you're not prohibited, like people are saying, the Panama sanctions for selling gold in other countries. But if you do sell it, are you 100% sure that OFAC will not go on to that money, since the government of Zimbabwe is under sanctions? Yeah, hold on. If you allow me to finish. So the reason why these people...
All right, 10 seconds.
Oh, okay,
10 seconds.
30 seconds, right?
No, 10. That's just say time up, but 10 seconds.
Okay, all right. So they are bringing this money in the way they are doing because of the issues that you may agree with or not about sanctions. The last thing I wanted to say, I think I've sort of lost track, but it was to do with, let me just think quickly in my 10 seconds. Anyway, I'll raise my hand again if I remember it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, it seems that there is a podcast not watched as well. That would also is part of why we opened. That one we did last week. So we are consolidating what was in the podcast and what was in the first episode. So there's a podcast pinned at the top. You can listen to it. It's 30 minutes long. And then you can consolidate first episode, other stuff you didn't see. And then we'll have a discussion. Who was next, Uchet?
It was Tino, Change Radio, and Padare. Sorry, guys, that have spoken. I'm just taking new speakers, and then I'll recycle again. Once these three are spoken, I'll do all speakers and then take new speakers on again. So Tino, Radio, Change Radio, then Padare.
Thank you very much.
Struggling. I can't hear you. I don't know.
Can you hear me?
Much better.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Utred, long time man, Utred, my brother. Okay.
Yeah,
okay. Come to the topic. The first thing that I just wanted to talk about, it's about the ownership. People, they are just talking about who owns the gold, who owns what, and this kind of thing. And this Warakashi come and tell us that it's not your gold and what. I want to make it very clear. Zimbabweans, don't be even shamed by these Warakashi and patronize them. The gold belongs to us. It is our gold as Zimbabweans. In Zimbabwe, there is a law. No one owns the land. The gold is in the land. That's the reason why even no one owns a farm right now in Zimbabwe. That is why we don't have ownership of that land. So why are we not saying that it's clear that land belongs to the state? That's what the law says in Zimbabwe, right? And these people, yes, they have mining. You have a mining license, but if you flout our laws and regulations, the government can take that license at any time. So this notion of saying that it's not our gold, it's not what, I'm not sure where it is coming from, right? The government and the state controls it and it's regulated.
with the way they want. That's the reason why the gold needs to be sold to RBZ, right? Then I come on to the issue of saying that the processes whereby they are telling us that when you are in an airport, you're given this form to declare what. That doesn't apply here. We're seeing that these people are smuggling. So when you are doing all this smuggling, where are you coming up with the normal process? Yes, that is a normal procedure. That should be followed, but it's not being followed. So why are we gonna be someone to try to educate us about the processes? How are people, when you are entering with the things in Zimbabwe, how you declare them? Whilst we know that in this scenario, these mafias, they are not doing the normal procedures. They are not following those normal procedures. And also the issue about my brother Chaka. He is a doctor, but he's actually telling us that there is no money laundering, which was happening in Zimbabwe. And he's trying to explain where the money laundering is happening, which is not correct. In the document, it was actually, we were actually told that these people, they are people from Hong Kong and China who are bringing their money, which means it's from illicit deals that they are doing. They don't know how, they don't have anywhere to clean it. So what they are doing, they are taking that money, which is dirty money, is the one that they are bringing to Zimbabwe with these people, and that money is the one that is buying gold. The gold that is coming from Zimbabwe is the one that is being sold. When it's sold, the money is deposited into the accounts of these people. So why are you saying that the money laundering is not happening in Zimbabwe? Why these people are taking money and bringing it to Zimbabwe? Which means in Zimbabwe, that's where this money from illicit deals, it's circulating. It's going to Makorokoza or to the people that are selling gold. That's the money. Some of it is actually under the mattresses of people in Harare, which is coming from those illicit. And then now we have this issue of saying why we as the people who are talking against this kind of behavior, we are now labeled being unpatriotic. Why is it that the people who are unpatriotic?
30 seconds, 30 seconds.
Okay. The people that are unpatriotic, it's them who are supporting thievery, who are supporting people who are doing money laundering. They want us to be put in sanctions because we know that money laundering is a serious offense. So they want us to be sanctioned. So these are the people that we need actually to deal with. And the president, by keeping someone who actually testifies that they are doing illegal things in power, that is the problem that we have, which needs to be dealt with. Thank you very much, guys, for giving me time to also put my my opinions on this issue. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Tino. Change Radio.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. So before I share what we are doing in the UK on the 18th, I just wanted to add that this is big and bigger than what we thought. It's a criminal syndicate involving very, very senior people within the ZANU-PF government. And because they are sanctioning it, it means that every individual, whether they have some criminality, is protected. And so it's very difficult to do anything about that within Zimbabwe. But I think that there is something that we can do as citizens in the diaspora. And so I think if we are to take one key action away from today's space, is an agreement on some sort of global action on the 18th of April, so that in every country, and even if there are no big numbers, I mean, big numbers are brilliant, but if in every country where Zimbabweans are represented, there is some form of action that is taking place. I know that Hubert Angel is going to South Africa. He's got a big conference there, and his son is going to be preaching. So maybe for those who are based in South Africa, they could take some action outside his church to highlight this massive issue. Someone asked about what might happen to UBET, if any, within the UK. And for those that live here, you know that if a report is made, they are bound to investigate it. So we have the National Crime Agency in the UK. There is a petition. There are letters that are going to the National Crime Agency to ask them to investigate it. And on the 18th of April, we are making our way to the UAE embassy, so that's Dubai, because they are the enablers of this gold mafia. It's being sold there. They know about it, but they're not stopping it. If we make noise outside their embassy, they are more likely to take action. That's why it's been so important on this occasion that we go down to their embassy. And then we're going to walk back down, go to the Zimbabwe embassy, and then walk to the South African embassy, and we will end at number 10 Downing Street. This is the office and residence of the UK Prime Minister, and we will hand our petition to them. We have also engaged with local MPs. We have also written to the UK Parliament. We are doing as much as we possibly can to ensure that some action is taken, because if we don't achieve an outcome, all of the spaces and the noise that we are making is going to be noise at the end of the day without any action coming out of it. So it's really, really important that at the end of all of the things that we are doing, particularly for us here in the UK, is that we arrive, if anything, at some form of investigation against Hubert Angel, his church, and his businesses. I Googled all of his businesses last night, and surprise, surprise, on the 1st of March, he transferred his businesses to his wife. So why would he transfer his businesses to his wife if there is no case, if there is no issue? Money laundering is illegal here in the UK, and we are not going to stop until something is done about it. Please do continue to share the flyer if you can. We want as many people as possible to come. If you live in the UK, if there's anything that you can do on the 18th of April, please, please, we ask that you come and you join us. I've asked for the latest flyer to be put on here. Change Radio is going to be tweeting what is happening on the day. So please follow us if you don't already follow us, so you can see what we are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that, and I hope people had your call out for collaboration. Thank you, Padare. Then we'll go to Shingi, then Bawambe.
Hello. Shingo subscribe man.
Drop him now. I don't like his hello. Drop him now.
You know, I'm trigger happy. He does anything, he'll find himself hitting the floor with his mouth.
Let's talk. Let's talk.
No, go ahead.
I've listened to this audio, but the audio, right, really, it is a summary of what was to come, which we watched. So you guys are going in the reverse order anyway. So that's what it is. So you've gone to the summary, and then now you've gone to watch something that was summarized by the video. But anyway, it was actually, you know what? To be fair to this, there are many lessons to be learned from this. There are many lessons ourselves, the government, the thieves themselves, and everybody else, who's interested in politics and policy can learn something out of this. Out of what the Change Radio person has said, the only sensible thing that I think is to go to the embassy of where he said, "Oh, let's go to the UAE embassy." I think that one. I'll be saying yes, because listen, you told us there's 4 parts to this. What if on the 4th part, Chamisa is said to be one of the gold launderers, and you've already concluded that this and that? See, you people, I come here and I listen to you all the time, and we participate in all this, and you say, this is not good enough. Oh, this is. I'm not stopping you from doing it, but I'm listening to what you told us, that it's going to be 4 parts. And what if Chamisa and his wife are part of the scandal? But anyway, what am I trying to say? What am I trying to say? Yeah, you can put thumbs down. I'm not bothered about that, because at the end of the day, you haven't.
Yeah, what are you saying?
say what you're saying.
Don't eat on his time because I'm waiting for him to
I
finish
know.
2 minutes. So if he wastes it doing his think out loud, his
No.
imaginations, his fairy tales, let him. It's his 2 minutes.
What? Everybody's fairy tale here. I'm not going to be angry for something that's not completed, am I? Don't want someone just
No,
because.
no, carry on. Because now you are assuming something that is not
I'm not
there.
assuming.
But the things that are there, you are ignoring.
The fact is, right? No, I've not heard of Murakashi who said Hubert
We will be
Angel.
here. Let me tell you one.
Yeah.
If Chamisa is there, we'll do the same thing that we are
Good.
doing today.
I like that. I like that.
So
I like
now,
good.
from what you
Let
have
me
seen,
move. Let me move. Aku mana. Dem pamandi dari aku mana. You see, Hubert Angel, I don't think I've heard any person from my side saying, oh, this angel is holier than everybody. I've not heard of any. I'm surprised how you guys are not celebrating that we are united in.
Which side are you on? Which side? You're saying my
the
side.
That calling that angel is out of order. Because even the fact that you got this on 1 billion, which I said you can't carry, you need a plane to carry. Everybody in my camp is saying that. Nobody's saying what Hubert Angel is wrong. But what fascinating is, none of you guys are maveta and none of you are coming up maveta and gasungwe. You are going to people.
Have you held a platform about the Mavet who will join you? Who will join you? When are you having another one?
Oh,
We'll join you. That's what you can do too. We'll join you.
I'm just saying. Let's travel together. So I'm not hearing with my vetting guys because you've got the people who are saying these things. They're in there, but you're not talking about them. You're using your anger.
Padare, I know a lot of people in Zim and maybe your friends as well. You guys love the law a lot. You like to see the law work quite a lot. So why are you then now pushing the law to other people to say, why don't you want them arrested?
We're not just going to be blasé about it and put weapons in, rounds in the weapon, just firing everywhere. That means we're just going to waste energy and be stupid with it. We're just going to be tactical as we go and then find out how best we can tackle it as a country, including policy-wise. The Reserve Bank has come up and, Tulin has come up and said, I think there's something to be learned here. We need to start putting money away for our country. But what I'm saying is, what's the positiveness of what we can do together? One thing that I understand is there's money to be made in Zimbabwe. And we diasporians, we have that opportunity to fill that gap. And that's a fact. For those that pray, hey, you people are in diaspora, you're stealing, you're doing whatever, to hell with you. Especially if you read the Bible.
Thanks, Padare.
But I was wasn't I?
No, you first wasted your 30 seconds making thumbs down. What time was ticking?
I'm here to learn anyway. I'm here to learn, but I thought let me contribute my little bit. But I say to you, nobody in ZANU PF is standing and saying, "Oh, angel is holy." No one is saying that.
So the angel is not holy.
In vain. It's not fair and it's not right.
But I'll give you homework. Can you check what citizenship Macmillan holds? Is he what is he? Just check and come back later. Macmillan, what citizenship does he hold in Zimbabwe?
Okay, but okay, guys. I think we're behind on the space. Guys, let me do this. It's easier. Let me take out. Oh, wait. Go to the first on the jumbotron there on top. The first post I put up. Yeah. Everyone, go to that post and listen to the podcast. Yeah.
And
hold on.
I'm surprised that you're not as angry with it.
Hold on. This is why we opened this space. Yeah. You guys are so last week. It's so crazy. Macmillan, yeah, on the podcast, they put a clip on him, yeah, saying that when he got arrested between 98 and 2000, yeah, he was arrested and he was working with a partner. And they came to him and said, "Oh, don't put the partner in, don't say the partner's name." And he did not. And he served his 60 days, yeah, in jail. Then he goes on to say, and the partner, that my partner, that is still a partner now, is the current president of Zimbabwe, Dambudzo, Idi, Emerson, Mnangagwa. Sorry for my butchering, guys. That's what Macmillan says. Yeah. Now, he goes on to say what he does with his partner, how they are going to push the code. And he goes on again to say that they go and buy gold in Dubai, smuggle it in to Zimbabwe, as a criminal offense, and then aromat it. This is a word that we discovered in this group. Aromat it, put aromat, meaning it's Zimbabwean gold, or mix it in so that we have the markers of Zimbabwe. That's what him and his partner do. Now, who is the partner? Hey, current president. So today, we're dealing with white people that are partnered up in criminality with the president, according to what the white people say. Now, the problem again, sorry, this is why I raised my hand. There was the other thing. Whose gold is it? It is our gold. How is it our gold? Something called tax. Tax is not your money. Tax is the people's money. It is the government's money. If I do not pay tax in this house, yeah, they will come and arrest me, yeah, for not paying tax. Now, that gold that is pushed out, the percentage of it is Zimbabwean money. So we have got a stake in that gold. It is our gold, yeah, with the what? With the percentage and the royalties of tax. Now, we move on to the next point. So, guys, if you are going to debate and try and spin, unfortunately, we say it again. This is a roundabout. You can't spin a roundabout. You just have to sit in the bus and going round and round and round. Because you're spinning with less information than what you think. That's the problem that we are finding here. Again, we are dealing, first and foremost, illicit funds coming into the country. According to the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, they've got a problem with illicit funds. Go and read, yeah, the Money Laundering Act of Zimbabwe, number 1. Number 2, go and read the Money Laundering and Terrorism Funding Guidelines of the Reserve Bank of Zimbabwe, where fidelity comes under. Again, go and read their report that they put out in January, yeah, about what? Gold smuggling. Where? In Zimbabwe. By who? By RPZ under Fidelity, Fidelity under RPZ. So we're not dealing with what Z feels. We're not dealing with feelings today. We're dealing with law. What does the law say? Oh, and another aspect, there is no money that is laundered in this documentary. That is laundered in Dubai. Zero amount. The money is being laundered in Zimbabwe. Yeah? 100% amount. This is why this becomes to shock you for those that are going to be shocked, for those that are going to be excited. Becomes the biggest gold smuggling, money laundering through gold in the world. So, stick to facts.
Who cries for the user to the user of
No. There is no. Hold on, Badare. Hold on. I don't want to mute you.
Mute me.
I don't want to mute you. Hold
Who is
on.
crying for the
Hold
use of US
on.
dollars in Zimbabwe?
Hold on, Badare.
Who is crying for the use of
Hold
US
on.
dollars in Zimbabwe?
This is what. Hold on. This is why today, up here and all over this room, yeah, or this space, we're purely dealing with people that have birth certificates in Zimbabwe. Not, we're not worried about American money laundering. That is for their problem. We're not worried about British money laundering. That is their British problem. South African money laundering, that is South African problem. We're dealing with Zimbabwe money laundering that turns around and implicates the current sitting honorable, dishonorable, horrible, president that we find today, who's surrounding criminals. There's one thing he said. So last time we dealt with the president surrounded by criminals. Now we're dealing with a president who's surrounding criminals in Zimbabwe. So please don't take us to America. We don't have visas for that. Don't take us to Britain. We don't have visas for that. We are only dealing with SATA. We're dealing with SATA.
Now.
No, who cries for the US of the US dollar?
No, Padare, hold on. No. We have to move on. It was meant to be 2 minutes. He wasn't presenting to you. He was presenting to the space. All right. It was Shinki, then Bawambe, Diamond.
Worst gangsters in the world carry out a SWOT analysis in the world. They sit down and they say, if we want to do criminal activities, which jurisdiction in the world would permit, which environment is conducive for us to carry out our dealings? It's not just big corporates that go out and do, my brother's citizen loves a blue ocean strategies, and say, where can we find new markets and how can we do a sort of, even criminals do that. That's what Paul did when he left, just to show you that these people didn't even talk, but they converged in this particular place called Zimbabwe. Paul, when he left Kenya, headed straight to Zimbabwe. Macmillan, Radland, and all these guys do their activities in Zimbabwe because the environment there is conducive for their illicit deals and their dealings to fester. They can beat the system. They can beat the government. So if criminals find it easy to come and converge and get even documentation from government, which means that we have got a porous security cluster that allows the environment to persist. Now, laundering comes from the word laundry, if you didn't know. It means that there's dirty linen, there's washing powder, and there's water involved. Now, the dirty linen comes from Hong Kong. It is shipped to Dubai. That's half the process. It has not even completed the cycle. It then requires a washing powder and water to meet the dirty laundry and complete the laundering, laundry mat, laundry washing process in order for it to complete the cycle. Zimbabwe provides the masking. If you know in IP, in IT, we call it IP masking, means hiding behind. Zimbabwe produces the documents and the gold to mask the dirty money and then launder it and wash it so that it comes the other side as clean money. So there is no exoneration of Zimbabwe as long as there is a one center producing the dirty linen and the other producing the documentation, the commodity that can mask the dirty money and clean it. Otherwise, by itself in Dubai, it cannot wash itself. Get that right. So where does the other piece come from? It comes from your country called Zimbabwe. Pabati sise papo. When drugs leave Mexico, they go and get washed in America. And you've never heard the American government deny that there are drug lords and drug trafficking that happens in Mexico and it is washed in America. But here you are, educated with a little bit of degree here and then papers on the wall, and you come here and tell me that Zimbabwe is not involved in any way. How do you think laundering happens? There's got to be legit papers that complete the cycle of the money sitting in Dubai. And that's that.
Thanks, Bawambe. 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Utrecht. I think maybe my time might run out, but I've got a question to Citizen. But I think I'll end with a question to Citizen, so that we can at least have a progressive way of moving forward. There are a lot of things that people have said that I think I should also give a bit of clarity, especially to the issue that is at stake, because this is a national issue. This is an issue that affects all of us, whether directly or indirectly, and we need to be very honest with ourselves when we are talking about this issue. Number one, the issue of Hubert Angel. I think myself, from my point of view, I think I even tweeted some few days back, I do not agree with what he was saying or what he was doing there. As a diplomat, it's actually out of line in my own view. Plus, I said that which is not expected of a diplomat. Then let's move to the issue of Ewan Macmillan. The issue of Ewan Macmillan, it becomes interesting, especially when people actually look at it from one side and not look at it holistically. Because if you look at the contradictions that are in McEwan's statements, it's actually appalling. For instance, the very same Macmillan that the previous speaker is referring to say that he's saying we are doing money laundering in Zimbabwe. The previous speaker is also ignoring the very same part, the other part that comes in the Macmillan's interview, which says the government of Zimbabwe is not aware of the source of money, the real source of money. Because when they bring money into Zimbabwe, what Macmillan says is that this country is under sanctions, which is actually confirmed by the FBI agent in the very same documentary. Then the reason why they are bringing huge sums of money is because this country is under sanctions, right? And if this country is under sanctions, it means that you cannot do transfer or you cannot do electronic transfers into this country. right? Then these guys are actually saying, right, that since we cannot since we cannot do electronic transfer into this country because of the sanctions, that whenever we do a transaction, OFAC is going to block those transactions or those monies that are destined for Zimbabwe. So in
So
order for us,
let's
the
commit a
government,
crime.
pardon, just hold on, my brother, right?
You were
Oh,
trained by
nice,
Dr.
nice,
No,
nice.
no,
Masanga.
nice,
Oh,
nice.
it's a lie. It's a
No,
lie that
hold on.
you've
Guys,
already
No,
established.
You
Guys,
can't let this guy.
guys, why are you being,
we all
you know,
can hear what we can hear. Use
yeah.
your emojis.
Like citizens say, disapproval, thumbs down, and if you agree, hundreds. But because you don't need to unmute to say you're lying. Just let him finish. 1 minute, Brian, and then you guys can go. We can build another queue. Go ahead, Bombe.
okay, but I think Utred and Kos, I think you need to also compensate me for this because these
You
guys are
will be. Go
interjecting me.
on.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that money is actually in three forms. One, in electronic form, digital money, in cash format, in gold format. These are all forms of money, right? Now, in this case, these guys are telling you that in order for us to do business transactions and complete them in Zimbabwe, because of the sanctions, this country is under sanctions, and we cannot do electronic transfer. The other thing, the alternative money that we can do is to have cash, right? So that we can go get gold out of Zimbabwe, right? Now, what you need to know and to understand is that this is the crux of the matter now. When these guys brings money into Zimbabwe, what you need to know, according to the RBZ laws, which are said by citizens in terms of the Money Laundering Act and all that, you need to verify the source of money. And what you do when you're verifying the source of money, you can only go one step from where the money is. If somebody brings 1 million into Zimbabwe, you ask him, what is the source of money? The person will tell you that I withdrew this money in Dubai, and he has got the paperwork. So the paper trail takes the money back to Dubai, right? Now, in this case, that's why this guy is saying to you that the government of Zimbabwe is not aware of the real source of money. Okay, Utred.
Yeah. Thank you, Brian. Yeah.
Okay, can I then finish by, can I then land by asking Zeti
30 seconds.
this question so that he can respond for the benefit of everyone that is on this space? When number one, when he's saying that it's our gold, right? I want to find out from Zeti, what does the Gold Trade Act of Zimbabwe, chapter 21, subsection 03 say about the prohibition and dealing of gold in Zimbabwe? What does it say? And also at the same time, Zeti, I want you to educate us on the issue which you have said that money is being laundered in Zimbabwe. How is that, especially in
30
the video
seconds.
which you have watched, in the video which you have watched?
All right.
All of us.
Yeah, stop. Yeah, we'll stop there, Brian. We have to be
Yeah,
fair.
but the question is not complete. How is he going to
When
respond?
citizen
Brian
will
never
ask you to
finished his
clarify,
name.
it's okay.
We are actually
We have
not
to move.
interested, Utred.
Yeah. Okay,
This is
we'll
not
move.
an educational platform. You know the section yourself. You have
So
cited.
why, if you are saying you're
Hold
not
on.
interested, then what's the issue
Hold
of
on.
what are we
Hold on.
debating?
Listen, you have cited the act. You have given the subsection. You have said it publicly for everybody to hear it, so they know where to get it. Now, the issue of ownership, that he answered it in the context of taxation, the stakeholderness of our share. This one that you are asking is for yours and your grandmother to go and explore. So this is not but you can hold another platform somewhere else and do the education process, and goodbye.
Thank you. Zeti, you are
Oh,
not
okay.
answering that
Yeah,
nonsense.
yeah. I just want to ask the thing that I had with Baumbe submission, because we've had this conversation in the last few days where he's taken part. What I struggle with is if someone is coming and stole something in your house and you've not noticed that something is stolen, and then someone comes, the thief then says, I stole something in your house. Then you start to explain how your security system works and how all of these other things. I've got cameras, I got CCTV, but they say, no, 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 I've stolen. I've got this thing here. You say, no, my cameras, I have electric fence. All of the things you explained by the process. It's the thief telling you that I passed the process that you have, and you might not know. Then you come and say, yeah, my security is very good because I do not know. No, I have circumvented your security. I've
Sounds
gone around
dumb.
your
Exactly.
security.
I'm
But
worried.
you say, no, 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 no. Why are
Can
you
I
telling me
respond to that? Can I respond
No,
to that?
no,
no.
no, thank you.
Stay there. Don't go. When the round comes again, you'll respond. But to be fair to everyone, but I found that very because I've heard it before. But Dr. Diamond, Chaka, and sorry, Chaka, you spoke. Dr. Diamond, Jeff, and Chaka, and then we'll take hands again after that. Go ahead.
Sorry, before Diamond, I'm not disrespecting you, Utrecht of Awam.
Yeah.
What we are not going to do, ZT has announced the scope of this discussion, and people want to bring their other scopes to this discussion by avoiding our question. So, to be fair to each other, if you are going to ignore our question, we will ignore yours. If you are going to disrespect the discussion and bring in your other discussion, we will also disrespect you by ignoring you. So anyone who has the same type of line of question to ask questions that have not been presented here as the issue of discussion, and just for your own indulgence, you want us to discuss that, we are not doing that. Yendai kuma platform kwenyu muri 10 and discuss that.
So thank you very much, Utrecht. Thank you, Masen. Thank you, Citizen. Inini ndangowira zvangu to pretty much say the originality of this documentary.
Zimbabwe is the city of gold. Said gold, yeah?
Okay. So from the very beginning, kana ukanzwa painotangira ende wobva waenda for people like isusu zvedu tiri kuno kwatiri, and I'm sure there are few people, and I can see a few professionals vamwe vatotaura. You have already heard kuti there is money laundering involved, and we have got people speaking vachitotaura. Yes, there are people who are fingering others. For instance, we've heard the name Mnangagwa. Macmillan actually says Kutijo, my partner, referring to him. He speaks about his criminality here. He speaks about when he was 21, Dopa ended in prison because of this whole his criminal activities. He has actually admitted to it himself. And then as we go ahead, forget about the processes you are telling us, you are trying to educate us about. We have people who are actually saying, yes, I know it is a crime to have a sexual relationship, for instance, with a minor. I know that. But guess what? I did and no one saw me. Then iwowo woya defender kuti no, it's a crime according to the act of chichichi, and ndiverengerewo panoti chichi and find out what it says. Yes, it says that, but guess what? There are people who are doing it. I am here. When you hear this person, the ambassador at large, speaking about it, to say, I do this, Kwanisa, and some, do you know, this is too hard for some people. I saw Manyora comment, language is too hard because we are sat next to honorables or please excuse children so that we can speak the way that we want to speak. It's under spirit of Msatanyogo. If you are going to think like that, some idiot comes here in the spirit of Msatanyogo and tells us Uguti Kona, to carry whatever billions, you need 10 planes or 5 planes. For fuck's sake, we don't freaking care how many planes you would need to carry that. what we worry about, or what we are concerned about, is the fact that Murukusuka Mari, there is money laundering. Somebody explained what is money laundering. It's criminal activity, and for some people, especially who are in professional capacities, Variku England, Kunok, guys, we need to be careful. When I'm asking, you know that you can't just be loose pamromo pako. You actually know Kutijo. If you are a person in the capacity of this man, Anonzi Hubert Angel, and you hold a British passport, you happen to have something to do alignment with being a British citizen, and then you support such stupidity. I just need your name, that's all. Because we have people who are actually admitting to a crime, and you are there protecting them. That is why sometimes when you see people discussing certain topics, Pama spaces, we look at the topic of the space. If I feel like it's going against my professional standard, there's some form of criminality that is there, I can never be seen to speak about it in support of it. Because in other words, you're actually saying it's okay for money laundering to happen. As if that was not enough. If you hear the way that this man, I can't remember who it was, who said when they describe Makorokoza, they want to use a kind of a fancy word. What was the word? Makorokoza no zichine chirungu.
Artisan miners.
Artisan miners. They want to use a fancy word, but in actual fact, there is gross human rights that are being breached because people are working with small shovels and little holes to dig that gold and earn about $3 a day or whatever the amount that was said. That is gross human rights abuses that are happening, that people are actually admitting to. And Iwewe in the capacity of a nurse, especially in the United Kingdom, you come on a public platform to sanitize that, my friend, you are digging a hole for yourself. Because that's why you then see people like Anna Change Radio saying, guys, we are going to demonstrate kwakati ne kwakati. What are they going to say? They are going to say, we have got a lady called Diamond. Akanzwa kutizvo, there are human rights abuses that are happening in Zimbabwe. Akanzwa kuti there is money laundering which is happening. There are people named ABC who are actually admitting to it, and there are criminals called Macmillan and so on. So here is the documentary with the evidence of these people admitting to these crimes. And then here is Diamond saying, yes, that's okay. No, you shouldn't talk about it because you are putting our country. In other words, we are saying hide all the criminal activities that is happening for the purpose of seeming for our country to be doing okay. You can't fucking do that. Excuse my French. If you are a ZANU-PF apologist, like Masi said earlier on, kuti panapa atisikuuya kuzobabysita ZANU-PF. We are not even coming to babysit Chamisa. Somebody said if Chamisa and his wife were implicated in this thing, you will hear me the same mouth saying, fuck it, we don't care. This is Zimbabwe. And these idiots who are coming out, whose gold is it? Excuse me, is our gold. If you don't understand, that is for you and your grandmother to sit down and begin to interrogate each other. To ask what do they mean when they say it's our gold, because it's fucking gold. Thank you very much. Be careful of what you say, because we're watching you. I saw that be careful. Sometimes when you hear things that are being said about us, and we are not stupid. You've got so much to lose than who comes and open their mouth like they're putting banana. You think of your children, you think of your livelihood, and you think of everything else you are going to lose out of such. Thank you.
Yeah. Just,
I don't know.
if is so strong, because the way you are putting it across and saying defense like is online, it always said to me because I don't have enough equipment to do planning. The same way I don't have enough equipment to do farming, but does not make it somebody who is being accused for anyone such a or me to say I being humanly abused, because you see we are making a good living out of activities that we are doing. Some of the amount that we are able to accumulate doing such activities, they are better than those making. Most of you in the diaspora may find yourselves.
I think they've lost his network.
Thank you, Sansi. Thank you, President. I just want to narrate something which Bakash is out. Right, the guy, they print and they tell them to put 1.2 million on that form, and yet the amount of bringing to Zimbabwe is half of 100,000, which is 99.5. That is, so is it money laundering? They are stealing from the government. So you have to understand that these guys are stealing from them, and I just in this that I take the opinion. People, they should have to understand these are they're not actually foreign states, because these guys are using the blueprint form. Zimbabwe, they're laundering and stealing gold from them. 1, 2, they bring that small amount to go. If they don't have enough in their accounts, they go Hawaii is this is just a form. And let us go for they come again to the Federation. We thought we using and traders. I don't know what's so right. Even one a gram, right? At least grandma
ulilima wapuma bekujinga wapuma ukwekwe wapuma ukokwe wapuma zegeza wapuma mukoba wapuma kutichapisa imari achatotungamira Zimbabwe kundizo wapuma kwa mutoko wapuma kariba wapuma umula wapuma uzaka wapuma ikita wapuma kutichapisa imari achatotungamira Zimbabwe. Bashami wese wapuma kutichapisa imari achatotungamira Zimbabwe. Dare takara diaspora yapuma kutichapisa imari achatotungamira Zimbabwe. Dare takara nyika inodza pfuma chambisa imari achatotungamira Zimbabwe dare dzagara ndiro zvitsekudenga dzapfuma chambisa imari achatotungamira Zimbabwe. Chambisa imari achatotungamira Zimbabwe